It's episode 237 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. We don't know.
What is
it? Is. It is. We keep thinking we're getting closer and closer. Today was actually a beautiful day outside, and I took the opportunity to walk outside, look around, and kind of contemplate life. And I still can't figure out what this is. I had a moment to think about it. I gave it some thought, but that's the best I could do.
Yeah.
But at least you see, thematically appropriate. But I did get this week. I got this this new jersey. It is a Leafs jersey, but it's not that Leafs jersey.
That's the yes. It was the Leafs that was named after the before the Leafs. Yeah.
Yes, the original namesake. The original namesake. Yes.
They're so creative.
They are. But I did. I can say though with this one. By the way, I love the blue. This blue here looks really nice. I like the jersey.
Is that the same matching blue as the Leafs? Like it's at that royal blue?
No, the Leafs totally ripped them off, like in every possible way. The name, the color, all of it. They could have picked their own shade of blue. Nope. We're just going to use this one.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I think it's a royal blue, if anything. So.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, basically. And this particular one matches the hat. So bang on with it pretty well.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what really comes down. Oh, absolutely. You got to have the coordination. I will say though, I can confirm this is an XL, and it actually fits perfectly fine the same way that my large is for some of the other manufacturers do.
Yeah.
So like you have to. I think with these ones, your mileage may vary, but for my case, I think you have to size up. I think you have to go one size bigger. Otherwise, it'll be a little bit tight.
And sometimes it's not even the size; it's actually the cut. Because some shirts you lift up, and then your whole shirt comes up underneath, right? And then this one has great shoulders. There's no pull, but some of the shirts.
Oh no, these are very, very comfortable, and it has a little bit of space
up on your shirt. It's like what? Yeah, it's just a board.
Basically, I always go. But the thing is, like, if you look at the sleeve, it's not like I'm drowning in it.
No.
It's one size up. That's all it took. Yeah. So the comment that I was referring to is basically this
26-inch pythons, man.
It's the pythons, brother. Listen, listen. I gotta be lifting my weights or something. So Ray here says it's all good, Eric. We're here for you. Out of context, I don't know what that is.
Drinking, lifting weights.
No, I'm talking about Ray's comment. He's saying it's all good, Eric. We're here for you.
Where's Eric? Okay. Did Eric post?
Listen, maybe Ray knows more than we do. I don't know. Something happened to Eric. I don't know. I'll find out. I'll see what I can find out. Yeah, so we'll have to see there. Let me see. Let me do a little search on Sanderson Norm. Maybe he posted it on the social medias. And maybe that's the secret.
He's been active lately, so I know he hasn't died in a bike accident.
Yeah, the last thing I saw in here was feeling a FOMO for the expo, so we got that. So maybe that's what's referenced to, but that was last week.
That's a week old.
Yeah, so that's a week old. No, aside from that, I have no idea.
You like some?
We'll just increase the like button to fine Eric for his tardiness.
Please, yes, that will stimulate. Because every time you hit the like button, it's like a little pin going in his back. It's like
it's like a voodoo doll, like it 100% is. That's exactly what it is. Yep. Josh here says it's Friday night, and you know what that means because I'm Carlos Alive. See, Eric is not even here to tell Josh to shut up.
Yeah, and
that's very disappointing. No, absolutely not. Listen, Josh is certainly.
I actually like Josh, whereas Eric,
Good evening, Dennis. Hello all. How is everyone? Doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Ham here. Good evening. Happy to hear good news about Orlando. Yes. So I was. So let me make quick reference to that.
Yeah.
So Orlando apparently had to go into surgery. Now I don't remember exactly. I think it was lungs. I think it was a lung thing. So apparently he had cancer of the lungs, I believe.
Oh,
so he had to go into surgery. So it was very, I think there were a couple of videos, or I think if you check out Southern Collector, I'll double check. And if I'm correct on this, Southern Collector had a video basically wishing him, good luck with the surgery. Obviously very serious. Orlando had made a video where he kind of explained this. I only caught a little bit of it. But regardless, there was a video that was a compilation of different people giving good wishes. So if I find the correct video, I will reference it, include in the description if you haven't already seen it. If you have, that's what the video was about. So I hadn't heard any update, but good to hear. Apparently if he's doing better, this is good.
Wow. Didn't know. I haven't been really doing much social media stuff lately. Just been doing
it kind of circulated around. Like Orlando made a video, obviously, and then other people saw it. So that was kind of so obviously that circulated that way. And then obviously, once that posted, it kind of gravitates out because other people that make reference to it in their videos. So I definitely heard it from a couple of places. So Stephen with the PH, hello, and hello to you. Let's see here. So Stephen was one of the folks that I saw right at the end of on the last day of the expo. He was wearing the bright orange shirt. Assisted me in identifying him. I'm good with faces anyway. I did see him.
Name did too.
The orange shirt was a bonus.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The orange shirt was helpful. It was a bonus.
And plus,
And
he's
the best
tall.
part is the shirt with
Very
the
tall.
shirt with the name on it. Stephen with the P.
Oh yeah, gotcha. See, I didn't know whether to call him name or Oilers, so I was perplexed.
Man, here, am I late? Yes.
Yes.
Where's possibly dead? We don't know.
Yeah.
Awesome, but it's a possibility. He could be. He could also be trapped in an alternate dimension. He could be getting eaten by space aliens.
Yes, he could be.
Or
But
he
don't
could
worry,
be trapped
Amanda.
under
We
a
got it
tricycle.
covered.
Or he could be trapped under a tricycle.
Oh, that'd be tough. Yeah.
All these things are equally plausible. All of them. Kathy here says, I don't know where he is either. See? Even Kathy doesn't know.
It's the same house. How can you not know where he is, Kathy?
Well, let's be fair. Is anyone actually looking for him?
No, but
Probably not.
just saying.
He could be under the tricycle a room over.
Yeah, he was on the exercise bicycle and fell under the tricycle, and
He might somehow manage to crash a stationary bike.
yep, and then hit his head on the unicycle, and then whatever from there.
Yeah, it happens.
It gets
Listen.
complicated in that garage.
We can only, Bobby, we can only speculate. We can only speculate. There are
I'm just
possibilities, but we can
speculating.
only speculate.
I'm just
Billy
trying.
Joe, good evening. Lonely Basement, good evening to you. Yes, indeed, the pylon. He did have the pylon orange going. Yes. Also, I think also Baltimore Orioles orange, I believe. So if memory serves me. So Stephen is a Baltimore Orioles fan. So that kind of is part of the play into the whole thing.
It does happen
on
occasion, yeah.
It does. But I was, kind of mentioning to Bobby a little earlier that, and we were just talking a little bit, is that obviously with the color flow. So, this is a Leafs jersey, but not the hockey club. This is the Toronto Maple Leafs baseball club. I talked about before how I got I decided to support the local inter-county baseball team by getting the season membership, let's call it, basically what they refer to it. But as part of when it comes to those ones, they create them. It's really just a revenue generating thing, but they've gotten very smart about including the extras. Obviously, you get a jersey with it, which is great. You actually get a discount to a variety of different concessions as well, because the concession is really where the money is being made. Because Christie Pitts is publicly owned, they can't charge for tickets, so it's free to attend
that's
the games.
why it's so bloody expensive. But anyways, yeah.
So
what kind
So
of
you've got
discounts?
that-
Is like buy something, get 20% off, or buy one get one free, or what kind of concessions you're talking?
I think it's like
Buy
20%
a
off.
jersey.
I think it's like
get
20% off.
Food
It's
or
20% off.
jerseys or
Everything, all of
everything.
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
It's across the board. Yeah. That's the
Nice.
idea of it. Yeah, and because it's kind of a public park, the food there is actually on a lot of the inter-county baseball teams. Honestly, the food is not that expensive. So I'll report back.
Yeah,
I
they
think
would
next
keep it
week is
normal,
next you have to, like, you don't have you're not in a dome, you're not in a big stadium.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like
how much is it to get in?
Since it's a public park, there's actually a possibility of selling food to people walking by if you actually
Yes.
make it priced at a level that will sell.
True
Look who showed up. Speak of the devil.
Hey, boys.
Eric, we were half convinced. Like, we were being told all kinds of things. We heard about you being eaten by a sea monster. We heard about the possibility of you being trapped in a tricycle in a room over. Kathy was going to consider sending a search party, but she realized she didn't care, so she decided not to.
That is true. That's true.
Yeah.
You didn't hear you walking around, so it was like mystery.
Yeah. Oh, it's a complete mystery.
No.
Because you're a
Now,
heavy
quick,
walker with that-
before we
with
accept
that
Eric's
right hip.
excuses, I'll also add, by the way, that I thought this was kind of a fun little thing. They've got what they call a road pass, a 2025 road pass. So this is actually you get a ticket to any game, any away game. So you can actually go hang out and chat and watch the team on the road on any of the other
Nice.
teams, and you get a ticket. So I was
What
like, all
would
right,
be
that's
the
cool.
closest park to you then? Away.
Beyond this one, Burlington used to be the one.
Okay, that's not bad.
But Burlington though got moved to near where Josh is. Now they're the Welland Jackfish.
Oh, Welland's a bit of a way.
Welland's out of the way.
Fish.
I would say Hamilton. Hamilton probably.
Wow, that's not close. But
Yeah,
you
that's a
take
bit of
the
a track. Yeah. Oh no, 100%. You could go there. I think the Hamilton Cardinals. So you've got that team. You do have a team in Guelph.
Well,
If I want to go down,
why wouldn't you
down
go to
the old
Guelph?
way.
Yeah, the
Oh yeah,
old
absolutely.
stomping grounds.
Yeah, you got London. There's
They
a
probably
London.
still
There's,
remember you.
yeah, there's a Barrie team. There's a Brantford team. So
Brantford's
probably.
a little
So I would say
far.
Hamilton. Probably Hamilton. To be honest, would be my guess. Yeah, there's a Kitchener team. That's right. That's another one. So regardless, though, I like the jersey. I like the couple of little extras in there. And of course, we did mention that was one of the first group of them. I did get my digital ticket, of course, because it can't be physical now. They're all the physical tickets are gone. I did get my digital ticket though to my suite. So tomorrow I'll be attending the Jays game, living like Eric, looking down upon the peasants.
Somebody's good.
Pretty sweet. I like it. I'm a
So
fan.
why were you late, Eric?
I was asleep.
Amazing.
I was asleep.
Amazing.
Asleep.
So you're basically, this is just your way of saying, it's just like, in case you weren't convinced that Eric is old, he's like, Eric just needed his midday nap and he just mistimed it, just went the wrong way on it.
I had a beer.
A beer?
A whole beer?
I had a
great big mother of a beer.
Good evening, Baz.
Michelle and I went out on a date, and I had a beer.
Ooh.
She drove home.
Who'd you go out on a date with? What?
I went out.
So she was with Ham. What were you doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Drinking beer.
I was watching from across the room.
Yeah.
Well, at least you were in the area. Being supportive.
Exercising.
Yeah.
No,
Bobby. At this point, listen. At this point, the reason why the sleeves are fitting so well is because I've got a lot of extra reps.
You do.
Eric does one, and then I think we've got to make sure he doesn't basically run naked down the street or something. Like it's not. He doesn't. I have more capacity. Let's just put it that way.
He had a beer and a nap. Wow.
A whole beer, and it was nap time. It was over.
It was probably a light.
Yeah, like Eric. Based on this compatibility, yeah. If we went by this metric, this measurement is like back in my old days in Guelph. Basically one night, and I'd still be in a coma to this very day.
Pretty much, yeah.
Josh says, "Have you ever come to Well? Let me know. I shall let you know if I ever go down by Jackfish Way." Listen.
Are you eating apples that Name sent you?
No.
Mm-hmm.
It was granola bar.
Oh, yeah. So one thing I was going to mention is, so I figured this season I'll have a little bit of fun with it. Like I said, I like the jersey. I think they did a good job with it. I like the little extras. I'll report back my findings. I'll go and attend a game next week. And then, I think I'm going to have a little bit of fun with the whole inter-county baseball thing. I've gone to games, obviously, previously, but I think I'll take advantage of it this summer. It'll be kind of a fun thing for me. I'll go down Christie Pitts a couple of times, and I'll go check out some of the games, enjoy it, support it. Listen, I got my swag already, man. I got my color-coordinated swag. I might as well go and attend some games. But one thing I was going to say in addition to that is that I think what's going to be interesting is, like I said at the expo, I ended up running into a bunch of people that saw the hat, and it became just a conversation piece, and it was actually kind of funny how that worked out. I was a little bit surprised. I was like, I didn't know at the random show that if you bring it, I just thought it was very funny. Oh, I forgot. The jersey actually reminds me. One of the other things is you also get a discount at Left Field Brewery. So they've got
that's a benefit for sure.
That's a good benefit. Yeah, that's a good solid benefit. So I was like, and they've actually got a little restaurant that's just beside, that's in Toronto. So you've got food, but then also that you've got the beer. So you can actually get a discount at that one as well. And Left Field Brewery, I don't know. Are you familiar with Left Field, Bobby?
No, I never.
So it's a local Ontario craft brewer, and all their beers are baseball themed.
Oh, really?
They've literally got like an EFIS beer, and they've also got one that is the creatively named. Get ready for it, Eric. You might have come up with this one. This is a big one. One of them is called Cold Beer. Oh!
EFIS pitch.
Imagine the sleepless nights that it took for them to come up with that one.
I can only imagine. It's unbelievable.
Wasn't that the name of a player, EFIS pitch or something like that?
Yeah, well, that's the name of a person on Instagram. EFIS is literally.
I know him personally. Yeah.
EFIS is literally the name of a pitch.
Yeah.
It's the lob pitch.
The EFIS pitch. Yeah. But his name wasn't EFIS, was it?
No, I don't.
How the hell did they get EFIS in there? Okay, I'm gonna have to ask some questions.
No idea. But here, I'll just show real quick, and then we'll chat a little bit about some of the thing. But since I saw it on the jersey, I like the fact they actually included in the patch, obviously, as the sponsor for them. But here it is, and it's based out of Toronto. So they do have like a beer store, as I said, and they've got literally what they call the tap.
Oh, Liberty Village there. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I've been there. I've been there. It's actually pretty decent. But you also get a discount there. So I also am entitled to a discount in this place. So that's great. If I'm already in Toronto and I want to grab a bite and a beer, I can go in and get a nice. Listen, in Toronto, any discounts you're getting, you'll take them.
Yeah,
You got this package because it was beer oriented. I know that.
I got this package because they had a luxury box included in it, Bobby. Let's be honest, the luxury box is worth more than the entire package.
Got it. Yeah.
So let's just be fair about that. The rest of it is excellent as an
It's
addition
bonus.
to.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's a great bonus. So real quick, I was just going to mention here, like you can see squeeze play. You got seventh inning. Yeah,
nice.
so they're all baseball terms as part of the different types of beer. So I was
That's
like, all
kind
right,
of cool.
yeah.
You're
So I appreciate they're leaning into the theme.
Endless and cool names.
Yeah, and the important thing is so the Left Field Brewery sponsoring the baseball team makes sense to me.
Sure does.
Totally logical. I get it.
But no one wants to be in left field. Anyways, same.
Blessed Break says, so the question that is on everybody's mind, who wins? 100 Carlos's, 100 Bobby's, or one Gorilla?
I don't know. Hey, yeah, we got to see our status. How are we doing on the charts for wins and losses and whatever on the NHL?
We're gonna get the playoffs. We're gonna, Bobby. The wearing the jersey is twofold. It is thematically appropriate, and technically, there was a Leafs win. So we're getting a twofer here. We're getting a twofer,
and that's all we can really see is Leafs. So you're good.
That's what I'm saying. Like all I'm saying is this worked out on levels. It worked out on levels.
Well,
accidental and intelligent.
You could say Toronto Maple Leafs too, because it is both.
It's still Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah,
all these things are factually correct. Yes.
There's nothing to discern the difference.
So I think the key here is, bless them, there's an important caveat because I've heard about this. I haven't listened to too much about it, but I think there's an important consideration that we have to have. Is this gorilla like Eric and have like hip problems? Because if so, we can totally take them. Like in any configuration you want here. Like we'll crush them. Is this gorilla really have an affinity for chocolate sticks and a weakness for mayonnaise? Again, if these things are true, we have the weaknesses. So really, one Carlos, one Bobby would crush him. That's all it would take. Yeah. 99 of them would just be hanging around in the back, rooting them on.
Yeah,
that's all. That's how they would
roll him in with the chocolate stick, and then end him with the mayonnaise.
Yeah. Self prophecy. There it is.
Yeah, it would be melting, lots of melting. Now, also in this conversation, we never talk about, does the 100 Bobbies have a copy of his book that he can slap the gorilla with? 100 Bobbies with his book. That could work.
It would have to be my second book. It's the best done and the thickest and heaviest. So
yeah.
Not the first one. First one, maybe give him a paper cut. That's about it.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, we only did 1,000 of those, anyways.
Yeah. So that's a possibility. And then 100 Carlos's would totally cheat. So I like my chances.
Oh yes.
Oh, like we cheat so hard, it'd be unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
So the important things that you have to think about. The gorilla is Eric and Bobby. There you go. The gorilla can come out of cognitive hibernation. You each have 100 packs of Heritage Baseball. that is a very. It's like not the weapon I would have chosen.
Nope.
Not the weapon I would have selected.
Or Heritage Hockey. That's for sure.
Yep. And Ducachino here is back. Just another reminder that it's hilariously pathetic that the Seahawks gave away a Super Bowl by retroactively thinking passing is the only option. The rightful sequel to a goofy movie. Ducachino even went in a different way. I like that he completely restructured it and still wound up where he ended up on theme. Never changed, Ducachino. Never changed.
Yep. That was good. And he capitalized only.
Well played. Well played. Yep. So, Eric, since Bobby brought it up, though, it is, I think, valid. So we've got some series. We're not all done. There's still a couple series left, but we are getting there so far. Can you run us down real quick? How are we doing on the picks we've got in so far with what we've got completed?
This is a throwdown, a showdown. Give us the rundown.
Yeah, we've still got a couple here. Obviously, Winnipeg and St. Louis are playing tonight, so that's going on right now.
I chose
and then Colorado and
St. Louis on that one, but yeah.
And I'm watching Colorado Dallas as we speak. It's up. So
and give us the games. How many games? What game they're in of, and who's winning and losing? I think.
Well, everybody's either game 6 or game 7. Winnipeg right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, yeah, but I like to know who.
Yeah, Colorado and Dallas are obviously tied at 3. Game 7 coming up on Saturday, so that'll be the Saturday game for them. Game 6 is Winnipeg, St. Louis. I'll double check where we're at on that one.
I think it's
3 to Winnipeg, 2 to St. Louis.
Yes.
So right now Winnipeg is looking to try to close it out. St. Louis is looking to extend it to 7.
Yep.
That's where we are right now.
I think I called St. Louis on that, but there's a lot of upsets, and actually in my favor.
The Dallas Colorado game already happened, Eric. That was yesterday.
Yes.
What to say? What the hell's on then? Because
I don't know.
You're
Eric,
looking for
spoiler.
our list. It's written down on a
Colorado
piece of-
scores 7 goals and wins. They're going to 7.
Oh yeah.
Just let you know.
Yeah, what the hell I'm watching then? Because it's on right now.
Well, I assure you, I watched the game last night, and the
Start
game did
watching
in
what's
fact
on
end.
your paper there, brother.
There was a conclusion to that game. I promise you.
Well, I don't know why this is on then.
We'll turn it off
Can't help
and
you there.
start paying attention.
I don't
All
wanna.
right, so what do we
Look
got?
down at your paper. See what's written.
All right. So when it comes to the Winnipeg St. Louis game, that's still going on. But Carlos and I have Winnipeg. Bobby, you have St. Louis.
We're trying to
So,
survive.
so right now we're still in play on that one, but obviously we're not done. But we're in play.
When it
Okay.
comes to Colorado, Dallas, Carlos and I have Colorado. Bobby, you have Dallas.
And how are we doing on that again, Carlos?
It's game 7.
It's game 7.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
thought
tomorrow
it
will
would be
be-
game 7. And I went on the side of Medano, forsaking that it was.
Sure. Yeah.
Just saying.
They had a
Not
chance. They had a
traitor.
chance to win the series. They had a chance to win the series last night. Last night
And you
they
said
they struggled.
You
with
said
that.
they had issues, but we're at game 7.
They gave up 7 goals last night, Bobby.
It's amazing.
They got
but
issues.
it's-
They could have closed out that series.
obviously.
Go ahead. What else we got, Eric?
When it comes to Vegas versus Minnesota, all
Mhm.
3 of us picked Vegas.
Yeah, and that one's played out. So that one,
Yeah, that's
everybody's
done.
got a check mark on that one.
Well, I just want to point out, no matter what happens here on
Uh-huh.
out, I did not get skunked this year.
No,
Hey,
you didn't.
this is the second year in a
You
row
have
you
at
did
least
not
one
fail
win.
to get anything correct. Yes.
One win or two.
At this point,
might-
Eric will take anything.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if he took Toronto. So, anyways, go
Well, I
ahead.
did not get skunked.
Okay.
Okay. With LA at Edmonton.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I picked LA just out of like they got to win one, and obviously they
I
blew it. 4 losses in a row.
I picked LA simply out of fear of Amanda.
Uh huh.
Yes, I would too. Hmm.
And no, you wouldn't because you picked Edmonton and won.
Yes, I know.
So Carlos and I lost.
Mhm.
Carlos had the belief in the Kings, maybe.
I
winning.
just thought the law of averages. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't as worried about Amanda's situation. Like, if I don't think they're going to win, I don't think they're
I'm
going to
going to
win.
rewind and go through what we guys said about that. But anyways, go ahead.
I was scared.
I was, yeah.
I wasn't going to pick against her. So all right. So Bobby's winning at the moment. Okay. So then we have the Toronto series.
Yep.
And
Well, I think we all got that, didn't we?
nope, just you, buddy.
You guys went with Ottawa, you prick.
Carlos and I both had Ottawa.
Oh yeah, I listen. I thought they would blow it, and I thought Vancouver would be riding in solidarity. And by the
Well, it was
way,
close.
they
It was
tried.
close.
They tried. They were Bobby. They were working towards it.
They were. It was. It was
Up
like,
3-0 was exactly where Ottawa wanted them.
I think
Yeah,
so.
I didn't. There's no way I thought they were gonna not blow it.
I'm winning. Tiger.
Sure. Yeah.
Watch
Good evening, Paul. Good evening,
Out
Paul.
of-
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Florida, Tampa Bay. Carlos and I both had Florida.
Yeah, Florida. Yep.
All right. So then we,
Understandable.
when it came to Washington, Montreal,
Mhm.
Carlos and I both had Washington.
I picked
Okay.
Montreal. No way.
Yes, you did.
Oh, I dispute that. Why would I pick Montreal?
we can roll the tape, Bobby. Oh, listen, he's writing in real time as we're doing it.
But wait. Why would I pick Montreal Canadiens? The team
I don't
hate
know.
the
You're the
most?
Burrell. You tell me.
Yeah,
I don't know. That was weird. I think you wrote it down wrong. Look again.
Okay. All right. Well, good thing
I will
the
pull the tape, Bobby. It won't be a problem.
internet lives forever, so we can
Mhm.
we can investigate that.
Yeah.
And then when it came to New Jersey, Carolina,
I took
Yeah, so I got that one wrong. Paul was mentioning that. He said pick the Canes over New Jersey. So fair
Yeah.
enough. Okay.
Carlos, you picked New Jersey. Bobby,
Mhm.
you picked New Jersey. I picked Carolina.
Okay.
Brings the total to Carlos had 3 correct.
Okay.
Bobby had 3 correct. And yours truly had 4 correct.
Scandalous.
How does that work?
Vegas,
Right
Florida.
now, we still got a couple that are not done yet. So
Carolina.
we'll
I
see on the
dispute
last one.
that. I think I had.
You dispute the maths.
I dispute that he wrote it down wrong because there's no
Okay.
way. Yeah, that's too sloppy to make it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. I just can't believe I picked Canadians over New Jersey. Why?
No, or
I
Washington.
hate the
yeah.
Canadians.
I don't know.
I wanted to see them lose. I
So
don't.
I am winning, and I'm
Maybe
proud of
I was
that.
discombobulated at that time or something.
So one thing we can do,
Okay.
we'll obviously give the final. Give the final later. We do have 3 round 2 series,
Yes.
so we can do 3 of them. So Eric, if you want to
Uh.
flip a page, we can do 3 of the round 2 series. We have them available. The Eastern Conference is already figured out. The West is still to be determined. We'll get the last 2
Yeah.
shortly, but we've got a round 2, I think, based on the seeding, I guess. So East is for sure completed. We know that one.
Yeah.
So we've got Toronto and Florida. So that's the first one.
Florida.
Florida man.
Florida.
Florida man.
Florida.
Yeah.
I'm going against the Leafs because
of the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Just because of Toronto Maple Leafs, yeah.
Yeah, and they're the ones without the baseball
Look at your
bats.
shirt. Look at your shirt.
I trust the guys with the baseball bats more.
I would. Yes.
Yeah. Just throw it out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Even Dave, happy Friday. There you go. He's got the goal Oilers and everything.
We all picked Florida for that.
Yeah. So for that one, I don't think there's too much discussion. I think we're all on the same page on that one. Washington, Carolina is interesting. That one is intriguing.
That would be a good battle.
I like
that
potential of that
through,
series.
though.
I like the potential of that series.
Carolina.
So this was a thinker. So Bobby's going Carolina. Fair enough. You know what, Eric? I'm thinking I would like to see the Cinderella story of Ovi getting at least one more round.
There's no Cinderellas. No.
I think we'll go one more. We'll go one more round with Washington.
Okay.
I'll go with it.
I do have put down Washington.
Okay.
You guys are totally
so that's our
against
Eastern
me.
Conference.
You're totally against me here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think now I could be mistaken here, but I believe that based on the seedings, the way this works out, I think the Vegas Edmonton one is the matchup for the second round. I believe based on the way the seedings go. I believe that's correct for them. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I've got here on the NHL bracket. I'm looking at the NHL bracket right now. That's where I'm getting this from. So as far as I'm assuming NHL knows how this is supposed to work with the seeding. So I'm going to go with it. So we got Vegas and Edmonton. Again, this is interesting.
Yes. I think this will be one of the biggest battles.
I'll be blunt. The biggest reason that I went with the Kings was kind of a law of average thing. I think Stanley Cup hangover is real. I think if you lose a Stanley Cup final, especially if you lose the way they lost, where they tried to fight back to win it, I think it's really tough. I think LA let them off the mat. I think they lost 4 games in a row. They had opportunities to put them away and really get where they were, get ahead of them. I don't think Vegas has that problem. I think Vegas has the killer instinct where if they get them where they want them, they will step on the throat.
Yes.
That team is smart enough and good enough to do it. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at on that one. I'm going to go with Vegas. Bobby's going Vegas. Okay.
All right. All 3 of us.
Okay. So if Edmonton does it, good. If Edmonton does it, good for them. But you got to prove it to me because I think Vegas is a quality, legit team. I think they're more than capable. I think they will. There's enough veteran ability on that team. The key here is they've got enough people who have been there, who have done it, who understand what it takes. I don't think they'll make the same mistake. It's kind of the same thing. So obviously we all immediately went Florida in the Toronto series. But the reality is this: there were mistakes that Toronto made in not putting away that Ottawa team when they had them dead to rights. That Florida will not make that mistake. They will step on your throat. They will do it. And if you give them that same opportunity, they will slam the door shut on you. So
and Edmonton too, you know, if you get a good Draisaitl McDavid run, like man, they're unstoppable.
Sure. Yeah, if they're healthy and they're flying around, they're good.
They have to step up. So it'll be a good battle. I think that'll be probably one of the better series for the semifinals.
I stick with what I said last week about Edmonton. Their goaltending is too shaky. You cannot win every game 6-5.
Yeah, and they won in advance. How's that?
You're not going to win a couple.
Shaky, and nothing.
No,
you got nothing. You got nothing on Edmonton. Sorry.
If Vegas can keep the scoring down, they're going to win because they'll.
That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case.
Edmonton's
with the games. That wasn't the case, Eric. I'm sorry. You lost on that one. Even though you're winning, you lost.
No, I don't.
Yes.
Wow. Scandalous.
It was
scandalous. Edmonton's goaltending is too shaky.
You know, and it's a new day in the life of every team. So look at the upsets. Actually, like we expected 4 series runs here, and it didn't happen. We're going 5, 6, 7 games. It's
Mm.
crazy. The Leafs were
So-
most surprising, but anyways.
This is so surprising that Colorado Dallas are playing again. They're like, this is
Again.
over.
What's the score on this one?
Dallas is winning 1-0.
No, that's nothing yet. Okay. First period.
I think if they're winning 1-0, I don't think that was even game 6.
It's game 5.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Game 5 on
like,
that?
The series is tied 2-2. I see it up in the corner.
okay, yeah.
Oh, it's
Eric, well then you wait. You're gonna wait until you get to game 6. You're gonna be shocked. Colorado's gonna get up 2-0, and Dallas is gonna come back, and they're gonna go back and forth, tit for
They're
tat.
gonna bring Medano back out. Like, fuck.
It's gonna be amazing.
Mm.
And then the space aliens come down. It's very exciting.
Yep.
It's
Wild.
I don't know why that was on, but now I got Winnipeg, St. Louis. So this is a real game.
What's the score there?
It's a
1-0.
commercial.
1-0. 1-0 right now.
4?
It is for St. Louis right now.
Okay, cool.
1-0 St. Louis, and I believe Winnipeg is on the power play. Or at least that's what NHL's got on here.
Okay.
So we'll check in here as the evening goes, but that is where we're at right now. And we got some of our picks for the second round. Once we finalize the last matchup, we'll see what happens with that one.
Yeah. Predictions. Hey.
Wes here says, "Hey Eric, thanks for the Bork auto." Ooh, a Bork
Ooh,
auto.
hey, how did
Fancy,
that happen?
fancy.
I didn't get my dead man's autograph. No.
Oh.
Exactly, zombie Ray Bork.
Yeah, Wes, I'm glad we could get it done for you. I'm glad, he is trying to collect an upper deck set. And I had the cards and
Eric, you like this comment? So the sequence of comments. The first comment was this one. Thanks again for the Bork auto. Second comment. Hey Carlos, thanks again for facilitating the Stankoven auto. That was the one I did with Frozen Pond. All good. Thumbs up, no worries. And then, hey Bobby, thanks for nothing. It's a beautiful hat trick of comments.
That's what you get.
Oh, real quick, Bobby, since I've got it in mind. So right now we're kind of taking care of some house cleaning stuff. Obviously,
Yeah.
we made our picks there and taking care of it. Also, by the way, folks, if there's anything you want to chat on, you're more than welcome to it. We'll do a little bit of Spring Expo Post-Mortem, a couple of stories and stuff. We'll definitely do that. And I want to talk about a little bit about a couple of games. I promise we won't drown you in the hockeys. We'll do it a little bit. Eric, this is your moment. So prepare yourself mentally, physically, in spirit. We're going to have a brief segment of the hockeys. So brace yourself. We're going to do it. Okay?
okay.
Get yourself ready for it. Okay. So real quick, I was going to mention, do you want to quickly outline? I think you're doing a live stream this weekend with Victor and with Ryan. So
Yep.
do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, that's coming up on Saturday at 6 p.m. I think it's Eastern Standard Time. The last time it was, I think, Victor's on, what's he on? Central, I think. So we had a little.
Yeah, he's like Chicagoland area, I believe.
Yeah, Indiana. So, so we're going to be on talking a little bit about. Shoot, what was the rundown? I think it was, gambling in the hobby, and any other news or other information, rookie card related, vintage hockey related or vintage hobby related, information. You never know where it goes because it's not structured because, Ryan can go on tangents, I can go on tangents, and Victor definitely can do that as well. So we never know where we end up, but it should be an interesting conversation for at least probably 2 hours.
What is the channel on the YouTubes?
That'll be
I'm
Ryan
gonna try to pull it
McClanahan.
up.
He's man, don't ask me.
So Bobby, give me a couple of minutes. I will find it. It is
Please
listen. Tell him it is literally the worst YouTube channel name in
It
the world.
certainly is.
It's like Eric. I know what it is, and even I struggle to find it sometimes.
Okay.
And I know what it is.
I know.
So bear with me. I will find it and I will share it with you guys so you have it.
See,
And by the way, I'll include a link.
I have to think.
I'll
about
include a link in the description so that people can have it. So, but give me a couple of minutes to find
memories
it.
and whatever. You'll find it.
Yeah, it's trust me, it's a terrible name. You really simplifying it, make it a couple of words, cut it down. Like again, because I'm Carlos Works, because it's not that overly complicated. It's 3 words. It's not that complex. And even sometimes people struggle with that. But if you make it longer, that doesn't make it better. That makes it more.
So we just
Yeah.
recommend that everyone just go on the YouTubes tomorrow night, 6 p.m., and just search all the channels on the YouTube.
Every channel. Something will be live.
Yeah,
You'll-
actually, just if you can click lives at the
Okay,
at the
I
top,
found it.
a
Okay,
lot of
I
them-
have located the item. All right,
And
so
the
here you go.
name
I
of
will
it?
give you the
Please.
name of it. I will show it so that we're on the same page, and I will include a link in the description to it for you.
It's the something.
Yeah, I will show it here. Okay,
The
so this is the one.
write that down.
All right, so here it is, and the thumbnail here has got Bobby and Victor right on the front
Oh
of it.
yeah,
It's called History Through Cards - Shortcut.
dash whatever. Yeah. Oh, there we
No,
are.
the word. It's
There-
literally the word shortcut.
Oh, did he
Why?
put
I
that
don't
up
know.
already? Oh, I didn't even see
What's
that. Okay, I didn't
Yeah.
see the preview there.
Yeah, and Eric, I don't know why it's got the dash shortcut. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but that
What
is
am I
what it's
doing
called.
without a hat? That's crazy.
I don't know. And why are you guys like in 16 bits? Why are you pixelated? This is the thumbnail. I'm
It's
looking at it
Ryan.
right here.
It's Ryan.
Everything around it,
please.
everything around it is perfectly clear.
It's Ryan. He, took a little JPEG
Why
and tried
does
to.
Bobby look anemic?
Honestly, look at the light.
Eric, I
Yeah,
think this was done in MS Paint.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Oh my God, Bobby, you need to see a doctor.
How come I'm so dark
Immediately.
here? I have olive skin. I don't know what's going on.
I
And
know.
then Victor looks,
Well,
like
Victor has some color to his skin.
LeBron. Like
You know,
honestly,
he's looking okay. You look.
Well,
totally,
you need to get some more sunshine, Bobby. I don't know what to
I
tell you. According to this
guess.
picture, you need
But
some
look at
sun.
me now. I'm not that white.
You
So
are-
anyway, I will include. So this is the one. I will include a link in the description to it for anybody who's interested and checks us out on replay. I will put it on there so that you can find it.
I turn real white when I take my hat off, so maybe it's one of those things.
Yep. So first of all, I did show it on there. But good evening, Mike. Wes here says you have good lighting in the garage of knowledge. Truth.
Well, there's one right there, so it's kind of not
You
bad.
look like you're being held hostage. Yes, the image the image is not the most flattering.
It's like the last photo of Bobby before he left this earth.
Before he ascends
Did not
to
look
the heavens.
Descends? We don't know yet.
good. You may descend, yeah, but
Mm,
did not look good. Carlos, I just wanted
thanks,
to
Ryan.
remind you there is a
Morbid.
paper sitting on my computer.
Uh-oh.
Yes, we're as soon as we start talking a little expo stories, that's where I want it invoked.
I
Hold on
just
to it.
want to remind you that there's a piece of paper sitting on my
Oh,
computer.
we're gonna go there. We're gonna go
Okay.
there. It's gonna be fun.
All
We're
right.
gonna get there. All right. So I wanted to make sure I hit on that.
Let me hit the
So
can first before you go there.
Go ahead. Go ahead. So I wanted to make sure that I hit on that because obviously we had seen it. So if you are interested and the hobby stylings here are not enough for you, there can be some hobby historian stylings, some rookie card specialist stylings, and some more hobby historian stylings with Ryan. So they can have a conversation. And if Bobby's saying it wouldn't surprise me if they had like a 2-hour combo. So we'll see whatever their agenda is. I'm sure that there'll be something in there for you if you're interested. So like I said, I'll include it there for you if you want to check it out. It is scheduled for tomorrow. And I've got it on here at 6 p.m. Eastern. So, not too bad on a Saturday evening. If you'd like, it'll be there for you and you can check it out at your leisure. I've already saved the link here, so I will include it in the description later on. So real quick, we've got all on there. We did all our picks and everything. So real quick, I do want to do the quick AMG thing. Let's do the AMG plug. AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We've been doing the podcast. It's actually been really good. Having a lot of fun with it. This past week, we didn't have a specific product we were going to feature, so we did show off a couple of different things. Steve has been making a lot of buying a lot of different vintage collections. There's been a lot of good vintage lately. So it's been pretty good on that. I did briefly touch on some expo stuff there too. It was repeated with stuff I'd already talked about on the podcast and those things, mainly because I wanted to save some stuff for this live stream. I didn't want to necessarily repeat it, but Steve wasn't able to go down there, but he was minding the store, but he was able to talk through a little bit of that on that side of it. And then we did talk a little bit about the hockey playoffs as well. So we included a little bit of that and got through a couple different things. It's kind of we've settled into a good rhythm. I think Steve is enjoying doing the podcast there, and we usually do it before they open up the store. So if any other products are coming in, we'll talk about them as they arrive. So you can check that out. Links in the description and everything. Thank you for AMG for supporting the podcast and the live stream and the channel. Good times. So my favorite part, Eric, is that for the next piece, we're going to get into it. Obviously, we had our conversation from the expo, and we had a full gamut of people. We had your favorite person name. We had Amanda joining us.
She's nice.
Yes. Now, I have a question. Is there anything that we didn't touch on, any question or anything that came to mind? Obviously, between this show, I think we covered a lot of the ground, but as I was thinking about it later, I go, maybe there's a couple directions we didn't touch on too much. Is there anything question-wise that you think might be worthwhile?
Because of what my interests are and how I go about doing things up there, I would be curious if you or Bobby moseyed over to the autograph.
What are you talking about?
What
did I do?
Or if anyone in the comments moseyed over there. Was it packed? What was it? Who do they think got the biggest crowds? Was it a good turnout? Things like that. Was it successful? Because they had some really big names. We were talking about it before the show. They were bringing in some really big names. And
I think they brought in a lot of names that were good. Yes.
Yeah.
And especially really for the Toronto market. For the Toronto market, I think they really keyed in on it.
It's always based on that.
They brought in Dominik Hasek. That's a big name.
One of the greatest goalies of all time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know he also did some kind of side interviews and stuff. So, and of course some of the players also doubled up and did like little interviews at the stage. So that was another piece. So to answer kind of that question, and thank you for bringing that one up, I will say this. I didn't spend much time over in the autograph-ability area. I spent time in a lot of the other. However, I did chat with some folks that did venture down by that way, and I was in the area for a couple of the signers as they were making their way through. Definitely, the feedback that I got was that one of the ones was kind of an interesting observation, was that obviously Wendell Clark is extremely popular, big-time popular, all-time Maple Leaf.
And Gilmore.
But he was dwarfed in reaction to Doug Gilmore. He got a very strong reaction.
Well, I don't think Dougie's come out as often as Wendell has. So
I agree. But I think one point that I made, and I think I was chatting this with Mike, Canadian Cars, I was talking about it. I think one other factor is that if you get a Leafs fan of a certain vintage, Wendell Clark is obviously one of their guys. If you get the right, era, because he was kind of their guy in a very dark time for the franchise. Doug Gilmore is a little bit more associated to that Leafs 93 run. So again, if you're a little bit older, Doug Gilmore is not only associated with being a great player, he also had a great run there when the team suddenly had a little bit of a run there and had a real chance.
Wendell.
Yeah. So I don't think Wendell was there in 93.
Nope.
No.
So
that's the problem. Wendell was obviously
he got traded and then
to the Northeast.
Came back a year or so later.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying that 93 team, that little run there, Wendell did not get to benefit from that. He was actually already off the team. He did come back, but that specific run, that Leafs 93 run, Wendell Clark was not there for that piece. And Doug Gilmore is associated more so with that specific little pocket of time.
Yeah, that was amazing.
He was, in my opinion, 1993, he was the best all-around hockey player.
Oh, yeah. Guaranteed. Yep. I give him that for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of, I know Wendell Clark has a restaurant here, and he's always doing a lot of, different stuff. Not so much Gilmore, but more Wendell. So I think, where does Dougie live? Does he live in Detroit or something? I don't know.
Sure.
Anyways. So it was pretty good. In general, I wasn't really over at the pavilion there doing looking at the autograph guests or even listening to any of the stage performances. I was just doing booth to booth and hanging out and talking and the regular stuff, hanging out with Wayne and stuff like that. But it wasn't as an exciting expo. They always say the spring is a little different, and it is, and it really depends on what you find. I think that really determines the better part of the show. If I acquired some unique items or different items, I'm always happy. Anything that I can document, of course. But I didn't find it as busy as the previous. I don't know how you felt, Carlos.
The previous spring or the fall?
Either one.
Well, I think
both were pretty good last year.
Yeah, but you're not going to get as strong as the fall. I think it was comparable to the previous.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was comparable to the previous spring, and I think a couple of the days it actually got very busy in some of the stretches, because in some of the areas
it was
definitely high traffic.
Of time, right? It was really 12 to 1 or 2 o'clock, and then the autographs would happen, and then it kind of slowed down a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of ups and downs, but it's a big floor. Honestly, when we go back to the other years and kind of compare, we're in the other areas, the hall 5 and then the hallway and down to 3 and stuff like that. It's a little discombobulated that way, opposed to this one big format, and then you have the other sections over there. So it kind of branches everything out, and then you have dealers, then you have corporate, and then you have more dealers in the back. It's a very big show in that sense. I find it very hard to and sometimes getting through that middle part, it's almost impossible. So it really depends what's going on at that time. So but I found it to be a good show. Wasn't the greatest one for me, but very good. Hung out with friends, had lousy meals, stuff like that.
The far left corner. Everyone knows where you were. You were easy to find.
I was in the far right corner, actually.
You in the far left corner, and everyone knows it.
No, that's left field. That's the brewery that Carlos.
You were dressed up like Sailor Moon, and you were over there in Pokemon Land.
That's actually the far right corner, Eric. So, anyways,
all I'm saying,
I was just above there.
What I may have to do is, for science, this summer, if I attend the Left Field Brewery and I go over there a couple of times and everything, look, I'll take pictures and I'll report back findings for science.
For science.
Science is very important to me. I'm very passionate about it. Wes says, I don't think Gilmore or Clark signed too much either. Clark, not too much. Gilmore does do the odd thing here and there.
He's definitely than
two
Clark.
Novembers.
Two
Novembers ago. They had they had those guys there signing, and I know so because
that was a different setup too, right?
Yeah. So I said
it was that back corner in through the doors.
Spending so much time with Marcel and Dave Taylor.
Marcel was kind of quiet this time around.
So I was backstage and I said hello to them briefly, so I know they were there because I remember talking to them briefly.
So you were backstage?
No, because I remember talking to them. I got the chance to say hello to Wendell Clark and Dougie Gilmore. I'm going to remember that. 3 Novembers ago,
who the heck is that guy?
I didn't get a chance to talk to. I would have loved to. They had Daryl Sittler there then. So this year they had Sittler, Gilmore, and Clark.
They did all the Leaf captains, all the ones that they could get their hands on.
There, I forget.
Sorry,
did they have Sundin? Did he show up?
He was here last year, was he?
I don't remember.
Last year he was. Sundin was there. Was it last spring or last fall?
But
fall.
So I'm just responding to the comment of they don't sign much, and I'm saying just 2 years ago
they sign enough. Yeah, they're around.
Gilmore and Clark are both there because I said hello to them.
Yeah, they're always around doing something in Toronto anyway, so it's not hard to get their autograph or meet them or something like that. Actually, the one person I haven't met is Gilmore. I've met Wendell for sure a few times. Never met Sundin. It's not my thing. It's a little bit later in the career. Great player though. I have to give him credit for that. But and Sittler I met on a lot of different occasions, and he was nice. Most of them. So.
Mostly hockey players are great. Every once in a while you'll run into somebody that, because all the other hockey players are so great, even if someone's a little off, it's magnified because all the other hockey players are so great.
Yeah.
The guy might not even be that bad, but the standard of of meeting these guys and them being good guys, down to earth, are so high that you meet someone that isn't up to that standard, it explodes.
The highest standard I ever had was Gordie Howe and Johnny Bower.
Thankfully, I met them both, and they were awesome.
I talked to Johnny Bower at one of these 67 Leaf. It was a show, but it was also, they had all the Leafs there from their 67 win, and I talked to Bauer. I sat with him for about 2.5 hours. We trading stories, showing awesome. He was great. He was phenomenal. Alan Stanley was pretty good at that time too. And but Gordie Howe was probably the most fun to meet in the sense that he always had something cool to say. Like he never lacked in telling you a little anecdote, or he would say something funny, boy with long hair. And he goes, "Hey, little girl," he does all these little funny things. So Gordie Howe was pretty much pretty solid, as funny, as being outgoing. The other guys are nice too, a lot of them that I met. Eddie Shack, always crazy, and a few others, but none of the recent guys I've really met. I guess the only person I really want to meet is Gilmore, and I think I'll get to sit down with him sometime along the way.
There you go.
He's still
So kind of to answer the question, so no Sundin in this one,
No.
but they did have Davey Keon.
Yes,
So-
that was
was Keon there too?
Yeah, Keon was there on Saturday. Yeah, Keon was there on
Oh,
Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah,
So like I said, they were able to get quite a number. Not obviously not everybody, but they were able to get a decent number. Toronto Maple Leaf. If you're looking to get Toronto Maple Leaf captains and you want to collect that specific niche, you had a number of them available during the course of the weekend, so they were there for it. I was double checking since Wes mentioned it about the whole mail-in thing. So he goes, "He had hoped the Expo had figured out the mail-in situation. I thought they had mail-in
What?
orders set up. Let me just take a look here.
Yeah, there was something like that. Yeah.
You
There
didn't.
definitely is a link for it. I'm just saying what it is.
As far as I know, you sent them to the people that were, the guys that brought the words. I'm missing the word.
Oh my God.
That
Spit it
beer.
out.
I shouldn't have had that beer 3 hours.
Clearly.
ago.
Good Lord.
Or that granola bar.
So all it looks like here is I think you basically just purchase the thing you want, and then there was a form there, and you email it over. It's very basic, but they've got something on there.
I thought you sent it to the to the guys that were bringing them in. The dealers that were bringing them in. So
Well, it's funny. I was never a Keon fan because when I started collecting cards in 1970, he was already 9-10 years in. He wasn't like an old captain at that time. So, Sittler was the main guy, but he wasn't the main guy at that time because he was a rookie. So, really the Leafs, not until 73-4 that I started to realize that there was a lot of good players. McDonald came in, Salmi came in. That was my team through the later 70s. Yeah.
Gotcha. So Wes here says, when I clicked in March, they said coming soon. I see. I know. So I can tell you, I won't speak too far out of turn, but I can tell you that there were some people that expressed some frustration with the website not getting updated certain things as early as you would like it. But like it's here. Obviously, it's now closed. They did update it again. But you can see here, they did at one point have a form here, and they would show, and here was the email address for mail orders. The cutoff became April 18th, once that's the case. What I'll say, Wes, if there is something like that again, obviously, you can reach out to me, and we can check out and see. And if it's something in the fall, especially, we have people. We have contracted slaves who have nothing better to do with their lives but to hang out near the autograph section. I won't say who. I won't point to anyone.
Yes. Well, I'm not
Just
pointing.
saying we have people, Wes. We have people. Just throwing it out there, especially for the fall. For the fall, we got people.
Everybody needs people.
Yeah,
just saying.
Yep.
Eric?
Yep.
Yes.
Maybe next time, people. Indeed. Not all of them, but it's nice to know we got people. Yes, indeed.
I can help, but I just want to state now I can't get stuff for free, but I can definitely make sure that I can help when I can.
Yeah, but on the right circumstances, Wes, remember, we can literally get Eric because he'd do it on his own anyway. If there's something in the fall, there's a good chance we could get Eric to camp out to make sure that gets to you like 3, 4, 5 months early.
At least.
He'll just hang out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
No.
And loiter.
Eventually they'll show.
Yeah, eventually the show will show up and people will be like, okay, the show's on. He goes, finally.
First in line.
Falls out of his tent.
Yeah, I found the show
actually does that. That's not me.
Are you
found a lot of
sure?
things
That's not-
overpriced.
Listen, you're one beer away from winding up in a tent city of your own.
Yeah.
I found the show was a little overpriced on a lot of things. I think
There was
dealers are
There was
holding strong on a lot of pricing, and I think they should have been a little freer with their stuff because I don't think certain ones did well, but I heard that others did very well. So
yeah, the question on this. So I found that most of the dealers, I wasn't specifically out there looking for vintage. Obviously, I did buy some, and it worked out that way. and which is fine. I'm not morally opposed.
Sure.
If I see a price I'm comfortable with, I have no issue buying the thing. Even I'll be honest with you, even I did consider because BMW, like I said, BMW surprised me a little bit. I don't know what the deal was going on with them. They had that one showcase where they were
Something was
doing some weird stuff.
there.
I ended
I'll
up
tell you
buying
a
all
story
these
after.
baseball. Yeah, I was saying. But one thing they did have, I think it might have been the same day, they even had a little bit of vintage hockey in there. But that 50s baseball, obviously, I know better. So I was like, yeah, okay. And when I saw the price, I'm like, that's fine. That's very fair. I was completely okay with it.
That's
I'll hang on to
unusual.
it. Yeah, I was very surprised. I was like, I didn't even need to haggle. I was like, the price is fine. I'll take it as is. So I was like, okay. One that made me laugh though. I in the end I decided not to, but I thought about it. They had a Patty Moran. I won't say. I think like C55 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah,
the corner been eaten out of it, the chunk of it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, a very poor condition card. But it is the card itself. It is the real card, and I think they had it for like $70 or something.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How much of a
like,
corner was eaten out of it?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of debating. Like, so here's the point that I'm making.
Yep.
At a certain price point, even something like that, it's like, well, okay. And at that point, I would probably have been like, would you take 60? Like, but the point is, like, at a certain price point, why not? I'm not even a collector for that necessarily, but here's the thing. As long as the card, the card looked fine in terms of authenticity. I wasn't concerned about that. I was looking at the card and that part was fine. And if I look at the back of the card and it's intact, and the front of the card actually looks all right outside of the paper loss from the chunk getting cut out of the corners and things like that, if the card is at least decent enough aesthetically, there's somebody out there that would have some interest in the card.
Sure.
Because they can't get into it anyway. It is an expensive card when you start going up in value a little bit.
Well, it's an expensive set, but if you can put it together at $50-$60 for...
Yes.
And Patty Moran's not a common either.
That's what I'm saying. So there is a price point at which it becomes like, yeah, I'd take a flyer on that, sure. Like it's, listen, that's like 2 beers in the food pavilion. So like it's not, yeah, like it's not. So that's why I say, Eric, sometimes you got to kind of measure it out and go like,
But if I don't have ice cream, I can afford that card.
But if you have 2 beers, after you drink one, what do you do with the second one?
Well, in your case, you pass out and it maybe splashes you in the face. In your instance, in my case, you just drink the second one.
I don't understand. What?
You buy the card and drink it while you're
Indeed.
Drink the second, like later.
No,
Like hours
later is later. Time is an interesting construct.
Like tomorrow.
Not quite.
Not
quite.
Yeah, you have to be there. But anyways, yeah. I was surprised you picked up that deal at the end of the table. Like honestly, he didn't have much in his. How many display cases? What?
You know what's 15? Funny though? By Sunday, suddenly the
and
showcases got filled
empty,
up.
Though,
Bobby, though, on Sunday randomly, those showcases got filled up. I'm like, so where was the stuff the rest of the week? They were filled on Sunday randomly. They were filled. I don't get it.
Actually, I can't say that I looked, but I'm just saying all through that time that I did go by, it was like there was a few cards in this one and a few cards in that one, and most of them were just empty. And I was going, what's going on here? Is it like I didn't understand it? Like maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think I was. Why didn't he have any cards? I know when you're buying, you want to leave it open so you can put the stuff you buy in there, but his was mostly blank. It was like he wasn't a dealer. He was, I don't know, had buying signs.
They paid for the showcases, so I was
obviously,
like, I guess if you want empty showcases, it was very Eric. So just to be clear, when we're saying empty showcase, I mean literally, it is a showcase with nothing in it.
Nothing.
It was all John Cena cards. We can't see them.
15 showcases at least, right?
Yes, more.
And I think 4 might have had cards. The rest of them were just empty cards.
For the majority of the show, these showcases were empty for reasons completely unexpected. And you literally have this long group of tables. Eric, all that was inside of those showcases is all the compassion I have in my soul.
And how many booths?
That's all that was in the showcases.
Oh, nothing there.
What do you have?
That's what I'm saying. Nothing.
I think you had 8 booths running, right?
Yeah, it was a gigantic booth. It was a mega booth. It was ridiculous.
So unless there's a special marketing plan that we don't understand,
show empty cases and hope that something appears. I don't know.
And now they're full on Sunday. Like
on Sunday they were cards in those showcases. But why there was nothing there on Thursday. There was nothing there on Friday. There was nothing there on Saturday.
There was people lined up though at empty cases. I don't understand it. Anyways, I guess they were buying. And
Well, I would, yeah. If you're selling stuff, I get that part. But that's one segment of the table. What about the rest of this real estate that's
and
not serving any purpose?
there's 4 other dealers that are major dealers there with a lot of booth space who do have
Yeah.
cards and have big buying signs. So I didn't get it anyways. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a different tactic. I have no idea.
Maybe he was
They're
trying to
from the
indicate, it's like,
US.
y'all don't understand. I really need to buy because look at the empty showcases that I need to fill.
Yeah. Okay.
Sell me cards.
Please. Yes, let's fill this thing up.
Maybe.
It was very unusual to say the least. And that Carlos got a great deal is another very
I should
unusual.
legitimately have you know what, Eric, in retrospect, I should have taken a picture of the row of empty showcases to be like, this is
Damn,
the
I
middle
never
of Friday.
did.
Look
Yeah.
at it. And look
Well,
at all the
I
people
thought he
there
was
everywhere
waiting to put
around,
stuff
and look
out,
at this
but
empty
he never
showcases
did.
for no reason.
Did another dealer come and empty them out?
No. I was waiting for him to fill it up, and I just kept walking by going, why are they empty?
Yeah,
Why are
on
they
VIP
empty?
night, there wasn't like a crazy mega deal where suddenly emptied out an entire. And also, even if you did that, then do something with the real estate. Find something to do with it. You know, put signs in the rest of them and go, "Hey, we're still buying." You know,
It didn't
come to
have
the
any of
section
those
order.
either.
Yeah,
That's right.
give us arrows, like Eric.
Nothing. No.
You know,
It was
drawings, anything like something.
Maybe
Put together something in crayon. I don't care.
because
Give me
it was
something.
perplexing. Maybe people went there more. You
I
know,
was fascinated by it.
why?
I checked a few times throughout the show.
Yeah,
I was morbidly curious. I was like,
It's reverse
whatever tactic this
psychology or
is, I don't
something?
get it.
I don't know.
But like I said, Eric, I will say though, I ended up buying cards from them.
Okay.
True enough.
So in the end, whatever.
And
And
how
like I said, I
often
was
have
happy
you
with
bought
whatever.
cards from them?
What's that?
How often have you bought cards from them, though?
I've literally never bought a single card from them
Zero.
until the show. This is
And
the first time I've
so
ever
that
bought.
empty case thing did work.
It was
Yep.
magic. So it would seem. So it would seem.
It's a revelation. I have no idea.
Yep. So Carlos just complaining randomly. I'll leave him to that.
Yeah.
Wes doesn't seem as disturbed by it. There you go. I don't mind some non sequiturs, but that one is like you're on your own. I don't know what to tell you.
I
Gotta
found
come in. Yep.
I did find some extremely high priced items on some tables. You know, 51 Parker's wrapper. Guy says, I said, how much you got on that? And he goes, 5,000. I go, $5,000. Okay. You know, Wayne ended up buying one for $850 that was actually graded by PSA as a 5, which actually was a beautiful card, a beautiful box wrapper. And then you have 5,000 for a lesser, lesser steed of when we're talking condition here. And I just went, what are you doing? Why would you offer $5,000? Where do you negotiate at a point that maybe, let's say, a really nice wrapper from that era would probably be $2,000? How do you negotiate down from $5,000?
No, that's just stupid.
You can't.
No.
So, and then he had all these
Yeah,
European
but
better
not
glasses, like a full set in the background. By Sunday, they were all still there. And I'm just saying, where's the commerce here? And I think people are sitting on, hey, listen, I got this. I don't often get it. I'm going to sit on it for a while. Okay, that's fine. Fair enough. But I didn't see him sell really much of anything. He had a lot of other junk and stuff. And I'm just going, why do you set up? I set up, honestly, it's commerce. Boom, get it out there, decent price, lots of sales, let things go, and keep things rolling. You got to keep things rolling. These guys like sit on stuff. It's like they've never had it before. And it's like, I'm going to keep it forever. Like they want top dog dollar. While where most of the European better glasses are in this time era right now, it's in the down part of the bell curve. So I'm just sitting here going, hey, listen, they're not that popular right now. And, it takes time and we'll go back up, but I'm just saying. And then he just sits there and takes them home. Like, I don't know. Didn't make any sense. But a lot of people did well. I don't know about those guys, but most people said they had a pretty good show. Some said the best ever.
I did see a couple people that I literally saw their booth on Thursday and then I saw their booth by Saturday and they had been cleaned out. So they obviously they had pricing that was agreeable to somebody and they came by and bought. So
there's a guy from Newfoundland. He's right out by the back side door that you went out. I seen people with like 15, 20 cards doing deals. Like, oh yeah, I'm buying. All the dealers were coming in buying off of this guy, and he kept pulling stuff up. He had stuff all weekend. I went, holy shit! He must have did great. He did great.
And if you're selling stuff like that, I don't think you have anything to complain about.
No,
Real
and
quick,
he was fair. And if dealers are buying off you, then they're pretty fair at that point.
that I would agree with.
And he did a lot of business. Honestly, he did really, really. He must have done well. If he's selling at a profit, I guess he's done well. But it was surprising seeing so many dealers lined up with cards there. You had Josh from Hit 'em High. I had seen all these other dealers. I went, geez, why has everybody got 30, 40 cards on the table? And these guys are making deals. Like wow, it was amazing. So I see people, and that's commerce, right? That's the way you do things. You get it in. You don't have to hold strong on the comp. You can just go, hey, listen, I only got this much in the card. I need this. Okay, throw that in. It's great, and that's what keeps things flowing. I think it's really good. And there's a lot of guys there for the flip too. They see a card that's $50 and they say, would you take 25? And the guy goes, yeah, I've had it long enough. And, then they make the $25 on the flip on another card, and they're just trying to make money that way. And there's a lot of that stuff going on. I do see that, rather than shoveling driveways or, cutting grass, they'd rather flip some cards. And I think people are doing that little marginal shift where they're just trying to make $20 on this card, $20 on this card, so they go in with a $20 card and they end up with a $100 card at the end of the day. And they say, hey, listen, there we go. Put it on eBay, $100. Boom. I made my money for the day. So I don't know. In a small sense.
So Eric, two things. I wanted to touch on this since Name's comment here. Obviously you saw
Name's here.
But I want to make a point about this. There's something very good about this comment. So Name says Expo was awesome. So glad I went and Eric wasn't there. You know who else was glad that Eric wasn't there?
I remember.
The 4 Points Sheridan Toronto Airport Hotel. Do you know why?
Yes.
The 4 Points is actually right beside Element, which is where I ended up staying. But do you know why, Eric? They were glad you weren't there? Because they explicitly went out of their way. They could have had a convention of mayonnaise, at which point you would have run across the border. You would have leapt across the border. But they specifically went and put together, they had a show that was take place at the 4 Points that was specifically designed to keep you away and keep you at bay. And for all of you, this is the reason Eric didn't actually come. The reason Eric did not come up is none of the excuses, none of the bullshit he's trying to sell you. The reason he did not come up is because at the 4 Points Hotel, they had a show that is the opposite of everything that Eric believes in. At the 4 Points Hotel on April 26, 2025, they had the Toronto Knife Show. They said,
missed it.
They said, man, we're going to have a show that specifically, because Eric is anti-knife, as you all know. Yeah. Eric hates knives. Can't stand them. Can't stand it. See, that's CGI. That's AI generated.
It is.
The real knives were at the Toronto Knife Show.
Yes.
Eric.
I didn't know they had a knife show. So let's
I didn't know either. I saw the sign, but I thought I would make reference to it because literally on the 26th, no joke, downstairs, the Toronto Knife Show.
You should have
on the 26th.
Just take some pictures.
I literally walked by this sign. It was like 5 feet away from where they had the beer tasting. They had the beer tasting right here and the Toronto Knife Show over here.
And you would have doubled down, Eric. Anyways,
yeah, I would have come home even poor. Yeah, that was
so. The Four Seasons is actually Elements, which is one and the same.
Yeah. So what happens is, they basically have like the two. They got a thing downstairs on the one side, and then they got the Hotel Element on the other side.
Yeah.
And they got two different sets of elevators though, because there was the 4 Point, and then there's a little further is the Element.
I know so it is separated. So
it's like two towers. Yeah, it's like two towers. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's two towers there, but
it's a bit complicated the way they did it. But in the end, whatever. So they were able to have this
meet in the middle and eat at the bar and whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So is one more expensive than the other?
I don't know. The Element was perfectly fair for me. For what I got, I was very happy. Like I was like with the kitchenette, very comfortable, very clean, very good.
You didn't bring me food.
We've talked about this. If I ever wind up in it, now I know. Listen, if we go in the fall, then Eric has already committed. Michelle will bring me bagels.
Muffins,
some of the finest
peanut butter.
New England area. I need some bagels, Eric.
Yes. She got up every morning and made me peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and made me breakfast. She's awesome.
That's
good evening, Jeff.
Breakfast is peanut butter and jelly.
No,
Eric, I thought you would appreciate that of all things, the Toronto Knife Show.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Of all the things in the world, Eric, on the same weekend, literally right there, the Toronto Knife Show.
I would have been like, which one do I go to today?
Yeah. The thing is, Eric, you wouldn't even have to leave the hotel. You literally just walk across the hallway down a set of stairs.
Damn.
Toronto Knife Show.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, I didn't come actually to the one thing about staying there is you get a half an hour pass. So if you go in to eat, then you have to
Yes.
negotiate
Yes.
that half an hour. Is it, do I get that free and then pay the difference between the two? And you got a card, and then you have to talk to the people at the front desk. And it's just like, if you eat in the bar, it should be just free, right? If you come.
So I have
it
a little
isn't like
description here. I've got to read this. I think you'll enjoy this. So hold on. So this is the description. This is the TorontoKnifeShow.ca. So this is on the websites for this. It said the event brings together knife enthusiasts, craftsmen, and collectors who share a passion for knives and related crafts.
Oh,
At this one-day event, you'll meet custom knife
one
makers
day.
specialized. It was one day. It was the 26th specifically. You will meet custom knife makers specializing in fixed and folding knives, artisans, creating both artistic and functional knives, forgers and smiths demonstrating traditional and modern techniques,
Forgers. Oh my God.
creators
you
of
missed
fine, custom, and one-of-a-kind blades.
it. Man.
Oh my God. Eric should have seen the Reggie knife.
Can you imagine
It was
the
a sight
paper
to
they
behold.
went through at that place? Just like sitting there going, hey, this is forged. Like, yeah.
I could have just brought in tons of paper and just gone,
I know.
oh, that's nice.
Eric,
Oh,
you
that's
would have
nice.
been amongst your people.
There was 40 people doing that at one time at that
But
show.
they literally did it as ASMR in the meeting conference room.
No doubt.
So collectors of antique, folding, rare, and unique
Yeah.
knives, crafters of knife-related accessories like leather goods and
Ooh,
fur items,
like pouches and leather. Yeah.
And then I
Wow.
would have bought like a samurai sword, and then I went and I would have.
Okay, you went too far. That's
Yeah,
not
it's-
knives.
let it
That's
go.
that's
So last thing I want to read
swords.
here. Last thing I want to read here, though, is while this year's show is a one-day event, plans are already in place to expand future Toronto knife shows into 2 or 3 day gatherings.
Wow.
Maybe
So maybe next time at the Element in the fall.
maybe in November.
Toronto Knife
the
Show.
Timing would be crazy.
By the way, that's real. I'm not making any of that up. That's
no,
real.
I understand. Yeah,
That's real.
I didn't
I
know about
just
that.
wish that I was there. Like I said, I would have bought a giant samurai sword, and then I would have went to go show my very, very good friend Name what I had purchased.
That would be
With your luck,
interesting.
Eric, you would have tried to show him on a bicycle and wound up impaling yourself with your samurai sword.
Possibly. What I expected to hear that maybe at Montana's when we went there for that wonderful meal, but I guess Amit had such a issue with his was it vegan burger? It wasn't vegan. It was such a good burger, actually. I'm very surprised.
So Bobby, I'm glad you
Yes.
brought this up. Eric, the piece of paper has been invoked. I didn't even have to do it. The piece of paper has been invoked. Eric, what does the piece of paper say? Talk about Montana's for Friday.
Yes, of course.
So Bobby, so here's the thing. So before we get into a meat and his burger, because that's a valid point. It's a valid story. We need to talk about this. So obviously there were multiple changes, there were ideas. I think there was a reservation you had at one point, but it was at the wrong time, 7:30, which was
Well,
later.
they want to do it at 7:30. The show ends at 6, so I
that's
gotta
right, exactly.
sit around and wait till 7:30.
Which was silly.
I
Which
live
was
in
silly.
Scarborough.
Totally.
It's a half an hour away, so by the time I'm home, it's like 11, 12, and I gotta come back early.
So
I said,
what was
"Forget
funny was, and this is what I'll explain, is that we were going to try to figure out the whole dinner situation. In the end, we didn't have any specific set plan. We were going to figure it out, whatever. I went with Steve and those guys, and I basically said, all right, what do you guys want to do? No, simple question, a question that gets asked all the time. What do you guys want to do? Because we got some options, but what would you like? And in the end, Steve and the guys were like, yeah. It's like, yeah, we can just do Montana's. And I was like, okay. Because like I said, for most of us, it was fine. But it was funny because then I mentioned to Bobby. But here's the thing. At first, there was no real response to it. And then he called me back and the realization had kicked in. He goes, wait, that Montana's? And I was like, yep.
The bad experience.
The delayed reaction was
from
what
the
sold
last
it,
time?
Eric. It was that at first it didn't register and then it registers like, oh. And then we were all bracing for the Yelp review. We were all literally sitting there on bated breath going, this is it. The moment is coming. It's going to happen.
So Montana's is mainly a rib kind of place, and what have you.
That's
So,
what they
when in Rome, you sort of have to, I said, okay, I'm going to go with the ribs. I'm going to play it safe, and then I got a rib wing combo for $39.95, whatever, and it came with beans that tasted like it was dipped in beer. I don't know what it was. It was just kind of weird. And then it had cornbread, which was just like sweet cake. It was sort of like
see, Eric, why the paper exists.
Yes, exactly.
Please continue, Bobby. Please continue.
So I did have the ribs. The ribs showed up. I was last served. and the ribs showed up, and they were tepid. They were very it's like they were sitting on the side of the grill for about half an hour, just waiting to be served on somebody without any heat on it, just kind of sitting over there. And then I got the wings, which were actually cooler than the ribs. Now the wings were almost cold, so I was eating and I got no sauce or anything like that. So I have no sauce or anything. So I got fries. The fries actually were excellent. I have to say, if you're going to have something that tasted like anything, I guess the fries were probably the best. But the ribs were lukewarm. I took half of them home and I was going to give them to my wife, and she says, that's fine, just eat them. And I said, okay. So I actually put some of my barbecue sauce and put them in the microwave, and actually they weren't bad. And then I put them in the air fryer and I crisped them up a little bit, and they were not bad. But just, and then we had, what was her name? What was her name, Carlos? It was so classic.
It was Bessie. It was Bessie.
Yes, it was Bessie.
The server's name was Bessie.
Bertha, Bessie. It was something along that line.
Again,
and she
not
was
making this up.
Mouth,
to be clear, not making any of this up.
She was short, pudgy, kind of, blonde-haired girl, in her later ages, and she was hardcore. And but for dessert, I ordered a double chocolate chip cookie with ice cream in a skillet, and I said, "Can't be all bad." So actually, that was the best part of my meal. And she goes, because your stuff wasn't, hot, I gave you an extra scoop of ice cream. I said, You're lovely, Bessie. Thank you very much.
Like, imagine if Bobby had ordered the ice cream cake that would put it over the top.
What's that?
I said, if you just gone for the ice cream cake, Bobby, the ice cream cake would have fixed that.
Well, actually, all the desserts were half decent. I have to
get the desserts were fine. I enjoyed my desserts,
but the food for $40, actually, my bill with tax and tip was $80, and I sat there and I went, "Oh my God, I should have just went home." $80. I questioned buying something for $80 at the show, and I went and paid $80 for that. Any which way, we had a fun time because a meat, actually, without meat, he's a vegetarian. He actually ordered a rice bowl with a vegan patty on it. So I said, "Oh, okay, fine." So he tasted it and he said, "This is too good." He goes, "It has to be meat." So I tried some of it and I went, damn, I think that's beef. I'm not sure, but that tastes like beef. And she came out and she said, 100% positive that's a vegan patty. And I went, wow. The worst part is I took a nice big chunk from him and I was kind of eating it going, this is damn good. So the vegan, if you want to go to Montana's, go vegan. You'll never go back with having any other order.
See, Eric, I bet you didn't expect that M. Night Shyamalan twist at the end.
It was very much so.
At the steakhouse, go vegan.
Yes.
So
a director's twist.
On my side, I had chicken fingers and fries. They were fine.
It's chicken fingers. The fries were actually good.
That's all Eric, that's all I was shooting for. I just need you to give me something. It's like, listen, just make sure make sure the fries are crispy and we're good to go.
They actually were, and they were actually hot. And I expected you to get a burger. I miscalled everybody that night.
Yep. I just decided to go. Like, give me some chicken
what
fingers.
What did Steve get again?
I think he did get a. Yeah, I think he did go. Yeah, steak? I think he went with some kind of a steak, I believe.
Rare, like almost.
Yeah. We basically was. Steve borderline wants the cow to run away so he can try to chase it down.
He's a mortician. Do you expect anything less?
No, it completely makes sense to me. But I'm just saying that's basically
in the grand
it's kind of what we expect.
Weirdness, yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah. And all things considered, though, he was pretty happy with it. We were like, it's not a joke. For all of us, Eric, we're literally just anticipating a Bobby's Yelp review. That's all we were. Our dining entertainment was waiting for Bobby to critique the dish.
If it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. And it was very milk toast. Dessert was phenomenal, but how can you screw up a double chocolate chip cookie, with ice cream?
I'm happy to hear that a meat went. That's awesome. Did Kent go, or did he chicken out?
No, just the meat. So real quick, I'll acknowledge a few folks. Brendan, good evening.
He goes home. He's such a pain in the ass. I hope he's watching. You're a pain in the ass.
I know. I know.
And also,
But it was
I want to
fun.
make sure I
It was fun.
acknowledge
We had some good conversations and stuff like that.
we did.
So it was,
We did.
you know, it wasn't bad.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
except for the shaky seat. Like there was a bench seat that was just like.
Oh, that
back
was
and
the other
forth.
thing. Yeah, Bobby was like
It's just
testing the structural integrity of the bench seat.
Oh yes.
That was a good thing. That was a good
More
piece.
nails fix it all, but no. You know, I'm just hey, listen. I'm trying to live the low life, but I'm trying to enjoy the high life. Just saying.
So I also wanted to acknowledge.
It's always funny when you go to Mountain. Actually, you know, I thought you meant Lone Star in my head when you guys said it on the phone.
I know that's. I assume that's what was going on.
Montana's Lone Star. Lone Star.
Eric, I was expecting a reaction when I initially said it, but then there was a delayed reaction, and I did get the reaction, but it took.
You got the call back actually.
Yeah, you got a call back. He was like, "Wait, that Montana?
Is that the same? What?"
It was great. It was great, Eric. And then after that, the anticipation for the dinner show only grew in anticipation.
Yeah, it was fun.
Let's just say on the ride over, we were all having a good chuckle at that and just trying to like, let's see how this goes.
What's going to happen with Bobby? Because he's so particular, I guess.
Yes.
And I am, because that's $80 worth of food.
I
get it. If you look at that,
I get it.
It's a lot of money. You know, I could have got I could have bought the best Wagyu beef steak for $80 and made it at home, or I could go there and get Bessie to you know, give me an extra scoop of ice cream to make up for all the differences. Or
obviously I feel like that alone was worth like another star on the Yelp review.
Bessie was good, but she was
I'm cheap, and when I go out to dinner, I gasp at some of the prices, you know. Michelle and I went to a nice place tonight, and it was $61 for the two of us. So I thought that was
relative. Oh shit!
Fair. You know, I mean, relative.
Did you get a hot dog with pepper?
I didn't like the fact that a pint of Guinness is now like $10. You know, it's like, come on, it's a freaking beer, for Christ's sakes. $10 for a beer. I mean, I'm not at Fenway Park. You know, I'm at a freaking restaurant. It's on tap. $10 for a Guinness. Give me a break.
On tap? Well, it's Guinness.
No, very important thing. Very important thing here. Did they pour the Guinness correctly?
I didn't watch him pour it, but it seemed okay.
It's important. Like, there's a way to pour Guinness properly. Like if you're going to do it traditional fashion, there's a way.
A second after I order it, I know they didn't do it right. If it takes a while to get to the table, they probably did it right, and it took a while. So everything's all right.
So what I was going to say here is that Baz here had the comment. He goes, "The Element sounds like a swingers club." So that's important because now we know how Baz spent the majority of the 70s, the 80s, and last Thursday.
Yeah.
Just throw it out there. He seems oddly specific with this. Are you sure? Did you have a beer too, Baz? Are you sure? Was it the Element? Were you there last Thursday? I'm asking for Eric.
Don't let him have your keys.
Look, all I'm saying is that Eric might spend a little bit of time at the Element watching some Emmanuel in Space.
No.
What happens after that? We cannot be held responsible. One beer in, goodbye. Just saying. My good here. Good evening. Just tuning in. What was everybody's favorite Expo pickup at Expo? And Eric, did you get anything recently?
Yes, I did.
Pick up at Expo. I'll take a moment to think about it. While I'm doing that, Eric, do you want to show anything that you pick up recently? And I'll think about the Expo pickup.
I have two things sitting in front of me. One, I'm taking it as a slight. I'm taking it as an attack on me and my character and who I am.
Deserved. Hashtag deserved.
That son of a bitch, Dan. You know, he thinks he's funny. And he went and purchased this and sent this to me.
And what's the name of the player, Eric?
Georges Bougie. Valleyfield.
Bonus points also, everybody, if you realize that was the important thing is that bonus points if you realize that this card is also the card that we showed that was in Strongsville that Dan had actually taken a picture of, and we had discussed this. And then Dan showed it off, and it is now wound up in the possession of the bougie one himself.
So I now have this 51-52 not Laval Dairy, Georges Bouget card that I have to now stare at and know that it was sent to me with great insult. So, I said right from the beginning, I didn't like that Dan guy. And now, he's given me more and more reason to not like him. So I know he's out to dinner and he's not watching right now, but, I'm not impressed with the man. That's all I got to say.
Truly scandalous.
And I picked this up. I'm very excited about this. I have a small Jerry Cheevers collection, and I saw this on the eBays last week and jumped all over it, mostly because it was really cheap. And like I said, I am cheap, but check this out. This is all game used. Absolutely gorgeous. 3-colored jersey, game used. Got the auto at the bottom. This is back when Be a Player just did everything right. They were just awesome. I love the the autograph and the in the frame. I forget exactly what would you call that, Carlos? What do you think when they kind of countersink those?
Okay, so that is basically what they did. I'll explain what they did, and also I think I can give you. So it's kind of an inset autograph. It really is it's basically they're treating it like a cut auto, but usually it's a sticker. But what they do is they put the sticker on the inside of the card, so it's actually receded into the card.
Yeah. But so the auto is fantastic. I like the way it looks at the frame. I mean, and that jersey is just sick. I mean, all three colors, they're equal size.
Yep. And a game used piece, which is important.
Yeah, it's all game used. It's a great picture of his mask. I mean, I am so excited to get this. And when I tell you this was like $40. $40. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I jumped all over this so fast. It was a buy it now for $40. I couldn't believe it. They talk about price to sell. So, Hall of Famer, 2-time Stanley Cup winner, huge piece of game used jersey, 3 colors, auto. I mean, the whole thing. It's just awesome. So, for $40, I just could. I was like, that's got to be the deal of the week. That's incredible.
There you go. Makes sense.
I mean, if that was at the Toronto Expo, I mean, that's what, $100 to start.
For the Cheevers, that is is it the gold one, or is it just kind of the silver one on the outside?
I think it's whatever.
So on the back, does it say gold or silver?
Doesn't say either. It doesn't say gold. Not that am I missing this? I don't see any gold.
Yeah, show me the front again. Okay, sometimes they put gold edition in there. I think it might actually be the gold. So that where you're looking, you see where it says jersey and auto and all that, the surrounding area to it. You always double check because sometimes they have that section in multiple colors. So they may have a kind of a regular version and then a gold version. And Be a Player in those days didn't number things. So if it's a gold version, it's actually the out of 10, which actually makes it a little better. It's a little bit of a nicer version. They look the same, but you're getting a nice jersey piece to go along with it. Regardless, it's under 100 cards. Be a Player always kept the memorabilia under 100 cards. I don't know if it would cost necessarily $100. I think you could talk somebody down. But regardless, I think with the jersey piece being multicolor and all that, I think some of the dealers, and also most importantly, the autograph is actually reasonably aligned, which is good that they actually did it, because sometimes it gets a little cut off if they don't align it right. So if they align it right, it looks a little better. Josh here says upside down screw downs. I have to hit the like button now. Facts. Who doesn't love game used in auto? Truth. Price alone, let it go. Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Piccolina here says I eat for a week for $80. There you go. Got to be living the high life, man. Got to be living the high life. Can even Stu. I have a 52 version of Val. July Becker. Actually, name is Julio Bequer. There you go. So we got that. Very nice. Thank you. So kind of to answer the question, I didn't have the card with me. I've already kind of started filing it away, but I did show it off on the live, but I'll pull up like a screen grab here of one of the pickup video just so you can see. So this one was kind of a fun pickup. There were a couple of good ones that I liked. This one's the genuine
This is
letters.
so weird. It's cool.
Yeah. So this one is part of the nameplate. Each one of the individual letters is effectively a 1-of-1. You got one complete nameplate if you were to get all the pieces of it. It is a nice big game use piece, which is great. I wasn't a big fan of how we wound up at the price we got into. If you paid attention to that explanation, I gave it. I'm not going to rehash it. The point, though, is in the end, I did get the card. I do have it, and it's a nice one to add. I do like having, if you're going to get a nice big patch piece for game use like that, it's nice to have. It's a cool piece. So in the end, I was satisfied with where we wound up on it. But like I said, we shouldn't be playing so many silly games to do it, but it is what it is.
It's like a weird looking card when you look at it, but when you know what it's about, it gives it more pizzazz.
Yeah, and the other thing is that you need the space because for the nameplate to be,
you
don't have a lot of room for many design elements if you're going to put the card in
or anything like that. It wouldn't work.
Yeah,
but
you just don't have enough room.
You look at it, it's very linear, right? And then you kind of attribute it to, oh, it's a nameplate. Oh, okay, now it makes sense. Got it.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Good. So that worked out pretty well.
Yep.
Let me just
I got show and
here.
tells.
Yeah, sure.
I got one show and tell. One show and tell.
Yeah.
I like show.
I'll answer.
Yeah. I got more, but I'll just show one piece today.
Yeah. Well, I'll answer Paul's question, and then we'll go to that. So Paul was saying how much for the banana letter. So it was $280 Canadian, which right now hovers around $200 US, give or take.
Fair enough.
Which is fine. I was satisfied at that price point. All right. So you got a little show and tell there, Bobby?
Uh-huh.
All right. So
yeah, sure. This is something I picked up, which is actually, just let me take it out of the bubble wrap and the safety of its, clandestine storage units. Here we go. So what we have here is, and I've determined them. There is one that is a Montreal Canadian in the colors of Montreal Canadiens. Now this is a salt and pepper shaker. So that is the pepper. Oh, that's the
now for the record, is the pepper part of the reason he looks like he hasn't slept in years?
Well, like Shard, so he always had a hard time with the game, anyways. And then we have the Toronto Maple Leafs, and we have a goalie.
Very nice. Now, what year are these from?
So these are early 60s. These are the same time as bobbleheads. You have on the bottom, you have made in Japan. And they're hand painted. Where most salt and pepper shakers, they're like over glazed, but these are just hand painted and to stay as is. So they're actually quite sizable for a shaker. If you can see my hand there, right? The shake. They do have that nice size. They're almost a little bit smaller than a mini bobblehead or something like that. So it's right in that bobblehead era time period. And these two little buggers are part of a set. On the back, it does say 2A and 2B. So I started looking in and trying to find these things because they're exclusively Canadian. They were sold at gift shops in Canada. So there is Native Indians. There's actually football, which would be related to CFL. And some of the footballs have the like a number on the back, 00. But if you look at the CFL bobbleheads, they have the same exact 00 on the back. So they're very much, I would say, 1962. Somewhere right around that time period. And I've seen about 4 sets of these. They sell for about generally $600, $300 each. And they're just cool looking. They just have that look about them. And then you got a Johnny Bauer kind of look-alike almost, and like a Maurice Richard kind of look-alike almost.
He's got 2 black eyes.
Well, it's how they did the shading under the eyes. So if you get really close, it's not so bad. Fuck you, Eric. No.
That seems legit.
And but they are cool. They're the kind of thing that you look at and you say, like for collectors who collect this kind of stuff, they go, "Oh, I want those. I just got to have those." And that is the one thing when you don't see much like that. So I actually did buy a bunch of the other ones. They're pretty cool. Like the football, if Canadian, we would allocate as CFL. So we have referees, and we also have 2 CFL kind of football players, kind of with the same metal thing going across as the bobbleheads do. So they are right in line with that. And these are quite desirable to a lot of people. So any which way, that is the nicest thing I think I picked up in a long time. I've had a set and a single over the last 25 years. That's about it. So they're very hard to find and quite interesting. They're cool looking and stuff like that. They look good on a shelf. If you have a room, where you like to put up things on display, which I really am into, they really accent it. Like, what is that? Oh, those are salt and pepper shakers. Cool. Because one has 4 holes, the other has 2. 4 is salt, 2 is pepper.
Yeah, the holes are on top of the head, right? I think I saw
they
that
are.
on
They
there.
are. Yeah, I did show.
Yeah, so just I wanted to make sure I touched that since Spiegel mentioned it's like,
but they're all uniquely
if they came out of the eyeballs, that'd be funny. But no, it comes off the. It comes out of the top.
Funny, just like
that's what I mean. Like that would make a lot more sense.
Fuck you, Eric. Fuck no, sorry.
It'd be a lot of just head banging, during a metal song.
Yeah, metal help you drive you mad. Anyways,
amazing.
So
I got a couple questions here, so I'll quickly go through them. So Mike here says, Eric, did Amanda find out the ashtrays? No, but someone else did.
Amanda did not, but Bobby did. Bobby came through because Bobby's Bobby, and he always comes through. And
which one? One of the ashtrays?
He found Toronto Maple Leafs.
See, like it's working thematically. Like it's working thematically.
Actually, he's worked about 5 times today.
The Toronto Maple Leaf ashtray.
Tonight was the right time. Tonight was the right time.
And I'm hoping to be in possession of that by the end of the month when Frenchie drives down to pick up his motorcycle parts.
Yes. And, there is only one California Seals known, which leads me to believe that there might be other singles that we don't know of. When stuff comes out like this, you have a lot of things that are team related. Some teams will participate and some will not. So they won't do, certain teams, and other teams said, yeah, sure. Like send us 50. I did hear a rumor about those trays that they were in the in Maple Leaf Gardens at what's the store name in there again from the 60s? Doug Laurie's Sports. My friend said he remembers going in. He's seen the Washington Capitals. He's seen this. He's seen that in 1975. And I went, damn, they got to be out there because this guy was pretty good. He's pretty much on his game, right? I said, man. So if they only did, so many Californias or so many whatever, they sold them as sets or something like that. There might be more out there, but it's most of the major ones were sold at the arenas and souvenir booths. Detroit Red Wings, Chicago Blackhawks, New York Rangers, what have you. So Toronto Maple Leafs, obviously. But who knows if there's more? We'll see. And I always get surprised. The hobby always will surprise you with something that you think that you knew and you just never knew existed. And nothing came up at this weekend that I didn't know of, which I really like to find. That's the main purpose of me going to the expo. But, still fun regardless. Montana's was truly an enjoyable event.
It was unbelievable. Like, Bobby, I will say, like, that we were all we were thrilled about it. We were even talking about it the next day, and a lot of laughing was happening. A lot of cackling.
I think so. Yeah. I don't know. Was I around the next day when you were cackling? I'm not sure.
No, probably not. You did enough. Bob.
You cackled.
You did it. You did it. You did everything that we needed, everything that we'd hoped for and more.
Well, I was hoping I wouldn't have to. I thought I'd be a great happy meal, and I didn't get the happy meal. I got the
the important thing that Bobby, you will admit that at the least, we did get service quicker. We did get to it.
Well,
it was a lot quicker. It was the first time it was really slow.
Okay, the first time was yes.
Yeah, it was.
This time was not so close, but yes, definitely a little quicker. But it wasn't super fast. But it was very busy at that time.
Yeah, I'll read a couple
Bessie
comments.
Was serving 3 or 4 tables of 6 or 8 people. So yeah.
Well, Bobby, they read your glowing Yelp review from the first time. They were like, we got to go visit. People come from miles around to see, like, is that the Montanas?
I should have got the vegan burger. Really? At that point.
Josh here says, seems odd. I would expect the Montreal goalie to go with the player to make the set. Mike here says, Bobby, will the salt pepper shakers go in your collection or on eBay? I think neither in this case. I think
No,
that's going to move at some
actually,
point.
no. I actually bought the. There is a Native Indian set that I bought.
Okay.
It says Fraser, no, Campbell River, so which is in BC.
Okay.
So we know they're Canadian specific because we've seen that. The hockey usually generally have this sticker on it that says Ottawa, Canada. And we've seen another one that they're Eskimos and they have Canada written on them. So they're obviously souvenirs from Canadian, and they're most likely themed that way. So we have 2 football referees, regular football, we have hockey, we have the Native Indians, and we also have the Eskimos. So that's, and I think the Eskimos is number 12. So I think there's another, obviously, 11 left that we have to find minus the 4 that we
but is the
found.
intention, so kind of the question though, Bobby, is the intention to hang on to it then and try to
Oh
put
yes,
this
of
group
course,
together?
I'm going to build
Yeah.
a set, and
Okay, that
but
makes sense.
I've
Okay.
looked everywhere. I went deep diving to try to find these because they're very
Okay.
specific, being on a base. Most of salt and pepper shakers. It's funny. My grandmother collected salt and pepper shakers for like decades, and I always looked.
Right.
And she had this old TV. Remember those old TVs that were in a little stand and stuff like that? This was gutted out, and she used it.
You're talking about the TV tray, or are you talking about the actual
it was like a TV, like a whole
the cabinet?
TV was in this
The cabinet?
like console, yeah, sort of like that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it had glass doors and stuff like that. But she actually converted, the TV was gone, and she converted that to her salt and pepper shaker collection. So it's really kind of funny. I'm going full circle on this, that I'm really enjoying these, and I kind of like getting the other ones. They were really fun and interesting to get. So I like to build sets and to get things that are not known out there. They're all on pedestals, which most, I would say 95% of the others are not on pedestals. They're not. They're actually just usually formed right to the bottom, and then they have a cork stopper. These ones have plastic ones. These have stamped on made in Japan, which is very sort of unique in a sense. And they're hand painted and not over glazed, like a lot of them look over glazed, like they're super shiny and whatever. So they're very unique and Canadian, and I do like stuff like that. So because I do non-sports as well. So I would put this into sort of a done diagram where you can cross over between sports and non-sports and kind of blend a little bit of the two between the two as merchandise for sports and non-sports.
Okay, sounds fair. Mike here says, so with the Maple Leaf one, is that the end of the ashtray set, Eric?
No. There's one more. It's the
white whale.
It's the white whale, the Loch Ness monster, the Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, the Yeti.
The good Boston Bruins team. Yeah.
A good Boston Bruins team. That would be the California Golden Seals. And like Bobby said, he's only even been aware that there's one hiding someplace.
If they made one, they had to make more than one.
Right. But
so if they made one and we've only found one of that, as I was I'll continue on with the story, then maybe they did make the other teams and we haven't found them, and there was very low distribution at that point.
Yeah. I'd love to come across something someday, and continue the hunt, because that's the fun. But right now I have all the obtainable ones, thanks to Bobby finishing that. So now it's really trying to find a California Golden Seal, which is near impossible from what I understand. So,
and what happened back in those times, a lot of companies would go to teams and say, hey, listen, rather than going through the NHL licensing, getting every team and manufacturing them and then only selling certain ones and having a lot of leftovers and maybe have to return them, a lot of the I guess manufacturers would go directly to the team, say, hey, listen, I can get your licensing, I'll make you a bunch of these, and we'll just sell them to you and you can sell them at your booth. Maybe you'll sell a few here and there, but I mean, that's what happened. And some teams would participate and others wouldn't. And that happened a lot with a lot of different merchandise pieces that happened along the way. So they didn't have to pay the full merchandise, the licensing fee through the NHL. They just go through the team. And any team that participated would obviously give freely, say, hey, let's just use it. We don't care, because it's ours. We own it. And they did it exclusively per team. So we do have a lot of collectibles in that realm of exclusive distribution, and not everybody was included. So And that's where
So,
I think
man,
the Oakland Seals kind of fitting in there. It's very weird. Like just Oakland, like to go down to California and say, hey, listen, we're just going to do these trays. Do you want to? Yeah, I don't know.
One of the things I thought about, Bobby, is that maybe it's a sample, and that's why there's only one.
Nah, I don't think it's a sample because there's only, there's very few of some and a lot of others. I think there was sets done, and I think they tried to promote them that way, and it didn't work. So then they went exclusive. Just saying.
Yeah.
It's a process when you see different things and you kind of relate things to other things, and I think that's what happened there. Like I believe this guy Bob, who told me that he's seen the whole set for sale, and I said, well, at Doug Laurie's, but that's exclusively Canada and Maple Leaf Gardens. Like maybe they had this small run and whatever, and then the other people took. And because they are found in the States, but a lot of them are found in Canada too, as well. So it's very tough things to determine when you're, especially when I'm doing a write-up. It's like, how do I word this properly? It's very difficult.
How did you get the picture of the
logo
of the California Golden Seals ashtray?
How did I get it? Oh, I owned it, and I sold it on you long before I knew you.
Yeah. You did it on purpose, though.
Yes, of course, purposely. Yeah. Well, Mike Frank owns that right now, so if he ever sells his collection, you'll be the second person I call.
The second,
I meant, yes.
Eric, I've already offered him a Klondike bar, so it's like a
I know, and nothing beats a Klondike bar.
That's true. I can't.
It's over. It's over.
It's
like I've
chocolate.
outbid you, and you
Ice
didn't even get a
cream.
chance.
Like
I can't argue with that. Nothing beats a Klondike bar. That's true.
Yep.
Exactly.
So let me get caught up in the comments here. Hold on. Let me just get caught up in the comments here. So Amanda says, how did I miss Montana's? Because Amanda, you were carefully and diligently, and Eric, I think you'll agree with this, based on everything we learned. Amanda was diligently on the hunt to spend some time with some of the corporate folk so that she can get totally not rigged in any way boxes.
Totally not rigged.
Okay.
In any way,
Amanda,
shape, or form.
Why did I only see you once at the show? You were carrying a box around, and I had to say hi. I was holding the box, and then I never see her for the whole weekend. I seen everybody else 10 times, but I seen Amanda once. I think she slept in every day and came there at 4 o'clock and left at 5.
She doesn't get up early to come. I'll say that.
Well, she's on California time. It's 3 hours behind.
Well, look, at least Eric, I can vouch that that's the correct move. That's the pro move. Like, only peasants go there early. Like, come on, out of here.
I'm a peasant.
I'm a peasant.
Oh no, you're a super peasant.
You're
the peasantiest of peasants.
Yeah.
Soul Shaker looks like bread. Successfully avoided making any toy reference. Eric, look at it like this. It's a T206 set without the Wagner. And Dan is back. I just rewatched. Eric is mad at me for something I can't figure out. That's normal.
So
maybe it's the accent that I
is
can't understand.
Is your Wagner?
You know what you did. You know, Dan. You know, Dan. You know what you did.
What was that? I missed that one.
He gifted you a card.
He gave me a card. He gave me this bougie card.
Yep. Maybe think it was all paper chess set. I got up early when Carter drives me. Otherwise, no chance. There you go.
And then Oakland was found in Canada.
At
an antique show down in the lower part of downtown Toronto.
Eric, can you grab one of these ashtrays just a sample here for Stuke, just to help out? Because obviously you got your collection of them. It'll be easier just to get a sample.
These are 5x5 concave ashtrays. Actually, they were actually ashtrays. Go ahead. Yeah. Show a side view kind of so they can get the perspective. Okay.
And they say this is the important part. Okay. They got to say MB Italy on the back. MB Italy.
So that's Monte Brava Province, which is out of Italy. And that's where they made the trays and the company, I can't remember the name of the company now. They would screen on the outside. They would layer that on, yeah. So you have Gordie Howe. Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, these things are awesome. They're my pride and joy, my collection.
They're actually called Unbreakable. They're melamine.
Yeah.
And they're called Unbreakable.
I'm not going to test that theory, but
I did. Don't worry. They're pretty hard to break, but they do break. Yeah.
And they can chip, and to get them
the paint
in condition and not banged up. I mean, because when these came out, they were ashtrays. People were putting I mean, I go to shows all the time because the Bruins ones are the most common.
Yes.
And if there's cigarette stains in them or they're faded because they sat out on someone's coffee table and the sun destroyed them, and plus the cigarettes, and so to get them in pristine condition is not easy. Last November, I had found a Toronto Maple Leaf ashtray, and
it was beat up.
And it was beat up, and
I don't want it there. He still has it there, yeah.
And I don't want it. So
you got yours for a fraction of his cost.
And I waited, because that's part of the fun and the hunt. And I waited, and thanks
for
to Bobby
to find it for you. Yeah.
Waited for Bobby. I was lazy, and I just sat back and waited for Bobby. And he
didn't come to the expo. He just wants to, be his bitch.
That's right. My Bobby bitch.
Scandalous.
Bobby bitch.
My Bobby bitch.
That works.
Wow. I want all of you
there, I'll find it.
I want all of you long term. Hold on, Eric. I want to pause on this. I want to take a moment and really absorb it. I want you all to think about the character arc that we had at the very beginning. Eric was the bitch boy who was on his hands and knees, basically, we're not worthy, merely in the presence of the Burrell. And now we're all the way to Bobby bitch. Quite the arc we've undertaken. Like,
it is.
Eric, did we foresee, like, this is quite the direction?
I have become the lowly piss boy.
What happened here? What happened?
And
Eric, based on your story, you have to Bobby what I do to you. And that's terrible.
He's doing that lately. What is going on?
No,
I think he's going back in the wrong direction.
No, because unlike you, to me, I actually love, care about, and respect Bobby and appreciate
Eric, au contraire, I love, care, respect, making fun of you.
You do none of those things towards me.
I said I love, care, and respect, making fun of you. That's the part that I love making fun of you. I respect making fun of you, and I care about making fun of you.
Most people call that Munchausen by proxy, Eric.
Yeah, wow. I think you're right.
So, I love my abuser. What? Anyway.
Good old Stockholm, man. Good old Stockholm.
Stockholm syndrome. Yes, it's there.
Yeah.
It's in blazing colors.
There's a lot of Stockholm in this hobby. There's so much.
I think so. Yes.
There's so much. Yeah. There you go.
Well, that's half the fun of the hobby is we bust each other's balls at. And I do it, so that's half the show. That's half the fun of the show is busting people's balls. Especially the French.
Look,
the French are the best to bust balls with.
In reality, like, if we're being truthful here, and Eric, I think you'll agree with this.
I'm being truthful.
For all the cards that we can talk about the cards and all that, but we will get so much more mileage out of the Montana story.
Oh yes,
meat with the vegan burger. Bobby giving us a Yelp review. That will last more. That will last much longer after we've forgotten which specific cars were acquired at the show. These are facts.
The fact that
I get at the show
that never goes out with us, and spends all day at the show and then goes home. Never goes out.
I got a couple other trays. I got a Buffalo and a Montreal Canadian. So yeah, and they're very hard to find. Honestly, they truly are. If you see one in a show, that's great. If you see 2 or 3, that's awesome. But most of the time, you go 2 or 3 shows and you never see one, or even on eBay for that matter. And then all of a sudden they show up. Chicago Blackhawks is really kind of cool. It's harder to find. The New Yorks, they have both versions, home and away, and those are hard to find too. But timing is everything, because sometimes you'll see 4 or 5 in New York, and then you'll see 1 Chicago, or 1 Boston's always, because that was part of the set. They seem to come up more often, but they're very expensive, like $300 for the Boston. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, Montreal is really nice, and I hate Montreal, and I can't believe I picked them. I don't think. There we go. Look at the Chicago Blackhawks. Imagine if it was black with the other Chicago. Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. So there's the away. That's gorgeous. Now, the only other tray they did do for New York is they did the Knicks. They did 2 different designs, home and away as well. But no others have been.
Well, else was a player.
That was McEwen, a black guy who's a very popular player at the. He was for the. Pacers, I think.
I could have
St. Louis is tough. St. Louis is tough. We didn't. It took about 5 years to find the St. Louis. Buffalo, odd. They sold them like crazy. They're everywhere. But why do you have two?
Why do you end up with doubles of things? I don't know.
Okay.
You end up with doubles sometimes.
It seems like the Buffalo Sabres, they must have been sold at the odd, and they really did well with those. The early Buffalo Sabre items are quite collectible, and they were quite abundant too at that time.
I'm pretty sure though with the Knicks, there was a Knicks player too. I could have sworn there was a Knicks.
There's no, it's just the Indiana Pacers. That's McEwen. I forget his last name. A black guy with a Scottish name, which is kind of weird. But anyways, McEwen. What's his name? Something McEwen.
Well, Dan put up a comment there. Did you see it? Pacers would be McGinnis.
Oh, it's McGinnis. My mistake. Yes, thank you very much, Dan. Yeah. George McGinnis? Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
But if
if I look deep enough over here, I can probably find it. I have a couple of them.
Yep. Wes here says Buffalo fans are sad and smoke take the pain away. That's valid.
yeah.
They remind me of those. Do you remember getting your change from a variety store, and they'd have one of those like Players cigarettes or Export A, and they'd have this like concaved change things where they put your change in it and you can grab it easier, opposed to trying to scoop it off the table. Anyways, that was more of the 70s. Sorry, my mistake. Yeah,
I was gonna say probably a little.
Yeah, bit and they were I think they were ceramic opposed to these being unbreakable melamine plastic. So yeah. Anyways, they're kind of cool. They made some for the expo. They made a few here and there, but they really didn't do well. It seems like there's not a lot out there for those kind of things. So I don't think the company did very well. I did forget the name, so I can look them up. Actually, I'm going to look up. Okay, 1 second.
Only if there was an app for that.
Yeah, it's the app. Yeah, that's where we're going.
It's true. If only such things existed.
That's why I know.
But then of course you have all the Bruin. I'm not going to take them all down, but that's what's up on the wall.
Oh, the Bruins was the mainstay. They actually did the whole team and the logo, and they were distributed from 71-2 to 73-4. Bobby Orr was kind of a triple print. So, okay, plaques.
And up on the wall, where I have, so every player has a plate, and I have an autographed puck in front of them. So that's what's up on the wall. So you got 2 shelves filled with the Bruins ashtrays, and in front of each ashtray of the 72 team, is an autographed puck from that player.
So here's the write-up on them. It's first offered in 71 through NHL team logo ashtrays, were the first made by 3D Photo Prints, Limited, Toronto, Canada. Same company that made the 71 to 73 Boston Bruin tray / plaques. The original raw trays were manufactured in Italy, embossed on the bottom, which states MB, the MB standing for Monza, Bresana province. The trays were imported from Italy to Canada, and 3D Photo Print used the 3D prints technology to apply the team logos to each picture tray. These trays were made in melamine, heat molded plastic, and measure 5.5 by 5.5 with a 1/2 inch in-depth concave, and fluted on the edge, resulting in a concave type design. So that's what they're really all about. There's like 5 paragraphs. I'm not reading them all. Any which way. Yeah, so Eric's got them all except for the Oakland Seals.
Yeah.
Or California Seals, so my mistake.
Yeah. Which I think you have a picture of it in your book, I think.
Let's see here. So Mike's just asking Stuke a couple of questions. All good. I'm trying to think. There was one other thing. Covered the Montana's thing. There was another one that I wanted to talk about briefly. What was it? It wasn't related to the card or anything. Let me see. Already talked about BMW. It's that weird situation. I still don't know what happened with those guys. That's strange. But there was something else. And if Amanda shows up again, then we'll have a little bit of fun with her appearing, disappearing act. It was actually very funny, Eric, the whole time that it was interesting because we had good signal in the show floor. So you can communicate with people, but it's just a matter of whether people are paying attention. That's really what it comes down to. Because I always enjoyed the conversation. It's like, are you there? It's like, yes. Uh-huh. So that's, sure. Got it. He says, why? I was busy. Yes, busy getting the totally legitimate, completely number randomized, nothing marked on those boxes. So yeah, we know you were super busy.
Nothing on the bottom of that box that was marked with a star.
Nothing. Not a single thing. Completely legitimate.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Why does everybody text me on Friday?
It's a popular time, man.
I've been doing the show how long? 5 years?
Well, look, Bobby, if it's any consolation, I will still get Carlos Senior will still ask me, wait, is the thing on Friday? It's like it's been Friday for literally years. Literally years. And not only that, he's been on it.
I know.
Yeah, like it's like, what day do you think that is?
It's Friday, every Friday.
Yeah, enthusiastic. It's like literally every and semi-regular. Once in a blue moon, I'll get a phone call literally while the live stream is going, and I go,
yes,
the thing that is on Friday, I am doing that right now.
We heard the heavy metal music go off. Yeah.
So
we heard the ringtone.
It is what it is. So Dan here says you talk about Orlando. We did, but it's one of those things where there wasn't too much I could add, not too much I could say about it. It is unfortunate, and I think Mike Ham gave a little brief update. But it's one of those things where I think I did also make reference, and I'll see. I think I can pull it up. I think I'll include a link in the description.
I'll leave it up to you to decide whether or not you should go into detail. But I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't think you have to.
So Orlando Collector's Dream did a video last week or the week before. Basically, he has Dan can correct me on this. I think it was lung cancer. And then he had to go into surgery for it. So the video was kind of explaining that. And then obviously a lot of the folks, he's a big part of the YouTube, frequent commenter and part of the vintage side of the whole community and everything. And Southern Collector actually compiled, I believe, in his last video, a bunch of folks giving video well wishes. So I think it was a compilation of videos, basically. So I'll pull up the video there and put a link in the description.
That he's not well, but I'm happy to hear that the people are rallying around him. That's really
nice. That's a nice book there, Gutter.
Yeah, it is a nice one. Doesn't have the California Seals picture in it though, like I thought it did.
No, that book was it's 10 years now.
Yep. So I'll read. Let me read a couple of these
here real quick. Listed there though.
Let me read a couple of these here. So Paul says, "Guys, okay, Orlando's a generally awesome dude." And coming from Paul, that's heady praise.
It is.
And Dan here has the info I was looking for. So Wednesday was the video. He had surgery the same day. He's now recovering, and the surgery went well. Excellent. So yeah. So the thing is, kind of to answer your question, Dan, briefly, but I'm not up on the details. I haven't really looked into it. But I know a lot of you guys are very close to Orlando. You saw him at Strongsville. Like it's a big that. So obviously that makes sense. But there's not much I can add. Very unfortunate. Hopefully he recovers.
Yeah, and as you get older, you start to see people drop off. All the you've seen the posts that I made of different dealers who passed away, who are icons, and things have changed a lot. As you get older, you see a lot of people fade away from different things. So, and I've experienced a lot of that, and now we're starting to see that a little bit more in the younger crowd who are 50-ish, 60-ish. It does happen. So
it does
indeed. But on a lighter note, sometimes even the undead walk amongst us. Eric has been dead on the inside for some time.
We know that, though.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. There are levels to this. There's Zombie Ray Bork. So there are situations like that as well. That's a different kind of situation. But they continue to walk amongst us, despite that.
I don't think.
And as Amanda,
why you keep Amanda coins that book and you can't find it? Oh, that's the other book. Oh, that doesn't. Do they have it in that?
I don't think they're in here. I can't find them.
That'd be 71, 72, right. 72 probably.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It's
chronological and alphabetical, so.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's 2006. So we're how many years is that? Like a lot.
It's been a while. Next year will be the 20th anniversary.
Yes.
Yeah. So Brandon Ryan says, Bobby, any
Well,
topic cuts?
2015, actually, that's 10 years for the other one.
The other one, yeah.
This year.
That one's been 10.
In November, yeah.
Yeah, but this
There you go,
book
by
is
next
awesome.
expo. Brandon Ryan's.
We'll do a celebration. We'll go to
Maybe.
Manzanares. Who?
Listen, don't
Get a
tempt me with a
veggie
good time.
burger.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
I'm just going to order dessert. That's it. I'm going to be happy.
I'll be honest. I enjoyed the dessert. The best part
You
about it,
had a
Bobby,
good
is that
dessert too. You had.
I was very happy with.
You had ice
Look,
cream and what?
I'm not going to wax. It was ice cream and it was like an apple crumble. It was like an apple crumble.
Oh, the apple crumble. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was good. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Dessert I enjoy. Dessert I'm more passionate about than the main course. For me, the main course was fine.
Well,
For
you
me,
had
the main course was
veggie
fine.
burger, so
Sure. But I'm saying the chicken strips and the fries, very good. They hit the spot. I was hungry. It was good. I had no complaints. They didn't do anything wrong. It all worked out the way I wanted. Yeah, it all worked out the way I wanted it to. And then I got a lovely dessert and I got to enjoy my beer and have a good conversation.
You did.
Very good. No complaints on my end. So Brendan Ryan says, I think we did briefly touch on it. Can you quickly just high level recap a couple of the topics that you were going to be talking about with the live stream on Saturday? Brendan is just asking about the topics that you're going to do on the history through cards.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about gambling in the hobby. I'm gonna bring it up 1 second here, guys.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Give me a second. I just go to the email. I'll be really quick here.
Yeah, go for it. So real quick, I'll answer Mike's comment here. I know it's for Bobby, but I can answer this. Bobby, have you thought of a reprint with some updates? So basically, everything is through the app. Eric doesn't know about it. It's not real for him, but for everybody else, basically the app is a repository of the combined knowledge of the books. And then Bobby's created some original content for it.
Multiplied by 10.
Original content, more pictures, more write-ups, more things. So the books at this point are no longer necessarily, it costs a lot of money to make books. And basically, unless you're selling enough volume to make it worth your while.
Yes, exactly.
And then you got to wait and print it and do all those things. It made sense at the time. But in today's
shipping a
world,
book is like $22. So if you make the book for $25 and you got to pay $22 for shipping, it's just ridiculous. Anyways, here we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we have, what you're up to these days, gambling in the hobby, prices and values, and anything else you want to discuss. There you go. That's what Ryan sent me. And oops, here we go. There we go.
Very good.
So, Ryan, we go in different directions. We all start talking about different things. Ryan's a great historian. Victor is good in the aspects that, he comes across. And I talk about vintage, a lot of different stuff. So, it'll be a random conversation at the end of the day. I think it'll be something interesting for all to learn something, at least, from what we talk about. I do like being on with Ryan because he comes up with this weird thing that you just go, wow, what the hell? It surprises you out of left field. Like the beer.
I come up with stuff all the time and you say, what the hell?
I always say, what the hell? What the heck?
And deserved, yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be
Eric, you're just weird.
Anyways. We don't know which way it's going, but I do like, I kind of sort of almost run the show for the most part because I like to direct them a little bit more.
Well, after Eric is trying to run you ragged, you may as well reassert your dominance somewhere. It's important.
Well, I just like to, to gear the conversation to get it in the right direction. Ryan is good at what he does, but he needs a little guidance, and Victor's always good with what he has to say. So I think it'll be a nice balance between, the three of us. Ryan knows a lot about baseball and football and all, cricket, whatever. So,
Don Bradman. Don Bradman was classic. Don Bradman's an OG.
That when he's up because he'll go on a tangent.
That's right.
And I just chime in with whatever else I know. So it'll just be fun. It's always nice to hear what guys will pull out, and I'm always surprised too. So it'll be, because we don't, as much as we have the topics, we just go whatever direction it goes. It's like the show. It's freelance. It's just whatever we do.
I was about to say, Bobby, I wouldn't know anything about that. This is like regimented and utterly structured.
Yeah. I don't think
Eric and I are in production meetings for hours to get
not
this
even close
to get this
it.
down to the minute. To
Well,
the
yeah,
minute.
Eric, yes,
It's,
I understand.
11
but everything
past.
else, yes.
At 13 past, we have that new topic to start discussing.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. And then, like right now I've got a 209.18 on my counter. Remember, 210, Eric, you say something and then I'll insult you. So
Yes.
we got it down. We got it down to like,
yeah.
the beats are all in. You got to make sure you hit your spots.
Yeah, I haven't heard the $1 Million Man in a little while, but any which way, just saying.
He only, I've told everybody, he only shows up when the moment is right, because sometimes people try to bait him. Sometimes people are like trying to be like, Eric, they try to set it up. They're like, oh, this is exactly what the $1 Million Man. No. You do not play that game. No.
Oh, no.
He shows up when he's good and ready. When the
Yes.
moment is right. My good here says, I have a few hockey cards because of you, Carlos. I went back and looked at my upper deck and found a Medano Young Guns. There you go. Good stuff. Yeah.
What's
There's
Medano Young Guns worth?
Wrestlers, Mick is
Bowling?
coming back to the area.
Ooh,
Soon.
and avoiding like the Pike again?
I
That's
don't know. I don't know if we'll be able to see him or not. But he is coming back to the area. We don't have anything scheduled with him at the moment. That may change, but he is coming back to the area, so there might be another Mick Foley signing soon. Maybe. Not
So
probably.
actually, since you brought up the signing thing, this actually reminds me, intersecting the last two comments here. So we were laughing. So during the brief moments, I did see Amanda a couple of times throughout it, which is fun, which is doubly hilarious since we're literally staying at the same hotel.
I saw her once
is,
in a whole week.
We literally stayed at the same hotel, and I can count on one hand the number of times I saw her during the week. During the week. It literally all you have to do is go downstairs, but she was all over the place. She was marauding here and there. But one thing that was funny was that, and Eric, you'll appreciate this. We were joking about it, and one of the occasions when I was seeing them at the end of one of the evenings, it was quick nightcap, grabbing a beer downstairs in the restaurant. But
dinner with them one night, right?
Yes, on one of the evenings, yes. But in this one, it was just they had come back from dinner and they were staying at the hotel, but they wanted to grab basically a night. I got a text message saying, "Hey, we're coming in. If you want to come down and grab a beer, twist my arm." I did finish uploading my YouTube video though first. Priorities.
He took the stairs because the elevator was too slow. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I finished uploading my YouTube video first.
Oh,
because literally she text messaged me and I literally was almost done editing the video. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to throw it on there. Yeah, I finished. Listen, I got a video out every night. Eric, I was very consistent on that during that weekend. So I got a video up with all the pickups. So anyway, so I go downstairs. We're sitting there chatting, and we're chatting with the gentleman who owns Pastime Sports out of, I think it's Pastime Sports,
Ken,
out of BC. Yeah, so out of BC. So chatting about a bunch of different things. But one of the things is Pastime is going to have a Medano signing coming up, I think in May or June. I forget. Soon. So anyway, Amanda's already kind of making her, psychologically preparing herself because, and Eric, this is why I say you'll appreciate this. So she's preparing herself for the potential arrest and the bail money that will be needed when she potentially harasses Mike Medano.
Well, yeah, I told her
as a subject matter expert on this is going to be your moment. See here, right here.
Yeah.
So as a subject matter expert, Eric, this happens to be a category that you are Eric, this is literally your specific expertise.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I told her that he's coming, he'll be here soon and that she should come visit her family in Massachusetts. And, I'll make sure that she gets a chance to meet him.
I don't know what's up with Amanda. I said it like you. Sorry.
Amanda, yeah. That you put an R at the end. Yeah.
Yeah. That's no A.
That's what happens. We take the R.
If she's in Canada, it's an AA.
Yeah, we take the R off of car. That's car. And then we have it just dangling around.
And ironically, Amanda, this is the reason that Eric gets in trouble with the hockey players. It's for the exact same rationale.
It's true. It is true.
Yeah, we know.
So let me answer Wes's question here. I found it. So let me answer this question here. So it is Pastime Sports and Games is what it's called. It's May 18th. So this is the one right here. So May 18th is the event, 3 p.m. And they've obviously got the different categories. It's public signing. So Langley, BC. So it's all here. And for folks that are in the area and are able to go, you can go and visit and hang out and enjoy and watch the lady who may or may not be Amanda get dragged off by security. But I'm just saying, it's right here. This is the info. So there is a signing there. I did appreciate, Eric, that they do have the option for a Mitchell and Ness. You can have a Mitchell and Ness jersey signed as one of the categories here. It's literally a Mitchell and Ness jersey. I was like, all right, you're doing a old school, like probably I would guess this is Minnesota, probably for the retro. So that's probably what you're doing there. But yeah, they got it broken down by category. Although one thing I'll say, and this is a critique, there is a VIP autograph experience. I don't know what that is, but it says that there's a VIP autograph. It's $500. I don't know what that entails.
Jeez.
I genuinely have no idea. So that's something I don't know.
Or she can take that $500, fly to Massachusetts, and she can meet him for free.
But that would still entail going to Massachusetts and being in proximity of you. So that might be worth $50,000 to avoid that.
Yeah, no one wants to do that. I understand.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking.
That's fair.
So yeah, so that's the answer, Wes. There is out of BC, Western Canada. They've got that one. Or if you want to deal with, again, same thing. If you want to see someone get dragged away by security, there's the one at Sports World. So Eric might get dragged away by security. Just a principle.
Sports World. He's not coming to Sports World.
So what was the thing then for the
another promoter in the area is supposed to be having him.
They're allowed to have a second promoter. Sports World hasn't taken all the promotion. This isn't Highlander. There could only be one.
No, we let other people do work too. So I'm looking at the guy's Instagram site, and I'm looking.
You're saying you haven't successfully found a way to have them killed, allegedly.
Yet.
That's what I'm saying. Yet. Amanda says Ken is the best. He will bail me out. Hey, listen, high hopes. High hopes.
The post I can't find, so maybe it changed.
See, you know what I would like, Eric? I'll be honest. If I did have, I've got people, but if I had enough people, one of the things that I would like to do for the content gods, Eric, is I would send somebody in BC. I would get people in BC, and they could potentially get footage of Amanda getting dragged away by security. I think that would make tremendous content.
That would be pretty awesome.
I'm just saying, it'd be hilarious. I think we'd all enjoy it. It'd be a lot of fun. Wes here says, I want to get Medano to sign my Young Guns flashback. That's fair. So what time is that Medano signing in your neck of the woods, Eric?
Well, like I said, I'm trying to find it right now, and the post seems to have been taken down. So maybe something changed.
Yeah.
Because I'm on
Wes, that's the reason I'm asking, because if there is a thing somewhere in Massachusetts, it'll probably be easier getting it to Eric. So if there is such a thing, if we can confirm that, this one probably won't make sense. But exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that if they do have something in Massachusetts, it might be easier to get it over to Eric's situation. I will say the pricing on it isn't unfair. Like, I've definitely seen worse. I think $60 for a regular autograph ticket. That's not terrible. That's fine. Premium autograph, $80. It's not bad. And the mail off is $70. Okay. And then $90 for the premium. And I guess it depends. I think it's interesting because a lot of times I don't have much that I would get signed. Although I will say one of the options here is somewhat intriguing to me, Eric. They do have the Hall of Fame replica plaque that you could get signed. Oh, I actually have one of those. They're pretty cool. I like it. And because it's like a plexiglass kind of thing, you can definitely just have something on it, and it comes off real clean if you get a nice autograph on there. That's pretty cool. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, a lot of times it's just figuring out the best way to do it.
Yeah. So I'm.
Wes is saying cardboard promotions.
Yes. Yes. Cardboard promotions. Exactly. I'm on his Instagram account right now, and I'm not seeing the post that was there in the past that was promoting that. So I don't know. I don't know if that's still happening or what.
I'll see what I can find.
But I'm sitting here trying to find it and give people a date. But
June 8th, Dedham, Massachusetts.
Is it on their website? Because it's not
I've got it on the Facebook here.
All right. Well, on the Instagram, he doesn't have it. So I'm going to have to talk to him about that when I see him next.
So here's what I got. So here's what I'm seeing. So this one right here, Cardboard Promotions, create an event. So Sunday, June 8th, Holiday Inn, Dedham. So it looks like there. And meet Hall of Famer Mike Medano, $69 autograph. Hilarious. $39 photo op, $19 description. There you go. Yeah, this is definitely old school. Like if you look at this, even this graphic, it's like, all right, guys, we're going old school there. Old school.
Oh yeah. All right. So it's not on his Instagram, but it is on his website. So I guess it's still happening. That's good. And so yeah, Sunday, June 8th. Looks like he'll be around. So
it would appear. All right, there you go. Hopefully that helps. It answers that question. It says the worst website ever. It's so bad it's charming. There you go. Hey man, it is what it is. But yes, I did think it was kind of funny. So yeah, it looks like there's a couple of signings there, which is good. I always find it like a catch-22. I've reached the point where I have enough different autographs on stuff that I don't feel. And also, like I said, my main collection is still like the on-card autos, a lot of those, and I've got so many of those at this point. It's like just getting something randomly signed. The only thing left, I think, that I would probably get signed, I think I mentioned this before, is I got that 2000 All-Star Game jersey, the replica one.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And because I got it at the 2000 All-Star Game, I wore it for years, actually. At this point, I'm not going to wear it anymore. But I think that'd be a cool one to get signed. I've still got it. It's still in decent shape. I would probably just get the number signed on it, and there you go.
Yep.
And that'd be about it. I think that'd be the last item that I would get signed.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think I have anything to get. I mean, other than maybe a copy of one of his many rookie cards. I don't think I have anything that says Mike Medano on it in this whole room.
Maybe a program with his, 500 goal or something like that. Yeah.
So between now and
Something
June
like
8th,
that.
I'll
Nice.
probably scour the eBays or a card show or two, and if something interesting pops up, what I like to do is go on the eBays and get, a jersey card or a patch card really cheap, and then have the player sign it. I got tons of that stuff. Why should I spend $200 on something where I can get a jersey card from the 90s for $10?
It's meeting them in person, which is really key.
And then have them sign it. And it's like,
yeah,
now I have the same thing as the $200 card. So
I think what's funny though is that at a certain point, like especially once you get past the advantage of a lot of the times with the cards. So when you do the cards, it's nice because it's a small form factor. It's easy to just if you don't want to just necessarily display it, it's easy to house. You can put it away in a dollar. But over the years, like even, and I've shown it at previous expos past, and I've shown this piece. It's literally beside my desk because I still haven't found exactly the way I would want to present it or do anything with it. It's literally just in an oversized top loader. But
that'd be nice too. Signed, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's already signed.
Oh, it is. I can't see it.
So
it's
I'll make it bigger.
Reflections.
Hang on, I'll make it bigger.
You want me to have him sign it again?
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
So I've already got it. Yeah, I don't really care about that.
Actually, I got a question for the audience here. Now this runs into, I think it's 88, but barring the Cheesemon, we're gonna get into craft singles here.
Oh, jeez, look at that.
Does anybody know anything about these? I think it's 88. And there is 5 others. There's bobsledding, there's skiing, there's speed skating, and figure skating. There's 5 different.
Out during the Calgary Winter Olympics then.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is 88, but they must have been a handout because I don't think they're so rare. I don't think they'd be in the cheese slices, even though it says, craft cheese singles, but even still, they're hard to find. So hard to find. And so hard to find anything information-wise about them. Like the only thing we see is the 88 or 89, the inserts from the the cheese slices. But other than this, I've come across a few. I have 3 of them now, and my friend has the other 2, and I'm just going, I don't know. I have no idea. Anybody? Any questions?
I've never seen it before.
88's kind of, it's past my time of, sort of.
But I assume they're from the Olympics up in Canada.
Yeah, I'm assuming it says the winter, it says something about it. It says, winter, collect all 5 exciting winter sports stickers. So, anyways. That rivals the Cheesemon.
Is that Eddie the Eagle cheese slice?
No, it's not.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you for your knowledge.
I smart.
Yes, I know. Andy the Eagle. We all saw the movie. It was great,
Yes.
actually. That was a very good movie.
Well, Carlos is obviously old enough, but you and I were old enough to watch it and live and
Oh yeah. Yeah.
remember it live.
Yeah.
The movie just was fun to watch because it reminded me of everything that we watched in '88.
Yeah. That was more of a detailed history of it. Yeah. But yeah, I do remember watching the '88 Olympics and, seeing some weird shit. So, yeah. At that time, it was weird stuff, but now it's historical. So,
Right.
Well, much the same way that we always try to figure out who, what this show actually is. Longest running episode of whatever it is, we don't know.
No.
well,
To
we
this
did
very
that
day,
open, right?
yeah, to this very day, we're still trying to figure out who won the 100-meter for the men. None of us actually know.
Well, that was summer, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm saying in '88 that was a special time.
Yeah.
What's that? Ben.
That was the Ben Johnson, yeah. But the thing is, like, everybody in that final was all on the all of them eventually, basically,
yeah.
were eventually all found to have taken, like, all of them.
Carl Lewis was clean.
Oh, that was later. Carlos was later.
Also eventually found out too. Like, yeah, none of y'all. This is like the biking thing. You're all the drugs. You're all the drugs. All of you are the drugs. So at that point, Eric, to be honest, I would restore Ben Johnson. It's like, you know what? He was the winner. All of y'all cheated, so he's the winner.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Awesome. It was. Listen, he was juiced to the gills, but
Eric, if they're all juiced, then I think he won fair and square.
Was
true enough. Yeah, it's equal.
Awesome.
Yeah, everybody was doing it.
Yeah.
So you know what? He was the fastest of the juicing guys. I think he should still have the gold medal.
Yeah.
That race was awesome.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, I remember seeing Ben Johnson. I used to, do some landscaping early on. He used to do this. He used to go into this complex and pull in with his, I forget, he had a red Fiero back then or something like that. And he used to always pull in and visit this one girl. And hey, Ben, how's it going? Hey, pretty good, pretty good. How's the juicing going?
Yeah, you didn't say that.
No, he was actually pretty friendly. Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Well, because if he was still on the juice, he had the roid rage and he was cut to shreds. And he would just
not at that time, but yeah. This was after the fact, so it was about a year after. But he was a nice, friendly guy. He always, how you doing? He was friendly enough. I was just a lowly gardener.
Oh, Carl Lewis just said good luck to me once.
No way.
He did. Wade.
He said,
good luck.
Wade.
Now, did he say good luck as you were being carted off in handcuffs? After the security came by, he goes, "Good luck with that, bud.
Take him
Don't
away.
Drop the soap. Don't drop the soap."
No, he was the grand marshal of the notorious Tom Brady. No, he was the grand marshal for the notorious Tom Brady stole my money cycling event when I did 100 miles in one day.
Scandalous
for best buddies. So wow. Brady was at the finish line, and Carl Lewis was at the start line.
Have you considered the possibility
cycling history? Really, I guess, Eric.
Have you considered the possibility, though, Eric, that something called best buddies immediately would make me suspicious?
That's Hall of Fame status at that point, I think.
At that point, I'm already immediately suspicious. Without say no more. Say no more. I'm suspicious.
No, it should have been suspicious because the Kennedys were behind it. That's enough right there.
No, Eric, I don't care. I don't care who's behind
JFK, or are we talking RFK, BFK?
All the Kennedys.
All the Kennedys.
All the Kennedys are behind it. That's why I don't do it.
Mick Jagger said, "Who killed the Kennedys?" After all,
I don't know, Eric. Counterpoint. You're a man who vouches for cycling, and they are the drugs.
They are.
So really, what kind of a judge of character are you? Really?
I wish I had done the drugs that day.
It would be nice.
It would have been a lot easier if I had done the drugs that day.
So Mike did have a question a little while ago. I wanted to circle back around to it. Said, any update on your friend's Brady autographs? Did you tell him to find a lawyer, and then find a lawyer for their lawyer, and then find a lawyer for their lawyer's lawyer?
My advice the day it happened, my advice was lawyer. And
how's that coming along?
And from what I understand, they took that advice. And I have not seen Eric in a while. And when next time I do, I'll say, where's all that? Now, my guess is that they probably just gave up on it. That'd be my guess. But I
But
promise.
Carlos was right. Lawyer.
I will.
Lawyer.
Yeah. And the next time I see him, could be tomorrow. I will ask him where things stand, and I will report back.
There you go.
Good.
So hopefully that helps, Mike. Wanted to make sure I asked the question.
Yep.
Mike says, "Go for it, Carlos. It'll be a great memory." Yeah, like I said, that jersey we were talking a couple minutes ago. That jersey is like the last thing that I would probably want to get signed necessarily. Yeah. I'll get it, whenever if the occasion presents itself, that's fine.
In the
I'm not really,
of course.
Oh yeah. The mornings are for peasants. No way. Yeah. Now, alternatively, if it was a situation where it was a signing elsewhere, I could always send the jersey off and have somebody else.
You want to meet him in person and do it.
I really don't. I already have.
Really key.
I already have.
No, it is. It's important. I think more than anything else. It's not about the autograph. It's about
no. For me, Bobby, at this point, it's about the autograph.
No. If it's in the afternoon, it's about meeting him and getting it personally done. Yeah,
I've already met him. I should.
And getting the autograph on top of that. I'm just saying, it's a combination thing. It's a.
This one, I just want the autograph, Bobby. This one,
I get it.
I'll send people. It's fine.
Yeah, that you were there during the signing is really key.
Don't care. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Just saying.
Dennis says, I hung out with Ben Johnson a few times when I used to work at the clubs. Good guy. She was my idol when I was a kid. Oh, sorry. He was my idol as a kid. It's kind of weird hanging out with your idol. Yeah, there you go. Correct himself. Got it.
And then he pulled a gun on somebody. I think it was on the 401, was it?
I have no idea. I have no recollection of that.
That was the news back in 80, whatever it was. And he pulled a gun.
Well, it would have to been late 80s, yeah.
Driving across the 401, he pulled a gun. Somebody was, anyways. So he got arrested for that and a bunch of other things too. So good old Ben. I wonder what he's doing now. My God.
That was a hell of a race.
What's that?
I said that was a hell of a race. That's all I know. That was I was jumping up and down. I mean, I was
for a Canadian. Are you kidding? What?
Oh, for the race, I was like screaming for Carl Lewis to catch him.
They weren't cycling.
It was awesome.
This is the most exciting he got since the '86 Red Sox. It was a big moment.
Yes,
I don't want to talk about the Red Sox. Why don't you shut up?
Pretty boy, Boyd, Boyd. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Amazing. Mike here says, Carlos, don't let the jersey out of your sight. Do it in person. God, no. It's a waste of my time.
It might be fake.
I can live with that at this point. I don't care.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just don't want to waste the time. Like, I'm not wasting my time. No, thank you. I'll pay somebody to do it. I don't mind having the jersey signed, but I have no interest in waiting in line. And I don't give a shit about seeing the guy.
I can't wait in line anymore. I'm spoiled now.
Like, you don't wait in line anymore.
No, I literally canceled going to something recently because I'm like, I can't go.
What, the meeting with Lemelin and Pure or what?
Oh, that got canceled because of Andy's health. So
I know.
Yeah.
So
actually, real quick, I just want
to or something.
It was Timu Solani.
Okay.
I'm like, no, I'm not going to stand in line.
No, I didn't know.
I'm spoiled. I used to stand in line for.
I did the whole show without realizing there was autographs,
and I'm spoiled now because of my work and and the people I know up north and the.
You call that work? Like really?
No, it's not really
Come
work.
on.
But I can't go
it's
stand
an offset.
I can't do it. It drives me crazy. I sit there going, "This is nuts."
You've met a lot of people, and you've actually had a good hobby life.
So, I have no complaints.
And that's still like you'll fill your everything.
I tell them that all the time.
So actually, I do. This does bring up a question, and actually, I want to pose this question to the chat as well. So actually, let's take this and offshoot it into a more general topic here. So real quick, Double D here. Good evening, Dylan. Only a few things worse in life than standing in line. I know those feels. I get it. I used to have a lot more patience for it, but let me ask this question: since we were just talking about this exact thing, and Eric can also attest to this. Now he's been spoiled. I had the same thing. I've only been to one basketball game ever, and it wasn't a luxury box. And that's it. That's the bare minimum. Eric, that's the new standard. If I ever go to another basketball game and see the Raptors, it's got to be in a luxury box.
It has to be.
I've been delivered. Listen,
there's no other way to go.
Bobby, they had a dessert cart. Bobby, they brought a dessert cart. a cart
I
of
like those.
dessert.
I love
The drinks
those.
were all comped.
Oh,
Yeah, I on that.
Bobby,
No.
I went. So real
There's
quick,
no
I'll
chicken
tell.
fingers or anything like that.
I'll share the story. I'll share the story real quick. So this was at the time I was working at the bank, one of the banks that I was working at.
Oh, you
And
have
I was at,
banks get good comps.
so I'll explain the whole thing with it. So
Sure.
basically what happened was I was in the office that day. And while I was in the office, I basically was finishing up a couple of things and I got a ping late in the day from our director. And basically they said, "Hey, Carlos, you're a sports fan, aren't you?" And I go, "Yes."
Yes.
And I basically said, "Hey, would you be interested in checking out a Raptors game?" And so at this point, I've kind of get the gist of what they're going with, but I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
As long as it's
So,
free.
yeah, but yeah, as soon as they're asking you randomly out of the blue like that, yeah, more than likely it is. So they said, yeah, okay, so then stick to around to the end of the day. We'll all go over and whatever. But then as we go, they explain, hey, our partners, because at the time, Visa and MasterCard actually had the suite. They're the ones that had the suite. So they use it a fair bit of the time. They use it a lot of the time. But in this case, they said, "Hey guys, so we've got one of these dates. We don't need it. We don't need the suite for that night. We're not using it for anybody. We're partners, obviously. So if you guys would like, you can invite some of your people over and use the suite for the night." So basically, yeah. So they said, and because I happen to be literally there at the office later on, they pinged me on for it. And so we walk right over, and over there, food's comped, drinks comped, and a dessert card at the end of it. Eric, dessert card. That's the first ever Raptors game I ever attended to. The only Raptors basketball game. Eric, I'm not going back. I'm not going down there with the commoners. We're not doing it.
Best game ever, man.
We're not doing it. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the minimum standard. I'm sorry, I can't go back.
No, anything. You're the lowly piss boy at that point.
No, can't do it.
You can't sit in the 500.
well, luxury suites are awesome with all the bells and whistles. But if you really want to go see a game, there's better seats in the house than in a luxury box. But there's still a lot of positive things that go along with a luxury box. But sometimes they're up higher and further away from the ice or the floor than
but it's free drinks. It's free. It's
where they put those suites, Eric. Where they put those suites in a hockey arena, Eric. Where they put the suites, the view is fine. You can see the whole court. You can see everything. You were fine. Yeah, you were fine.
Well, actually, if you have the good seats at the lower level, which I did at one of the games, they're coming around. They're taking your orders. They're putting it through. Like
that's what it was.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So the whole thing with the suite was that at the end of the day, like everything is comped. The suite covers all the things. So that's why I say when they're going to dessert, they literally the card was pick whatever you want. We'll come back and bring it for you. Yeah. So the cart was just showing you all the wares. Which one would you like?
And
pick
we'll
one,
give you
and
as
then we'll bring
much
it back
beer as you can drink.
And I did.
And it
was excellent. It was excellent.
They had to pour
I would expect nothing less.
Yes. Wes said, "I'm taking my daughter to Dallas Fan Expo to see celebs and stuff. I know I'm going to stand in line forever, but I'm not looking forward to it." Totally fair.
I have I have had a different mindset when I've taken my daughter's 20 now, okay, and we still sometimes go out to the Comic Cons and do this, but when she was younger, I'd bring her to all these different Comic Cons that she wanted, and there'd be movie stars and TV stars and all this superhero people, and there'd be long lines, but I was doing it for my kid. She was super excited when she got to the meet and greet, and and I dropped all this cash for her to get their picture taken with this person or that person, and she got to talk to them for a few minutes. I didn't care about standing in line. I'd stand in line. It's like when I brought her to Disney World when she was 10. We stood in line all freaking day in the heat. All you did was stand in line. But I had a 10-year-old that had that Disney magic thing going on, and I didn't mind at all. I don't want to stand in line for myself. I would never go to Disney as an adult and stand in line voluntarily. That ain't for me. But the things we do for our kids, I'd stand in line all damn day. She got to meet Carrie Elwes several years ago, and she still talks about it.
I went to Disneyland in I think it was Disney World. Where's Florida? Is Land or World?
World is
yeah. So I went in 1972. Oh my god, shit. Yeah, it was.
And then you hung out with Paul Henderson. Go on.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there was a few. Yeah,
Yeah.
20,000
Same.
Leagues Under the Sea. There was a lot of good stuff. There was
You
the
would call
haunted.
Paul Henderson did the Small World After All ride.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and he sang. Yeah,
Oh,
nice.
that's awesome.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yep.
That's
So
72,
kind of playing.
man. That's like long before you guys. Oh, not Eric's.
No, it's -2 for me.
-2. Okay, yeah.
You said you went in 1972?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Actually, the haunted house was really good in that time period because we had, we were going through this thing and they had a haunted ghost and it was sitting beside you. And I'm like, 72, that's pretty good.
Do you know
Yeah.
the carriage that sits out in front of the haunted house, the haunted
Yeah.
mansion,
Yep.
is the carriage that is the funeral carriage in the movie, the Man Who Shot Liberty Valance with John Wayne and Jimmy Stewart?
Really? I didn't know that. I don't think they had that back then, but anyways.
Yep. And that's
Scandalous.
it's the same
Yeah, it
carriage.
was a different time period. I went down with my parents. We went 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It was like a fake, like submarine kind of thing. It was like, yeah, it was fun. It was a different time. Went to, what was it? What did they have down there? It's, what's that place that they have all the animals and stuff like that? The Busch Gardens. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So they had parrots and all these different animals and stuff like that. We went through that and went through, that was 72. And poof, man,
The place
long
is
time ago.
it's much different since then.
But to be honest, like in 72 for what they had for the haunted house, that was pretty good. Like we went down 3 levels on an elevator and it showed different things. Oh, so like it was pretty wicked for that time period. Honestly, in today's world, I would say that's a number 1. And that's 72. That's a long time ago, man.
Well, today, in fairness, Bobby, today a haunted house would be very different. You go into the haunted house and then immediately you're confronted with the dinner bill. No,
please,
oh my God, why?
Not the Montana dinner bill. No,
so saying it's very different. It's very different context.
There's no place in the world that's more expensive than Disney.
Actually, I spent more on that dinner than I spent on anything at the expo.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that funny?
That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying.
Wait. No, I spent $120 on something else. Okay, yeah. So second.
Wow. There you go.
I'm curious if Ham gets to Disney, every once in a while because he's, in the same state, or
I
does
don't
he
think he
stay
goes.
away from it?
It's sort of like how many times you been to the CN Tower, Carlos?
Maybe like 2 or 3 times.
Okay, and how many years?
Oh, at least 25. Probably not more.
Okay. Yeah.
There's not much you can do. Like at a certain point, like what it's a gigantic tower. Once you're up there, all right, we've looked at it. What else you want to do?
Yeah,
I think they had I don't know if you remember
dinner
this
up there.
At one point, yeah, if you're gonna have dinner, that's the thing. That's the thing.
1974, I think I went up there, and then they had this dance club at the base. It was called what was it called? I can't remember. They just had this 80s dance club at the bottom, at the base of the thing, and then you could go up and have dinner. We had dinner up there and stuff like that. That was in the early 70s anyway. So yeah.
Oh, here we go. So this is a good one. So here's a dated reference for anybody in Canada that knows this one. So there was a thing that was a space shuttle simulation thing at the basement of CN Tower, Tour of the Universe. So I actually attended this. This existed between 1986 and 1992. So it would have been the early 90s when I attended this thing.
I remember.
So it's been gone. It's been gone well over 30 years.
Yeah.
Gone.
Ongoing.
However, to put it into perspective, though, and this will be interesting for you, Eric. Again, started in 1986. The cost to build it was $12 million.
Really?
In 1985, yep. In 1985 dollars.
Wow.
Very pricey. But I will say they did a good job. See, here's the thing. I will say, I actually remember chunks of this little
I do.
the little
Yeah.
thing they did on there. So so that should say that it was pretty well done, for the period and everything. It was like a space shuttle simulation thing. They had a whole bunch of different things that you did as
I
part
remember.
of it.
I remember.
It was fun for what it was. It was fun for what it was. So that's the kind of thing you can take kids to. That was a fun thing. So that was a visit to the CN Tower, Bobby. So that's one of my visits. So when I'm counting the very few,
Gotcha.
that was one of the visits to CN Tower. Another one was going to the, to the top section of it. Never did the restaurant thing. But again, it's good for tourists. It's a nice novelty. But even if you live nearby, it's like, what do I need to go up there for?
I went for burgers and fries. I was a kid.
Amazing.
But it was spinning constantly, right? It was constantly.
It is, yeah.
Around.
It's in constant motion, yeah.
Yeah, it's constant motion, yeah. And it wasn't anything special. I think the best part was the elevator ride. Like,
basically, but that's supposed to be the draw. That's really the draw, is the ride up, and then if you are in the restaurant, it does the rotation, and while you're doing your thing, that's basically the draw. Yeah. But then after you've done it, now
what was the name of the disco down there? It was Sparkles or something like that. Anybody can remember?
I
went in the 80s.
After Baz went to the Swingers Club. After Baz went to the Swingers Club,
almost a Swingers Club, honestly.
Just saying.
What was it called? Sparkles or
that sounds like the Swingers Club.
Yeah.
Huh?
That sounds like a Swingers Club.
It was. Actually, everything was centered around the CN Tower at that time. There was a lot of things going on at Lakeshore and downtown there. So it was one of the major places to hang out. My friend's dad worked on the CN Tower in 1971. I remember he used to come home and he was the electrician or something like that. And he used to do all that stuff. And they were building it at that time. And then we got free access to it in 1973, I think it was.
Yeah, I think so I'll say this, and I'll read a couple of these comments, but I'll throw in a quick thing. And I will go back to the question that I was going to ask, because I still remember it, but we'll finish this thought since we're on it. I do appreciate Zach's comments. So good evening, Zach. I'm in Dallas getting ready for the Dallas car show. Just came hit the like. Screw Eric. Facts. Dan here says, I live in New York City. Haven't been to the Statue of Liberty since 1990. Totally fair. When you're in town,
it's like the CN Tower is the Statue of Liberty.
It's the same idea. Like once you've done it, you're not gonna do it.
Now, why would you go back, right?
1 million people come to Salem every October to do Salem stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to burn the witch, and you don't go so they can finish the job.
Salem stuff since I was in elementary school.
What is Salem stuff? Is that like ghost thing?
Yeah, the witches and the
Salem stuff is actually code for what Eric does with the chocolate stick while he watches Emmanuel in space.
Gotcha.
Salem stuff.
Doesn't that wind into that?
Salem stuff is not what the tourists are seeing. That's not what he's referring to.
Not nice. But I haven't done quote Salem stuff
since last Thursday.
I freaking hate Salem. Probably. I hate the traffic. October sucks. Halloween sucks.
And you're a witch.
Not a witch.
Says you.
My mother had me tested.
What was that Disney movie on something mountain? What was it?
Space Mountain?
I don't know if it was Space Mountain. It was
Witch Mountain.
Or Witch Mountain. Yeah.
Witch Mountain. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. There was the original, then the Rock.
That was 73, 74, something like that. Yeah.
Then the Rock.
I'm surprised you got that, Carlos. That was good.
He didn't get it. I got it.
Oh, sorry about that.
I literally just listened to Eric said and repeated it.
He did. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. That was good. That's the stuff I grew up with, and it was kind of cool at that time.
Yeah, I think so. I'll say this. I think so. Kind of in the same idea here, Stu. Unintentionally go to the Mall of America every 5 years. I have out-of-town visitors. So here's the thing: attractions are not very useful to the locals.
Right.
They're not going to be very interesting and compelling.
Honestly, in the CN Tower.
Well, we talked about that. Literally, like I said, a handful, very few. So that's over the course of a lifetime. So that's over the course of a lifetime.
And I lived in Toronto and that over the last 50 years. So 3 times. Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, one of them was the tour of the universe thing that I talked about. And by the way, it was actually pretty cool. At the time, it was actually well done. I would say quite well done. Yeah. That was a visit. And then of course going to the top,
different story.
That's a visit. Yeah. So there is certain things you can do, but if you're a tourist, I get it. But if you're, if you're local, you're there for more specific things. The one that I will say that we visited on a semi-regular basis. A lot of people like the CNE. I'm not so into that, but fine. If
I
you're
like
into
that.
it, great.
I like that.
Back in the day, the CNA was pretty good for a lot of those things. The one that I liked back in the day was Ontario Place. That was one that we did
That was
on a
one of my
semi-regular.
favorite places.
Ontario Place was very good because that one you could
They
do
had
a bunch of different
concerts,
stuff.
They had
Yes.
waterworks. They had
Yeah.
you know, the what's that sphere? What's it
Yeah.
called?
They had like Legoland too, as well.
But they had that brown sphere around. You watch the movies and you'd be 7
It
stories.
was like basically like an IMAX,
IMAX,
but
yeah, it was
something
like
similar
it
to
was
it. Yeah,
so
yeah.
cool. That was, you know, we went there and like that was a great place to
Yeah.
go.
So the
Actually, I
point is
saw
you
Van Halen there. That
you
had,
could make multiple visits and do different things each time. So you had different options. You could, and by the way, they also had like a Legoland thing, and I think at one point Nintendo was doing a thing as well. So they had different stuff that they were able to draw from and be able to have it in all these different little venues around the complex. You know, it's this gigantic complex of things. And if you're into it, they would have they had the Navy ship, the boat that they had there. So they had that thing as well.
Oh,
and you
that's
could
what I
visit that.
saw. Okay, so I
Nice.
saw Van Halen who had Gary Sharon in 1997.
Oh.
It's like the Massachusetts Navy.
Well, first of all,
1997, Gary Sharon,
United States Navy is
Van Halen.
Eric, I said Massachusetts, not the United States. Massachusetts is not
Yes.
part of the
the
United
United
States.
States Navy started in my hometown of Beverly, Massachusetts.
Which makes it
Beverly.
even more awkward that you never became part of the United States.
It is
Why that whole thing happened is a
in the
historical
face.
curiosity we haven't explained yet.
The United States Navy started in my hometown, and yeah, it's kind of a slap in the face.
So
So
my
the United
friend said,
States started in foreign soil? Outrageous.
yes, of course.
Outrageous.
So in 1997, a friend said, "Hey, listen, I got tickets for Van Halen. It was Gary Sharon playing Van Halen, Ontario
And you
Place."
jumped?
I said,
And you jumped?
"Okay." And he goes, "Yeah, I need $20 for the ticket." I said, "You want me to pay you for it?" What? He goes, "Yeah, I got a birthday gift." And I, okay. So I went and see Gary Sharon, and he was horrible. It was awful, awful concert. Never matched anything of the songs. And I just went, okay, that's my Van Halen experience for that time period. And that was 1997. Yeah.
Gary,
I
You
got
might
a
as well jump.
good history with Van
anybody
Halen,
want to
so.
take a guess where Gary Sharon is from?
He was with this oddball rock and roll band. What was his name before that?
Evening Paul.
Thetrix or something, Mitrix or
No, Gary Sharon was the lead singer of Tesla, and he's from
Tesla.
Massachusetts. And he's from Massachusetts.
Tesla. Really?
Yeah.
Lead singer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
The thing
that
is they ran out of power.
guy. I think so. Yeah. I guess so.
They got
Because
unplugged.
that's not the Tesla I know. That's not that archipelago kind of singing. That he was horrible. He was awful.
Most of the time when Eric is talking about Tesla, he's talking about Nicholas Tesla.
Nikolai.
Yeah. Different Tesla. Different
Yeah.
thing entirely.
But Gary Sharon
Yeah.
was pretty bad, and I actually sat through that concert for about 3 hours, and we were on the grass sitting down, and it was just horrible. It was awful.
Yeah.
And
They
I
did-
can't believe David Lee Ross wasn't there, but Eddie Van Halen was there, and he was awesome. But Gary Sharon just couldn't sing.
Not that type of music. He couldn't.
No, he couldn't match up. He was actually not bad, but he was just like not there. He wasn't the Van Halen. He wasn't even Van Hager. He was something else, something different.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
I still like David Lee Roth over Van Hager. So, anyways,
they're two different bands. Even Eddie's guitar
they
player.
are. Yeah.
I mean,
Well, he was more into the organ and stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, they sound nothing alike. The two.
Oh
bands.
no.
That,
David
you
Lee
know,
Roth actually, when Sammy Hagar would say that, I don't even know why David Lee Roth was even well known for his singing because he was horrible. And I said, no, he was right on with it. Don't worry.
he did just fine. Thank you.
He did fine, thank you. And and actually, Sammy Hagar did a great job.
Yeah, I again like
right now,
both
a lot of
versions,
great songs, but
they're nothing alike.
Van
They're
Halen 2 was
different
just
bands.
an awesome album. Oh, so good. And Diver Down, I went and seen him in 1982. It was fucking awesome.
First album I ever got was 1984.
Oh, with the baby on it. Yeah, yeah.
The baby angel with the cigarette.
Yep.
But
And
no,
that was a great album
yeah.
too, because that was my era. You know, that's where I went into Maple Leaf Gardens and saw them play. It was fucking awesome. It was fucking great. Yep. Never forget it. Yep. Everybody's smoking dope around me, and I never smoked dope ever in my life. And you know, well, sorry, okay, I never inhaled. But I never was into that
You're
stuff.
president of the United States.
Everybody in every row was smoking dope. It was just smelled like a skunk in the whole place. And I just went, no, I just want to watch the show. And everyone's passing me joints. And I'm going, no, I don't want that stuff. It was so great. It was a good concert.
Michelle and I went to a concert once, and
Once?
this part of the story, actually, it was a Page and Plant concert. You know, Led Zeppelin.
Page and Plant? Oh,
Page and Plant. Yeah, it was awesome.
I wish I would have seen that. Yeah.
And we saw them twice, actually. So
fuck you.
These kids came up to us and asked us if we had any weed, right? These like high school kids. And I just looked at them and said, I'm an undercover police officer. Don't bother me again. And they
good thing to say, right?
They pissed themselves and ran away.
Now what Eric isn't sharing is that yesterday at the 7-Eleven, some kids came up to him and said, "Do you have any weed?" This is like a regular occurrence. It's like a daily thing. There's like no. He said they're like, "I'm trying to get a chocolate stick. I'm trying to pick which one. Leave me alone."
We can get a signed autograph from Phil's place.
Now is not the time, children. Leave me be.
Yeah. No, I never been into dope and stuff like that. It always made me paranoid or hungry, so I just stayed away from it.
So I was actually kind of curious for my personal curiosity. So the ship was the HMCS Haida. That was the ship. It's now docked in Hamilton as a museum ship.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Yep.
So Eric, of course, being a World War II denier, that's why he was disrespecting the boat, because the boat served both in World War II and the Korean War.
Wasn't it the movie Das Boot?
Yeah, Das Boot.
Das Boot.
No, there was Das Boot. There was more than one Das. Lots of Das's.
Das
is a German for the boat.
Yeah.
It's like Gene Hackman and
wouldn't it be great though if there was a Das Boot named Das Boot?
Oh, there was though.
I'm saying there should be. If there wasn't, there should be.
I think it was based on a true story, wasn't that? Yeah,
I'm sure there was a boot.
I think Das Boot was about the nuclear war,
probably
nuclear submarine that the Russians had that the Americans intercepted or something like that.
Are we talking about the plot, the Hunter for Red October?
Something like that. I don't know.
Das Boot is like a black and white film.
It's both.
Like,
it's
no, Das Boot. I know, but we're talking about making the joke about
French.
boat.
It's boot in German, but they're not in English. It's a boat. Yeah. Gene Hackman and who else was in that?
It was Denzel Washington.
Oh, Denzel, yeah. Denzel. Yes, of course.
Paul says one.
One is the loneliest number that you ever know.
Yeah. I want you all to know that my favorite thing is I don't know, Paul speaking in code. So anyway, what I was about to say was I feel like this segment though, Eric, really encompasses our range.
Yeah.
We wound up all that, and to the point that we throw so many things out there that is now canon that you're a World War II denier. I didn't even realize. But now it's a thing.
I don't know
where we came from that, but okay.
Okay.
Well, like I said, you were disrespecting a boat that served in World War II in Korea.
But it was.
You're like, oh, you don't have a Navy? Well, I've got a boat that was in World War II, Eric.
Well, I didn't know. I said
actually submarine.
What I said was, you guys had a Navy?
The Royal Canadian Navy.
Okay, and that's the one boat, Das Boot. The one boat,
that boat served in 2 wars.
Though it wasn't even a boat.
Yeah, no, this was a boat. This was actually a boat.
Lake. It just goes around one of the Great Lakes. I mean, get it out into the ocean. Help a cause, will you?
Like up the St. Lawrence. Exactly.
Eric, it actually sank the most surface enemy tonnage for the war for a Canadian warship.
So for a Canadian,
I thought that was Lithuania.
Tonnage.
Lithuania
was the biggest, right? Lithuania, wasn't it?
I don't know what
biggest-
you're going with for Bobby.
No, that was the biggest.
There's a
quote that saying
Lusitania.
that-
Like, I don't know what you're going for.
There's Lithuania is a country, and
It's a country.
Lusitania.
No,
is
it was called the Lithuania,
boat.
the boat that sank. That what was it? St. Lawrence or something like that.
I'm not sure. This was literally called the Haida. That's what it's called.
Okay, let me look that.
Yeah,
Let me
you
look
guys
that
go fight. We're gonna hide her.
Here we go.
Well, Eric,
I got 4.
you should appreciate that as a Massachusettsian, a known cowardly state, a state of
Yeah.
cowards.
Yeah, yeah.
The whole lot of you.
It's
Like every time you come to Canada, we just see gutlessness. We see you go hide in the corner.
very, very
Gutlessness.
painful. Yeah.
You didn't even have the courage to face the glorious Toronto Knife Show. And you claim to be a knife enthusiast. We had a whole knife show. They specifically did this show, like, hey, this is for Eric. We did this. Ungrateful swine. You didn't even show up.
I know. I don't have that kind of money. If you tempt me with the expo and a knife show, I will be. All I'll have is cards and knives and no food and no house.
Well, the good news is what you have left is the Massachusetts militia. See, you're complaining about the thing. Massachusetts militia, you don't even have enough to afford the rock to throw.
No, that's true. But
At this point, you can't sink a rowboat with a hole in it.
Yeah.
It's over. Here you go. Go ahead and say it, Eric. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's right. That's right.
Where's my
We
flag?
learned a lot tonight. We really have. We learned a lot.
Where's my sorry flag? I don't know what I did with it.
You got a flag?
Yeah.
Is it the flag of surrender?
No, it's the flag of sorry. Shit, what did I do with that?
Everything you own is sorry. Be more specific, Eric.
Oh God, where the hell did I do with that? I got too much stuff, as usual.
If you need a sorry flag, just take a Boston Bruins flag. It's the same thing.
Ah, wait a minute, hold on.
Where did you get that?
Gift shop up in Niagara Falls.
Oh, they will sell anything.
They will sell it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that actually a towel?
Yeah. Sorry. I love this thing. Yeah.
You should try putting it on a pole, Eric.
I'm gonna. Sorry.
You know what I was thinking? I bet the store has a Bobby Orr stick. If you smash it against the wall a couple of times.
I did
Not that that's ever happened before, but if you did,
Let's
first
just-
you could say sorry, and then you could use it to hold up the flag.
Can we correct some things? I did not hit it against the wall. I hit it against a metal shelving unit.
A melving.
A metal shelving unit. And
I
I
have
hit
had
it
a lot of concussions.
once.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Are you sure it was only once?
It was once.
And are you sure you didn't hit it once, pass out, and then hit it again?
I almost passed out because I'm like, I can't believe I just did that. And I should probably, and I'm saying to
Did you
myself,
say sorry?
I should probably stop this recording and start again, but I didn't.
And of course, being an idiot, you didn't erase the evidence.
No. So I still to this day question my thought process on that. I could go back.
Did you say sorry?
Get rid of it, but it's still there on the Instagrams, I think. Yeah.
How many sorries were involved in that?
Afterwards?
Yeah.
Lots of sorries. Yeah.
I'm just saying. Sounds
Well,
to me like
I'm
it's
sorry
your.
I took a $2,000 Bobby Orr game use stick and banged it up against a metal shelving unit so I can make social media. I'm sorry.
Indeed. I don't know. Like I said, we've learned a lot tonight. We really have. That said, I do appreciate though that Amanda came in later specifically just to correct the.
I don't understand. If she's sitting at home doing nothing, why isn't she on the show? I don't understand.
She's opening influencer boxes and pulling all one of ones. She just wanted to see.
Oh, she's busy. Yeah. Yep. Hold on. Yep. This box has the star at the bottom. Yep. I'll open that one. Oh, well, this one doesn't. We'll put that one aside. Oh,
I'm actually so Eric. I'm actually morbidly curious. I want to see. So she's got her whatnot show. She's got her social media. She's got different things. Here's the thing. My question would be, all right, so where would the AEW box get open? In what context? What avenue? What venue would that come? That'd be curious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she caught the bubonic plague.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
Did you ever ask, just on a total, what time? 11:05? Okay. Anyone, do you ever ask Amanda what she does for a living? Have you ever asked that question?
Have you, Eric?
Oh, lots of people have. Lots of people have. No one can get a straight answer. We know that she works for the government. Okay, that's really all we know, is that she works for the government, and we've pieced things together over the years.
So you're saying she's an international woman of mystery?
No, she is a man in black. We have come to the conclusion.
A man in black?
She is a man in black.
Wes is asking a valid question. Which government, though?
You know something? She's never really said.
Have you considered, Eric, the possibility that we could be talking? See, here you go.
She's out of California.
Aliens?
No.
Maybe.
We could be talking the shadow government.
Listen,
that's a government.
I can get like 10 people to come on this show and say that we all believe that she works for the Men in Black.
10 people?
Yep, at least.
Oh, okay.
Maybe more.
Eric, based on this conversation, though, I could get probably 20 people to admit that
Bill, ask Bill. Bill, she works for the Men in Black. Yes or no? That's all we know. She works for the government. We've pieced some things together.
There's your answer right there.
And you don't see her denying it. You don't see her typing away going, oh, that's silly. No. See? That's one. I can get 9 more just to come right out and say she's a Man in Black. I'm telling you.
That's all we need for quorum now, man.
Does she have one of those things that kind of?
I'm pretty sure that I had more information, but she flashy thinged me.
Yeah.
Eric, that would not be necessary.
No,
I knew it was.
She can just tap you on top of the head and you probably get a concussion.
Yep.
That's true.
Every concussion, you become more susceptible to concussions.
Well, either she gave me another concussion or she flashy thinged me. But
you know what the good thing is, Eric? The good news is that this all comes together, Bobby, because now having this conversation, I now think I understand. I mentioned earlier, we came to a revelation. We discovered that Eric is a World War II denier. He doesn't believe World War II ever happened. But I believe we have a logical explanation for this. It's very possible, though, with all the concussions, Eric still thinks that George Washington is president. So World War I hasn't happened yet. The Civil War hasn't happened yet. We're still in the middle of the Revolutionary War. Therefore, how could World War II even be a thing?
Red coats versus the blue coats.
I did tell the doctor George Washington was president. I did say
so. From a chronological standpoint, George Washington did not lead the country during World War II.
He did no.
Those are just facts. Those are historical facts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She was sewing away, but just saying.
That's right.
I like the sequence. She gave you a message.
She gave me.
Can't say I'm flashing people.
Yep. See,
it's a sequence of comments, one another.
It's
a story told in 3 parts.
Bill knows. I'm telling you, she telling you straight out. She's a government agent in the Men in Black, and she hunts aliens all day long.
So she's a double agent, is what you're saying.
No, she hunts aliens. I know for a fact.
Hunts aliens. Okay.
Yep.
Illegal
hunts
aliens
or helps them. Wait, to be clear,
space ones.
Spaceship aliens
or space ones, not the ones from a different country. We're talking about the ones from the different world.
Oh fuck! Here we go. Okay, where's this gone? I don't know.
I'm just telling you.
Listen, who can say, Bobby? I think we would be able to establish the direction this should go if we understood what this was, but because we're still in confusion about what this is, it's hard for us to say that we're off track.
It's manual in space, really.
Yeah, it's a lot of manual space.
Now she's trying to change the subject. I'm telling you.
You're telling us, but
Bill agrees.
Nope. So real quick, I'll get caught up. I'll get caught up on these comments. Let me touch on this.
Right now, is she in like Mars or where? Where is she?
She doesn't leave the planet. She tracks down the aliens who have come to the planet. Have you not seen the documentaries they did? They did
saw
3
them all, yeah.
documentaries.
The documentaries.
Yeah, I saw them. Yeah.
Paul,
Yeah.
you said see the WWE releases? I did.
From
It's cool.
MUFON, yeah, I saw all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're about her.
Oh shit. She might be. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, she didn't show up at the show.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, you're right, Eric. You're right. Yeah.
See,
Well, the saddest part about all this, Bobby, is that we didn't see Amanda very much, but then she went back home and she got all the diseases.
Where's
which
home?
meant she hung out.
Where's home at that point?
ET went there.
A phone home. I guess
There was a movie about that.
Yes,
Yeah, ET
I
went
saw
home.
it. Yeah, I saw it when it came out. Yes.
Yep.
Most of you
just saying.
weren't alive then, but yes, I saw it. 82, I think, something like that.
sorry, I saw it in the movie theater.
Oh, did you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so did I. I took my sister.
Well, my mother took me.
Well, you know.
I like this reference. Did she come through the Stargate? Well
Yeah.
played.
Oh,
James Spader, baby.
She might have. Is she
Well
going to chime
played.
in at some time, or is she just doing?
Well,
it all
she chimed in
podcast?
here about all suing. It's a diversionary tactic.
Oh,
She's
she's
trying to make
totally.
sure we
do it.
Look
Oh, there
over
she
here,
is.
everyone.
Okay.
Look over here, everyone. Yeah. Watch out. She got a flashy thing.
Hold
She
on.
might.
I want to
She might.
remember the sequence of events here. He goes, Carlos, I think I caught it from Ken. So this is from Pastime Sports here. I think he gave me infected DC annual boxes when we were at the restaurant. So now the hashtag allegedly maybe rigged boxes are also
Yeah.
DZed.
Yes.
This is scandalous.
Exactly. Yes.
Scandalous.
I believe it. 100%.
We're learning a lot. Really are.
Well, we're trying to do something.
Mike here says she was at the expo spying on Canada. It's okay. All the intel she got was bad.
I think she was.
We told her that Billy
We
Cilio
didn't
was her
see her
cheerleader.
much, but she was doing something.
That's
Well,
good.
listen.
Extra.
When I was there, Bobby, I specifically fed her tons of information in case anyone is asking. Eric,
Why'd
make sure no
you
one
do
else
that,
knows.
though?
In case anyone is asking,
Okay.
Billy Cilio is our one true leader.
I knew it. I knew it 100%.
Everything
I
else is
couldn't know
just
that.
shadow government. Just shadow government.
It
It's
is.
really all run by Spicy Eye.
Spicy eye. Yeah.
I can see that.
Just saying.
He
This
was
is true.
playing. He was playing off in the restaurants and bars of.
Well, I did see Spicy Eye as well. We had a chat, so I did see him. So real quick, actually, I was gonna quickly share a thing, and then I'll ask my question that I was gonna ask earlier. See, we got a sidetrack. We got excited by alien conspiracies, Eric not knowing about World War II. George Washington's still president. We've learned a lot tonight. We even got to do the tour of the universe, which I didn't think would even come up, but somehow CN Tower
They
got us a
did,
tour of the
yeah.
universe.
Yeah.
Scandalous, wild. So I did mention on the podcast that I had won something from Slab Sharks during the expo, and it arrived this week. So yes.
Wow.
So the auctions, sometimes there's still some stuff in the auction that actually kind of goes under the radar, especially during Expo week, because some of the times
Sure.
the
And
bids don't
actually,
get up.
That's probably one of the best times to buy something.
It is. It
through
is.
the expo,
Yeah.
because a lot of people aren't looking, and that's how I got the salt shakers.
Yep. So it worked out. So this came in now.
That's a nice color, Pat. Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah. So you got the 3 patch pieces. The Medano piece is the 2 color there with the break, and then you got a Jamie Benn. So it is a Jamie Benn rookie year piece. But then in the middle is a Brad Richards, but Brad Richards is obviously Tampa Bay.
That's
got a
like
pretty nice color on the patch piece.
there, right?
Yep. So there's 2 3-color patches on there and a 2 color as well.
Yeah.
So very nice. And this is Jamie Benn's rookie year, and this one's the out of 10. So pretty good.
Nice.
I got that for $60. Give or
Sure.
take $60. Very good. I'll take it. It's got 2 of my PC guys, so I'm like, yeah, great. And the Brad Richards patch in the middle is very nice. I was like, okay, that's cool.
Can't hurt.
So I'll probably hang on to this though, because if I get any mail next week, the one thing that I never do, I don't really like doing a mail day video that's 1 card. It feels kind of pointless. It's like, all right, I'm gonna make a whole. I could sit there and talk about the card for a little while, but I usually then will add it with something else. I'll usually discuss something and then maybe show the 1 card for a minute. I like to document my pickups, so I want to still have a video about it. But I hate just doing it for 1 card; just feels kind of dumb.
Did you actually do something for the R243s?
Not yet. I've got
Okay,
I've got
yeah,
the card.
I think
I've
you're
got
right.
them, but that's going to be its own thing. I want
Yeah, I think
to.
so, yeah.
I basically want to. I'm probably going
Research
to.
it a
I'll
little
show
bit.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I also want to basically blow them up a little bit. I need to make them a little bigger so they're
Yeah.
easy to see,
of course.
because they are they're a little tough to look at unless
They're
you
small,
get a
yeah, I get it,
better
yeah.
image. Yeah. So I'll take advantage of that. We'll incorporate a little bit of research with it, but then also I would like, to make them easier for people to see. I'll blow them up a little bit, keep the resolution so people can still see them. That way, as I talk through them, you'll actually be able to see them better.
Yeah, actually, it's a really good thing because the art 423s are very difficult to find. Baseball a little bit easier. Hockey very difficult. So nice issue.
So that'll be its own thing. We'll make sure we take some time. I've also got my Canadian Sports Car Collector issue that I'll finish reading. That will be a video forthcoming in the near
Oh
future.
yeah,
but
Web two. What's his name? Tim.
Web 2.0, something like that.
Yep. He gave me all the original articles I wrote in 2007 and 8.
Nice.
So I got all those. I do have them all. I didn't have the full magazine. I had the articles, and he gave me all the magazines, which was really nice. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much, Tim.
He's not here tonight, so I that I know of.
I haven't seen him on. No.
I'll say that he's a really good guy.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy.
He's a super nice guy.
Now, he gave him
here tonight. I take all that back. He's kind of an asshole.
All right. Okay.
But I don't think he's here. So he's a really nice guy. Good guy.
No, he's very nice, and he's walking around doing stuff, and he just gave them to me at whatever cost. It was like very simple. I gave him $10 more than he wanted, and I just went, "Hey, thanks a lot." I appreciate it because he was tracking, what I was looking for, and he said, "Hey, listen, I got these." He actually had tabs on all my articles, and it was great. I thought it was awesome, and it's nice to have them, and it's kind of fun looking through. I have the articles already documented. I mean, cut out of those times, but I don't have the full the magazines, and it was really kind of nice to go through them and have a look. And actually, I think they're all right here somewhere. Yeah, I have them all here. So you have the old CSC, Canadian Sports Collectors. So he sent me all of them with the articles that I have in there, and there's some really great articles in here. From Hirsch Bornstein and Russ Martin and all the other guys from the early 2000s. It's really kind of nice. And I met, I saw my friend, what's his name? I can't remember. Baron Badetsky. And he was a major, promoter for that. And then you had Jeff Morris, too. I don't know what Jeff Morris is doing lately. I don't think he's, I asked him, I wanted him to be on the show, but I think he's having something with his brain tumor is not going too well. So, unfortunately.
No, that's bad news.
Yeah. And he has so much information. He's giving some great stuff.
Yeah, best stories. He's always got that, Toronto Expo baseball jersey on,
Well, he was a kicker for the CFL.
I was going to say that's quite the Freudian slip. I did enjoy where we went with that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like the first thing that comes out, Eric. It's like maybe the Swingers Club thing is taking us down the path.
Yeah.
I blame Baz for all of this.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, just saying.
Fair enough.
Turns out. Let me pose this question then. Let's finish up on this one because right now tonight it's been good. Thank you to the chat for participating. But I think if we finish up on this one, then that'll give me a chance. Actually, I'll get a little bit of sleep and then I'll go over to the baseball game. I'll report back my findings. This will be a little bit fun. It's early afternoon, which I like, but sure. I want to get down there a little early. So I want to have lunch down there and then grab a bite. And then from what I understand, the suite, it might, like I said, based on the description, I read into it. If it's similar to it, I don't know. Listen, Eric, they might have a beverage or two.
Maybe. Or two.
I had one today and I'm still feeling it.
Yeah, wild.
One beer.
Wow.
That was like 5 hours ago, man, and I'm still feeling it.
Oh, come on.
Listen, it could take Eric days to recover at this point. 8 days.
It may take. I'm going to have to ride tomorrow and sweat it out.
Wow. Sweat what out?
That beer I had.
It's just a beer.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's a Guinness. Beer's a bit strong.
Oh, yeah, it was Guinness. I forgot.
Yeah, it's Guinness. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Enough said. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So here's my question. We had talked about it a little earlier. So here you go. Look who's bouging now. That's right. Listen, I learned from I would say the best, but it's Eric.
I'm gonna
I learned from not only is he bougie, he's got a bougie card. So we got to work to keep up. We got to work to keep up.
I think I should send this to you, is what I think.
Listen, I would give it a place of honor and a rotating.
I would send this to you, but anyways,
I'll give it a rotating platform, and not only that, I would put the one touch right side up.
No, that's silly.
Luxurious. But yes. So the question was, when we were talking a little earlier, was the whole thing about the experience. Bobby was making, the whole thing about the in-person and all that when I was speaking about the jersey and everything.
Yep.
I'm at the stage where I don't really care about meeting any of these people at this point. I don't really give a crap about them. But that's me. For some other people, though, that's the thing. The thing is the in-person, the experience, the chance to
it's
get
not the autograph, it's the in-person.
Yeah, exactly. So my curiosity is twofold. I want to know, basically, from the folks in the chat. Again, you may not even be into getting into autographs, but if you were going to get it, is the in-person experience a thing? Because Wes does some of the stuff where he'll do the mail order. Like, for example, the Stankoven thing was a situation where obviously it was a private signing. That's different. But there sometimes are public signings, and you can still do mail order for those too. And if you're local, you have the option. If you really would like to, you could attend the signing and get it signed, or you could ship it out. Some people choose different options depending on their situation. Maybe it's a scheduling thing, but all things being equal, if you had the proximity to it, number one, would your preference be to do it in person and do it that way? Yes. Or is it a case where it's just getting the item itself? That's the thing.
It's not the autograph, it's the in-person. Actually, from my past experience of dealing with a lot of people, it's just nice to meet them and shake their hand. I don't care if they autograph it. It's a personal experience that you can't really replicate. You can buy a game used, jersey signed, whatever. Meeting the person and shaking their hand, I think that's everything to me.
I agree. We're fans. That's one of the reasons we do this, is because we're fans. And I definitely enjoy meeting these players that are older than me, that I watched as a kid.
Idolized, really.
I don't get as excited when I'm meeting players that I am older than. I just don't have the same excitement. But players that I watched, players that are now in their 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe 90s, I still really enjoy meeting those guys. I can still look up to them with my little kid eyes. When I know it's make fun of me for name dropping, but we have our business relationship with Jeremy Swayman. I don't get excited when I see Jeremy Swayman.
No,
he's like 12 years old. What the hell do I care? That doesn't excite me. But when I get a chance to meet, one of the, 70 Cup Bruins,
WWF, that's awesome.
It's like, this is awesome. Tell me stories.
Yeah.
So I enjoy that. So meeting these guys, listening, shutting up and listening.
Yes.
And I've said this before, if you get the opportunity to actually spend time with some of these guys like Bobby and I have, do yourself a favor, shut up and listen. And
Johnny Bauer was the best thing I ever, 2.5 hours sitting here listening to him talk about his experiences, how he talked about, Sawchuck and how much of a drunk he was. And it was just like amazing. It was like unbelievable, and I sat there 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours.
Awesome. Yeah.
It was amazing. And he was so friendly. He was so fun. And he was touching my knee and he was sitting there going, Bobby, this guy was this and this, I did this and I was so happy and I just didn't want to wear a mask. And he said so many great things. It was just amazing. I just sat there and, loved it, and that was an amazing time for me. It was probably one of the best. Alan Stanley, talking to him and his wife was a bitch, but and Teeter Kennedy and all these people that I met. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
And you'd agree that the best way to do it is to shut up and listen, because they'll talk all day.
Well, you ask them questions about certain things, and they'll just spill the beans. Like they
Yeah.
don't care. Like really, it was awesome. I can't even. I wish I would have recorded it. Just so many great things that I heard and understood about the NHL that was going on at the time, and it was just very simple. It was just people like people, and other people, coaches didn't like certain players, and it just complicated, but it's fun to listen to. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah,
That's it.
it sounds like Bobby and I are on the same page. We really do enjoy meeting these guys, sitting down, talking to them. I can't. I assume, Bobby, you probably don't get as excited now as if you met a current.
No, I still do. Eric, as much as you think I've been around, I still get excited. Even talking to Gilmore, I'd be super excited. I would love that stuff, and I haven't really met him in person. And if I do, I think I would cherish that time, because he is one of my, later 30s kind of, he was the guy. He was,
He was
I was
awesome.
looking forward to him. And, I remember when they got him on the team and I was driving down the street and I was just, yes, Gilmore's back. And I was screaming, and I had Van Halen cranked. It was fucking awesome. And I just loved it, and, those are the things we grew up with. And I think that's the one thing we all reflect upon is the childhood dreams of yesterdays. And that was one of my things. And I still have to meet Doug, and I'll talk to him. And the privilege of being a hobby historian, it gives me a little bit of insight into meeting these guys, and I really appreciate that. And I never asked for it, but it's there, and I truly enjoy it.
Yeah,
and you've been
awesome.
granted the same as much as me, because you have Phil and stuff like that, and Phil knows everybody. So
I'm lucky.
Yeah,
and spoiled.
It's good. But I've been around the block for a long time, so
yeah. But when I met and hung out with Bobby McMahon of the Maple Leafs for 2 hours last November.
Oh, your wrestling videos, like you and that's the best video I've ever seen. Like you and fucking what's his name?
Mick Foley.
Yeah, Mick Foley. That was so good. That was the best video I've ever seen, and I think that'll always be on the top of my list to watch. I love that. Because he was so candid, and he was so simple, and you guys played against each other. It was so good. It was like the best. How can you beat a Mick Foley video than that? You can't.
And I didn't have to ask him twice. I was like,
no, he's such a nice guy.
He's
got like 3 teeth in his mouth, and he's
I was like, Mick, if this is what I would like to do. He's like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And he did.
Let's do it. No problem, man. I'll do it for you.
You literally just asked him to cut a promo. It's basically.
I think that's the best video I've ever seen of somebody with somebody else who really appreciated one person, and the other person who was famous just went, "Yeah, I'll do it for you. No problem." Yeah, that was awesome. That's fucking incredible. Yeah.
Let me tell you,
I would prefer it if he had hit you with the barbed wire bat.
I won't give you credit for much, but I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah, it was fun, and he's a good. Let me tell you about him just being a good guy. Nothing to do with me.
I'd love to meet him. I'd love to, because I grew up through that times too. As much as you think I'm just into hockey and stuff like that, I love the wrestling too. I really enjoy those guys.
Yeah, from everything from the Monday Night Wars back.
I wish I would have recorded back in the time period in the 70s when I had, I wish I would have had a video recorder for Ric Flair and all his Haystack Calhoun and all these other guys. That would have been awesome. But, we never had that back then. So,
Well, Flair was at the Expo 2 Novembers ago. Him and Tyson.
Yeah, I remember asking for his autograph. He said no, and that was 1977, man. That was fucking, he was a prick.
He still is.
He still is.
Yeah, like
Okay.
we've talked about this. We've talked about this before. Ric
Yes.
Flair was extremely talented at what he did. He developed this character, his persona. But the problem is, at some point, Ric Flair convinced himself that Ric Flair the character was also Ric Flair the person.
Yeah.
And the problem is that Ric Flair the person is very insecure. He is one of the most insecure people on this planet.
You know, it's kind of funny. He was at Ted Reeves Arena, and I went there in '77, and he was standing out in front, like he was right out there in the main thing. And I asked him for his autograph, and he just went, "No." And I went, "I'm just a kid, right? I'm 12, 14 years old," and he just wouldn't do it. And I really disrespect. Haystack Calhoun was kind of cool, though. He was nice to meet.
Was it because Haystack was a good guy and Ric Flair was a bad guy?
No, Haystack was actually selling photographs at this little table at the end, and he was standing there at the corner booth, and I think he was ready to go on the next 1 or 2 rounds or something like that. And Ric Flair was just kind of sitting there going, "No." He was standing there watching the whole thing. You know, we had Bruno Sammartinez, and we had somebody else that was going against him. It was like the top stuff, and he just wouldn't sign anything for us. He just went no. And you know, because my dad, you know, and I was with Ted Reeves at the time, and I was doing the timing and stuff like that, so I had a little bit of insight and stuff like that. And I went downstairs, and those guys wouldn't sign for you. They just wouldn't at that time.
Was that because they were protecting the business, or because they were jerks?
Well, I asked my dad, and he said, you know, they just won't do it. They just won't do it for you. And I said, you know, can you do that? Can you get that autograph for me? And he goes, no, they won't do it. Because they were selling signed autographs at the front. And Haystack Calhoun was behind the booth. He was selling autographs, and it was like, I think $3 or $4 at the time, and you just had to pay for it. And I just couldn't. You know, I got one autograph. I can't remember, and I don't have that anymore, so it's long gone. I think I got Bruno Sammartinez. Yeah, that's what
Martino.
Yeah,
Bruno.
No, that's the problem. The problem is that Bobby got Bruno Sammartinez. That was the issue.
That's the other.
Bruno Sammartinez.
I blame Ric Flair.
Two of them.
This is Ric Flair's fault.
There was Bruno Sammartinez and Bruno Sammartinez Jr. or something like that.
No, there's Bruno Sammartino. Bruno Sammartino. Yeah.
When it comes
he was the longtime world champion.
He was at that time. He was the big. He was the card. He was the main card.
Yeah, he was the one who sold out a lot of Madison Square Garden cards back in the day.
And he went against Bruno Sammartino. It was like two Brunos against each other. It was like weird.
It was Bruno versus Bruno?
Yeah, it was Bruno. Yeah. Bruno Sammartino.
Eric, are you sure that the concussions aren't spreading?
I don't think so.
Contagious. It's Bruno versus Bruno. We wound up in an interesting place.
It's hard to remember exactly.
Sounds like me
going
after
back
a bike
to 77 here. Listen.
I get it. But we can confirm Bruno Sammartino was a guy. We know that for sure.
Yes.
And he faced somebody for sure.
Well, there was Bruno Sammartinos, and there was Bruno Martinos. There's two guys, almost the same name, and I remember them going in against each other. And Ric Flair was there. Haystack Calhoun was selling he was selling the photographs because he was like 350 pounds. He was 400 pounds. He was sitting behind. And he was sitting at the end selling all the photographs, and I think I bought one for $3 or something like that. And I don't know where that ended up, but anyways, it was an interesting time. Maybe I'm a little bit delusional about that time period, but even still, we had fun.
All right,
I had fun.
So real quick, I'll read Sean's comment and then I'll.
But anyways.
We got that. So Sean here says, "Hi guys, does the National have as much Pokemon as the Expo does? Can't speak to that. I doubt it. Is there any way they could maybe axe Pokemon sign and give it so to Expo so we could have the Sports Card Expo back?" So I wanted to read this because the last comment, I've heard a handful of folks try to pitch this to me, and I'm like, I'm sorry. The Sports Card Expo is the vast majority of the booths and vast majority of the content. The Pokemon definitely has a bigger presence today than it ever has, but
I don't think it was that big at the show, though.
But Bobby, this is the point I'm trying to get at. I've listened to some people try to complain about this at some of these shows. It's like,
No,
guys,
I don't think
I had zero problem finding sports cards
No,
on tons of tables.
no, yeah, it was
Tons
out
of
there.
tables. Finding it at a good price, that was a
So,
little
in a
bit more work.
percentage point, what
Different
would you say
conversation.
that the Pokemon was part of the show?
Yeah.
Think of
And
it.
and Drew,
No,
and
in a
for the kids,
percentage
and by the
point.
way,
I'm
for the
asking you a
kids,
question there.
sorry, repeat the question.
What percentage point do you think was Pokemon opposed to sports collectibles?
Like 7%. Like
Yeah.
it.
I think it
Yeah,
was
there were
about 15%.
some dealers who specifically dealt
15%,
in that, and
maybe.
a lot of them were in the CSC section. That section.
That was in second.
They were very
That was
concentrated.
100% over there. But I mean, in
Other
the
dealers
main
would have
crowd,
like a show. Other dealers would have a showcase
I'd
or
say
two that
5
they
to
may feature.
10%. Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah,
in
if
between.
you have a bigger booth, some
Yeah.
dealers would have some Pokemon, and the reason for that, and Eric, I know this is scandalous. This may be a hot take. I believe it's because they like money.
Yeah, that's exactly it,
No,
yes.
no, has nothing to do with money.
It's the hottest of hot takes.
But I'll tell you this:
They realize that the kids will
hottest-
come by and they'll buy the freaking Pokemon cards. Of course,
that is the
absolutely.
hottest of
Money is
hot-
money.
Yeah.
Money's
Well,
money.
for people, and I'm not saying that anyone's saying they should or shouldn't have it or against it. The reason,
Well, Sean is saying they shouldn't have it, and I'm just making the point. It's not that big a
So-
deal. That's my counterpoint.
It wasn't quite. Yeah.
I'll give you another counterpoint of why they should
going.
have it, because
Sure.
forget about adults buying it or the money that's being spent on it. Or
What is an adult at your age?
I don't know. But
20?
here's the opportunity, and
20?
I wish it was more prevalent when my kid was younger and really into this, because if my daughter was younger now, I would be bringing her to shows with me and spending that quality time with her, going to a card show, and we'd both be looking. She'd be looking for Pokemon cards. I'd be looking for vintage hockey cards, and it's something we could do together. So I think it's great that they
Is
have
Pokemon really a thing that you want to look with your kids together? I don't know.
Anything, to be able to spend time with my kid.
I understand that.
if
I'm
she
just
wanted-
saying.
If I said, "Hey, you want to go to a card show with me on Saturday? You can
Yeah,
look for
that'd be
Pokemon.
cool.
You can look for Pokemon cards, and I'll look for hockey cards, and we can walk around the whole
Yeah,
show."
fair enough. Fair enough.
And
yeah, okay.
she'd
Yeah.
get excited about this. I'd get excited about that. We go out to lunch after, show each other what we got, talk about it. I would absolutely love that. But that, the fact that when she was younger and really into that, the Pokemon super craze wasn't happening yet, where there was Pokemon at every show.
Well, I think going forward, I think it's really important that you actually latch into your kids and enjoy the same things that you enjoy, right? Like collecting.
Yeah. So
If you
I
don't,
would've loved-
otherwise it's just a separation of. It's funny. I post a lot of things on Instagram lately, and you like them and stuff like that. I did see Steven, my son. He was liking them, and I never seen him like stuff before. And he goes, "Hey, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. That was different." Edmonton Oilers. I had a lot of different. NFL, CFL, kind of stuff. So it was kind of interesting to see that he was into that. He kind of liked it. And I said, "Yeah, not bad."
Yeah. Anytime we can get our kids interested in what we like, we always have to.
Yes.
We always have to be into what our kids are into when they're younger, right?
Well, we have kids. Carlos doesn't have kids, but even still, we start sitting there and looking at our kids and what they're doing and what he's doing. And Steve has a great collection. He has like wax packs from like 79 to 89. Like he has some good stuff. He has some nice stuff, and he has some Raptor stuff, and he has some really good stuff. And I told him to sell it when it was 2002 and 3 and 4 and stuff like that, but he didn't do that. So Now he's waiting for, I don't know what he's waiting for.
No, I'm not.
Maybe
Selling.
it's not about selling. Maybe it's about keeping in, housing his collection more than anything else.
Yeah. Now, I'll throw in a couple of things here. I was listening to what you guys were saying. The
Sure.
thing is that when it comes to a lot of these stuff, I think there is a completely different demographic that is collecting that Pokemon cards. There is some overlap, but I also think there are a lot of folks, a lot of these kids that now are reaching a certain age, and Pokemon was the thing they collected. So when they're being nostalgic about it, Pokemon is the nostalgia thing.
Well, that's my son, right? Like he's right in that Pokemon age, right?
Yeah.
So
I touched on
early
this.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I touched on this when we do the AMG one because Sherry collects that Mewtwo character, and whenever we would do the AMG podcast episode, plug, links in the description. There you go, bonus plug, got that in there. But the thing is that when we go there, and when she's on the show and we're able to talk about it, the thing is, and I think you've seen some of these episodes, Eric. Sometimes when we go to the Pokemon one, I don't know anything about it. I know enough to be dangerous. I'm not completely ignorant of it, but I don't know much about the characters. I don't watch the show. I don't follow it. I don't, but I'm also like, let's put it this way. My approach to this is if you enjoy it, I'm happy for you. Like if that's what you're into, that's cool. And the cheese stringamon is the only thing I get a kick out of because obviously I coined the cheese stringamon. So there's a humorous part of it to me, and I've got a handful of those cards. That's literally all the Pokemon I've got. That's it. None of the rest of it interests me at all. I might grab one or two more because, again, similar to the Chosen Rosen, I'll do sometimes a collecting thing for my amusement alone.
Yeah,
and that's fine. And there's a place for that. But there are people that are legitimately passionate about these characters. And as someone who collects the wrestling, and it's all about characters, I can't tell them they're wrong. I can't tell them that's bad. I don't believe that. So my big thing is there's going to be a generation of these guys who don't watch sports. So the idea here, separate it out. Cool. That's like saying we don't want your money. And we also say like, hey, your kids who don't give a crap about these sports cards that you want to drag them out to this card show for, we're going to leave nothing for them. We're going to force them to look at these sports cards they don't care about. Oh, but there's they don't care.
No.
If they're legit, if they are interested, that's cool. But if they're not, well, then they're not coming to the card show with you. Whereas if there is the Pokemans, then there may be. You can go with a binder with them for a couple of minutes and go, hey, pick the one you like. Here you go. Boom. Done. I'll give you a quick. Yeah, I'll give you a quick story. Obviously, your feed is catered to whatever you're searching for or whatever you're looking at, right? You watch different types of videos, you'll tend to get more of those. Obviously, during the expo, I was watching a lot of expo videos, checking out different people's vantage points of the expo, right? A lot of Toronto Sports Card Expo, blah, blah, blah. That's in the title. One of the ones that came up earlier today was Toronto Sports Card Expo. But it was a lady, it was a young lady. She was an adult, but she was still a young lady who collects Pokemon. And the video was about her experience going to the Toronto Expo to buy Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I say she's buying Pokemon, Eric, she went onto one of the tables and 3 of the cards she purchased were over $2,100.
Jesus.
It wasn't like $5 Pokemon cards.
Right.
They're from a specific set, and she's collecting this set. But she's very passionate about collecting the set, clearly. She's willing to pay good money for these. So guess what? You think that dealer is going to be like, well, fine, that dealer will go to the other thing and sell her the $2,100 worth of Pokemon. You've lost that. Guess what? That business in that room, if that dealer spends money on anything at all, the money circulates the room. I'm sorry. The dealers want money circulating the room. And if you're interested in that, but guess what? I was able to walk up and down the aisles. Yes, I saw the Pokemon, but guess what? I also saw a ton of sports cards. I saw basketball. I saw football. I saw baseball. I took the silly card of the week this week was a picture I took from a showcase that was all baseball. And it wasn't just Blue Jays. Yes, there were Blue Jays in it. A lot of Vladdy Juniors, a lot of Bo Bichette's, all this stuff. But also Albert Pujols and also, Fish Boy and other players were included in this showcase. This showcase over here has football. I see Josh Allen. They got the wrong Josh. Where's the Chosen Rosen? But I see Josh Allen and I see these other players, right? But then I go to this other table and you know what I see? I see Joe Montana. I see Dan Marino. I see hockey's still dominant in the space overall. There's still the majority of it is still the hockeys, but there's other stuff too. which means, and by the way, some of those Pokemon exclusive booths and Paul's, so that I just wanted to circle around Paul's comment here. The show at Langley was 50-50 Pokemon Sport. So obviously in this show is way more heavy.
Yeah.
In the Expo, it was less so. But the point is, the last sentence, though, is key. Pokemon tables were swamped, like 2 rows of people. The sports card table side, like maybe 1 or 2 people looking. There's a big difference in the passion level right now with the Pokemans. And by the way, there are some Pokemans that are pretty penny. Case in point to what I just said a moment ago. So it is what it is. It's not your deal. It's not your bag. Well, you got a choice to make here for when you're running these shows. You want to try to separate it though too? That's no problem. You're just telling me that there's going to be a Pokemon show that's going to be extremely well attended. Probably a lot of those kids are going to go there and spend good money. And then there's a sports card show that are a couple of old guys and a handful of people that are flipping cards. And that's your show.
Basically, that's true, right?
Okay. If that's what you want. If you would like the room to be a little bit more energetic, though, a mix of the two is probably best. You got to figure out what that mix should be. That's a different conversation. But a mix of the two is probably wise if you're a show promoter. Just saying.
Absolutely. A little bit of everything for everybody, so it does matter. Yeah. It's nice.
You got to play it. So name here says, did we see the photos we took for Eric? Well, when we told him he's number 1, there was quite the batch of them, yes.
Yeah. Right.
What a jerk.
What a jerk. Hey, name is an awesome guy.
No, he isn't. Stop saying that.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. He's horrible.
No, he's not.
I think he's the worst. I think he's the absolute worst.
Oh, he's the nicest guy in the world. Are you kidding?
Worst. He's the worst. And I swear, he does one more post of, I've been a fan of fill in the blank since day 1. I am flying up there and I am going to kill him.
Okay, you can fly.
I'm no more. I'm sick of it. He does it just to bother me. He knows it bothers me. He does it 5 times a day. I've been a fan of Captain Crunch cereal since day 1. Does anything.
In fairness, Captain Crunch cereal is pretty sweet. I gotta be honest.
I think so.
Eric, I might be a fan of Captain Crunch cereal since day 1.
I've never had it. I don't.
Top of your mouth, but yeah.
I was gonna say.
But
I do not have this issue.
Every day he posts something just to piss me off.
Name is nice.
I've been a fan of blah 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 since day 1. He does it just to bother me.
I don't think he does it to bother you.
He does.
He just does it for
sake
of doing it.
No,
Bob Jackson here speaks the truth.
You're bothered by a lot of things. Yeah.
No.
Hey, I was gonna say that's a low bar to hit.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson here says, I like the like button. I hit the like button. I'm doing my part. Are you doing your part?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Bob Jackson says, I've been a fan of Eric Waite since day 1.
Screw you, Bob.
Wow. To your fans, Eric. To your fans.
Yeah.
To your base.
Yeah, right.
Amazing.
Yes.
I
Horrifying.
don't have any fans.
Yeah, it's bad.
I don't have people in my own house who like me.
So here, these aren't the pictures he's referring to.
Look
just so these are not the pictures he's referring to, but look, look, it's quite the cast of characters here. Look, here's Naaman, Yannick. And Yannick was walking up and down those aisles searching for sleeves. He's still searching for sleeves to this very day.
In all of innocence, right?
Yes.
Still can't find them.
Look at this guy.
Mm-hmm.
My God.
The Burrell is here.
That's not the picture I got.
I think
it all seems very pleasant. It all seems very pleasant.
That's not the picture I got.
See, I know this guy. Nice hat.
That's a good shot.
See, it all comes together, Bobby. The theme remains on point.
These are not the pictures I received.
Yes, you're correct, Carlos. Oh, there we go.
More people. Love it. Hey, there's a meat. He's looking for a vegan burger.
Now,
I think he is. Yes.
A meat did not send me any inappropriate photos. So a meat
is a meat. A meat is a different kind of dude.
I still like him.
He's weird when you have dinner with him. Anyways.
The upper deck
there
booth?
We go. There we go.
Look at him trying to get.
There we go. On top of that, that's fucking awesome.
Yep, we got a bunch. See, we got a whole slideshow. Even Gong Show people. My God.
Oh my God. You know, it's funny. The Gong Show really didn't show up at the show, right?
I saw them like 100 times, Bobby. they literally across path. They walked right in front of me and across from me, and I saw Phil and the whole lot.
They didn't have.
No, they didn't have a booth, but yeah, again, they're wearing the merch with the logos. You can see that stuff from space. They were all over the place.
Yeah, as much as I seen them, I didn't see them in their own booth.
Yeah, I didn't actually see. So here's what I didn't see. I didn't see Kenny Reed. So Ken Reed was this one. So I wasn't. I didn't surprise me. He's around pretty regularly.
Ken can go fuck himself, right?
Yeah, look who's hanging out with
I
celebrities now.
showed my first book, my second book, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I've seen those." And I went,
There's Hit 'em High.
"Pardon?"
There's Hit 'em High here.
There's
The last
Josh.
photo.
Oh, Josh. Yeah.
That's Hit 'em High. Yep.
Josh is a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy.
There you go. A whole slideshow there. Name's got a whole slideshow of different different folks, individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not the
Josh is pretty
pictures I
good with
got.
me. He likes the vintage stuff. And, whatever. He's a good guy.
I did mention though, one of my favorite little things as a result from the show is it's the first time Josh and I actually were able to make a deal.
Oh,
he had a couple of cards. Yeah, usually we're not on the same page sometimes on some of the cards, and also sometimes he's got some nice stuff.
Mine guy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And sometimes he's got some stuff that I already have, like some nice stuff and rare stuff. But in this case, we were chatting a little bit. This was on Sunday, so Sunday ended up being very productive. Funny enough, Sunday ended up being, I think, the most productive day for pickups. Because it was my final go around. I finally made my way through most of the sections, did a full sweep of a couple of things.
I think all the guys did good on Sunday.
Yeah. I think it worked out pretty well. Again, depends on what you were looking for. For me, when we were chatting, he had a couple of Medanos that were in a box there that had been sorted into different things. So he went and grabbed them and showed me a couple. And I goes, okay, this one's interesting. This one's interesting. We ended up having a quick chat and we came to a agreeable price on one of the cards. And that's one of the ones I took back with me.
Sure.
So it works out.
Question.
One of the other ones.
Go
ahead.
Paul, real quick. Paul, if you're still around, who did I buy that the Gretzky off of? Was that Josh or was that someone else? Do you remember?
I think it was at his booth, and I'm 95% sure it was Sports Card Cartel.
Oh, the Cartel.
Yeah, I'm pretty remember.
Yeah, because the Cartel and he were set up at a booth previously during that period, and it was either him or Cartel because I think they were sharing that booth.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's one or the other. Because I'm pretty sure they were the two that were running that booth, so it was somewhere in the middle of it.
I think that's where I got it from. So.
Yeah. So it was at that booth for sure. The question, it's one guy or the other. But that was the whole thing. So it was good. So we were able to come to it. I chat with them a lot of these shows when we attend. It's good. Either way, so that's why I said I gave kind of like some suggestions based off these stories. And one of them is it's still good to keep the communication line open. It's still good to even though we had never been able to come to an agreed upon price on anything or come to a deal, doesn't mean we can't have a conversation, chat, have a nice, pleasant chat about whatever. And then one day, the right piece comes up. We were able to come to a number that works for everybody. Good. And we were able to find something that made sense for both of us. So win-win. So I think a lot of folks miss out on those opportunities if you don't take advantage of them. Sometimes it's good. Just chat up some of the dealers if you become familiar, especially if you're going to be there regularly at the show. It doesn't hurt to take a couple minutes and have a quick conversation. You never know. Because then the next time, recognize your face and they're like, oh yeah, you know what? I'll do a deal for you. Sure.
Dude. Yeah, better deal. Yeah.
It's a little bit easier than you're just some random stranger. So Bob Jackson asked a good question. What did you get at Expo?
I got
a case of the FOMOs. I
didn't get the FOMOs, but I also got a Toronto Maple Leafs ashtray. It's cost me a lot of money. I got some signed.
It didn't cost you a lot of money. It cost you next to nothing.
I got a bunch of 6970 autographed cards that cost me a bunch of money. Could have sworn there's some other things too. I can't.
Well, I think Amanda was going to send you a box of diseases.
Yeah, she wanted to send me a box of diseases. So, people spent my money really well. I was really pleased. I have good friends that went up there and said, "Let's spend some of Eric's money," and they did.
Wow, you have friends now. That's wild. Scandalous.
Well, you didn't.
Crazy.
I didn't say
happens.
you. I didn't.
No, but the point we Eric. That's not my point. My point is, it was established canon in previous utterances that you have no friends. I'm not talking about just here. No friends in life.
All right, listen. I just thought I'd try.
Bobby, I'm calling out narrative inconsistency here.
Listen,
I am
it's
achieving.
Little friends. It's not big
I
friends.
thought I would just try the word out,
Small
see
friends.
how it came off the lips, see how it felt. All right. I didn't like it.
Okay.
Scandalous. Scandalous.
I didn't like it.
Incidentally, by the way, just a quick aside, St. Louis was victorious tonight. So that series will also be going to game 7.
Yep.
So we will have 2 game 7s in back-to-back evenings.
Hey guys, that's my team.
So 2 game 7s, back-to-back evenings. So Colorado and Dallas will be tomorrow night. And then on the 4th, May the 4th be with
I'm
you.
on Dallas and I'm on St. Louis. Okay, guys.
Yes. St. Louis and Winnipeg will be on May the 4th. Coming soon. And good evening, Carla. They buy many Peter Klima rookies. Fair.
Klima.
Eric's very passionate about Peter Klima.
Bob sucks. That's all I can tell you. Bob sucks.
Scandalous.
1987, I think. What is this rookie? 1987 Detroit Red Wings.
It might be.
I think was his rookie card or something. Screw him. I'm sorry that he's dead. I didn't wish that on him.
Wow. Wow.
Oh,
Screw Peter Klima. Fucking
Wow.
asshole.
Wow.
I'm sorry that
Took
he's
us some
dead. All right. But screw Peter Klima.
I'm glad he had that qualifier. Jeez. Wild. Scandalous. Can't take you anywhere, Eric. Honestly.
Really?
Just cannot take it.
Yeah,
Peter
it
Klima.
comes down to that.
Yeah, it was Eric.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
I like where this is coming. Wow. Condolences to Peter Klima's widow. Ha
Oh, God.
ha! Nice job, Eric. It's bad enough you denied World War II happened. Like, this is terrible. It's atrocious. What have you done? Just brutal, Eric. Just brutal. Brutal work by you.
Sorry to his family that he is no longer with them, but screw Peter Klima.
I don't know, Bobby. I don't know what to say.
I hate me some Peter Klima.
I was going to take Eric on a tour of the universe, but now we can't. Can't
No.
take him anywhere.
He's not there.
Oh, I hate Peter Klima.
So I think in the conversation we had, I think our conclusion, so nobody in the chat chimed in. So obviously you guys mentioned that for you guys, I mentioned the autograph thing. So for you guys, the experience, getting the FaceTime with the folks, chatting with them obviously is a big thing for you guys. So I was just curious if anybody in the chat felt the same way, or if anybody else is kind of more transactional. I guess it's just a question of like what your preference is and what you're looking to get out of the experience. So Bob Jackson says, I'm sorry, Eric. I'm sorry you're such a hater. It's true.
I hate
That's
Bob Jackson and I hate Peter Klima.
It's wild. Unbelievable.
And name sucks too.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. You got to run down there, Bobby? How you doing?
Yeah. I'm pretty.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. So, Bobby, if you want to take off, I'll make fun of Eric for a few more minutes, and then we'll call it even. Yeah, so I think it's fair.
Okay.
2 more minutes.
Have a night, guys.
Go for it, Bobby. Have yourself a good evening. We'll talk later.
Hey, Bobby.
Ciao.
So you go. Wes says, I don't care about talking to signers. That's fair. I get you. Yep. And that's what I'll kind of touch on here in a second. Having any trouble getting off, Bobby?
Carlos
There you
Preston.
go. He figured it out. So yeah, I don't care about talking to signers. What am I going to say to the guy? Wow, I loved watching you play as a kid. They don't give a fuck, which is true. So that's kind of what I was gonna say. That so that's why I phrased it the way I did a second ago. It depends on what you're looking to get out of the experience. If for you meeting that person is really that big a thing, or if you do have the chance to have a little bit more of a chat, then sure, that's great. If it's a moment, so here, a specific moment you remember, and it can be. That's why I said I give the caveat, the qualifier. There may be a situation where that can be part of the equation, but then, like, especially if you are a longer term collector, like I said, I did have the chance when the signing was in the afternoon, like civilized people, not mornings, like the heathens.
Oh my God.
I did do a signing where Medana was signing the item, and I was there, and I handed over the item, and he signed it, and it was a quick like 2-second conversation, and then we were off, like, and that was it. But it's like Mike Medana is my favorite hockey player, but he's not that interesting. I don't really want to have a conversation with. And by the way, I listened to him on a Spitting Chicklets interview where they talked to him a little bit, and he did have some stories. But it's like, I gotta be honest with you, Eric. If I was sitting there and he wanted to tell me stories, I don't have the patience to sit there and listen to it. I don't give a shit. Gotta be honest. Don't care. And I've seen some of the other players, and I've listened to some of the stories and everything, and I'm like, but I don't want to sit there and listen to it. I don't really care. Nothing personal, but I don't care.
That, and I don't think you have to. If that's that's fine. I get a different enjoyment out of it depending on who it is.
Yeah. And that's completely fair. Now, mind you, Eric, I will change my tune. I will take this in a different direction. If they're paying for the fucking beer, then yeah, yap away. Go ahead. At that point, I'm being bribed, so yeah, go ahead. Just my arm, sure. Oh, fascinating. Yeah. It's crazy. Can't believe it. That's amazing. It's unbelievable. Have you listened to a word I said? No, I didn't. I probably didn't hear a word you said. No. The next beer is on him. That was fascinating. I have no doubt it was fascinating. That was crazy, that thing that happened. Wild. Going to a game with Dale Murphy on Sunday, along with about 50 others. Fair.
Oh, along with 50 other. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy yourself anyway.
Yep. Bob said, or when Eric met Marcel and said, that dinner you had last night looked amazing. Exactly. An intimate, personal conversation.
Marcel's my best friend.
That's what we all figured.
He's my best.
I definitely don't begrudge anyone getting to know these guys. I definitely hang out with Mick Foley. There you go.
Mick's a good dude. He's a
like I said though, I think it would have been even better, dude, if he hit you with a barbed wire baseball bat.
I don't think I'd like him as much.
I think it would have added to the experience. Eric, it would have given the authentic experience.
No, it would have given me another concussion, which I cannot afford.
Eric, he could hit you across the back.
Oh, yeah. Okay, my back can handle that, sure.
Look, Eric, make up your mind. You're like, my head is soft, can't take a hit to the head. My back is broken, can't take a hit to the back. What do you want, man?
I don't want
your hip's been replaced, can't hit you there. What, the knee? You need him to hit you in the knee?
No, I don't want that. I don't want Mick Foley hitting me.
You brittle bastard. Like, it's just one thing after another with you. Unbelievable. Incredible. Maybe Dan Houser could curse Eric. That would be nice. Oh, he's kind of cursed already.
I'm already cursed. I don't know anything about a Dan Housen cursing me, but I know I'm cursed.
Yep. Wes says, but in a cattle line for a signing, let's save everyone some time and just sign and move on. So that was I said this story before, but you guys, if you guys remember from previous, I talked about that time that I got the Gordy bobblehead. So the Gordy bobblehead is signed, and I've shown it obviously in the past on the stream and stuff. But so I think it's been a little while, Eric. But do you remember the story about how I got that sign and the whole situation with that one?
Why don't you remind us?
Yeah. So real quick, high level. It was at the expo, and they had an excellent deal. Like, we're talking a steal of a deal for $75 Canadian, or 1/trillionth of what Eric pays for the like button. 1/trillionth. It's facts. You could get the bobblehead, and the bobblehead would be signed by Gordie Howe. So that included the bobblehead. The 75 included the bobblehead, which you figure what a bobblehead costs. Like, you're basically getting the auto virtually for free at that point. So Gordy had a whole line of people there for the thing. And that was a year where I just didn't have a lot of time. I've been to a lot of expos. I haven't missed both expo shows in many a year. Really, the handful of times I've missed it is I'll miss one and go to the other. But most of the time I go to both shows. It's back since the early and mid 90s. But that particular year, I didn't have a lot of time. I was between shifts at work, and I had enough time, and I saw that thing, and I go, oh, I want to get the bobblehead. So Carlos Sr. actually said, yeah, I'll give you a lift over. You can go get it. And yeah, just come back when you're done, and all good. So he goes, all right, cool. So he was going to go to the Tim Hortons, just hang for a little while. So that was the plan. I go out, I get my ticket. I literally pay for my ticket. I walk straight to the back because they've got the time that he's doing the signing. He's already doing the signing. Cool. I go over there. And as I go over there and take a look, he's starting to sign. He's interacting with people, doing all the good stuff. Gordy will take his time and, chat with all the people. And I see the line's pretty big, but it's okay. But then I'm looking, and there is a small pyramid of these bobbleheads beside where Gordy Howe is signing. And I'm looking at them, and they're already signed. And then I just go look over at the person. I go, what's that? He goes, oh, we're already here. He signed a couple ahead of time. And I go, can I? He goes, you can buy one if you want. I go, how much is it? And he goes, it's a $75. I see. So I hand him the $75, take the bobblehead right off the pyramid, skip the whole thing, go straight back to the car, and my dad and I take off. Shortest trip to the expo I ever had. But you didn't get to meet Gordy. I don't give a fuck. I was just there to get the goddamn bobblehead. And I got to get out of there with a reasonable set of time, and I didn't have to stand in line like the commoners. That's all I wanted.
Everybody gets different enjoyment out of doing different things. I have one picture up in this office of me and an athlete that I met. I've been fortunate, like we said, I'm very fortunate. I don't, I know how lucky I am, and I've met a lot of people and I've hung out with a lot of people. I only have one picture up of me and an athlete that I met. Only one.
Ooh, get ready, everybody. It's going to be Big Hat.
That's the only one I have.
Ah, and you're repping the only hockey team you like. That's good.
So
great jersey.
Yeah, it's my Gordie Howe jersey. When I met Gordie Howe, I said, hello, Mr. Howe. How are you today? Today?
How are you today? Didn't.
I said, how are you, Mr. Howe? Today I'm all right. Usually I'm horseshit, but today I'm all right. And we had a good laugh.
Back-to-back comments. First comment,
Photoshop,
second comment.
Photoshop. No, well, this is the
well, Gordy feels like he's just looking off into the distance. He feels kind of generic. I'm just looking, it's like, I don't know, man.
So with all the people I've met and all the pictures I've taken and posted on Instagram and whatever, this is the only one that's hanging up in my office. So I would have stood in line for Gordie Howe. So other people, maybe I would have said, maybe I'll just take that and head out. I don't need to stand in line for an hour. But I'll remember that till the day I die, that, I got a chance to meet Gordie Howe. He said what he said. It was funny. It was, I got a memory. So.
Well, I will always remember the time you told Josh to shut up in person.
I've done that a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's my favorite memory.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Yeah, just saying. And I remember the time that people took pictures giving you the middle finger.
Yeah, I have a lot of those. They were sent to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was a magical time.
No, I don't think so. No.
Bobby Jackson says Gordy told him to change his jersey or he'd kick his ass. Probably true. Wes says Gordy has seen some shit. Yes, true.
Yeah, he is.
So Eric changed. That's right. That might actually be a cardboard cutout of Eric. It's true. Gordy looks legit. Maybe. Wait until the mayo packet starts showing up. Oh, scandalous. Scandalous.
I think do one of those on that note.
Yeah. I think you know what my favorite would be? Honestly. I know. I mean, what? Exactly. You know, it'd actually be kind of funny. We looked at those little plushies of all those different things that we looked at with Brandon. And then I found that Duke's Mayo mascot. I think that's the photo I want. I want the picture of the Duke's mascot and Eric. Just like that one. Right there. I don't remember the Duke's name, the Duke mascot's name, but whatever it is, the Duke's, Mayo version of the Philly Fanatic or whatever the hell they call the thing. That's what we want. We want the Duke's mascot and Eric. That's a photo for the ages.
Unbelievable.
Photoshop it over Gordy. I know, exactly.
Nope.
I think Bob's trying to set you up.
Nope.
Wes says, hold a sec. Let me ask AI to generate something up. Eric and the AIs.
I don't like the direction this is going.
It's Eric. It's going a wonderful place. Technology is a wonderful thing. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah. I also, in the picture, there's no gray in my beard, so it was definitely a while ago.
It was back in the youths. That's all I'm saying. Back in the youths. I don't say, man. It's a wild time. But anyway, all right. So we'll start winding her down. Anything else that anybody wanted to make sure we touch on? Obviously, we expo wise we did touch on, and we got the Bobby Montana story, which is really all I wanted. It was everything I wanted and more. It was a wonderful moment. Wonderful moment.
I've never been there, so
It's fine. Like, look, the reason why it's so funny is how passionate Bobby is about hating on it. It's fine. For Eric, the reason why Steve and all the other guys were like Montana's, it's like because we're indifferent. We're ambivalent to it. Like, we're like we're not sitting there, we're not giving it rapturous praise, but we also obviously didn't hate it that much, otherwise we would have gone back. Entertainment aside, we wouldn't have gone back there. It was that bad.
I'd go to Jack Astor's every night. The food's good, the prices are good. They got a huge television set. They got Guinness on tap. I could go there every night.
Well, the thing is that we actually were positioned ourselves where the table was. We were watching the game. We were chatting and we were also watching the game, so it was fine. So that was the thing that we were. It worked for the rest of us. And like I said, the dessert was pretty good. I enjoyed it, and like the food itself was fine. I'm not gonna, but again, I'm the wrong person to tell you. The only time you're going to hear anything about me from the food is if it's really bad. Like if it's bad, then there's a problem. Okay, but otherwise, I got to be honest with you, it would have to be pretty atrocious for me to have much to say about the meal, unless I get poisoned or something. Then I'm not going to be like, we'll see. So let's see here. I like this. Check your Discord. I just need to refine the image of Eric.
Oh, great.
It's work in progress. I'm seeing it right now. I'm seeing the vision as we speak. It's getting closer. I like where he's going with this.
Oh, good.
So if it ever helps, so Wes, remember the inspiration, my personal inspiration, whenever I am feeling down, you know what makes me feel better, Eric? This masterpiece.
Yeah, that's something. That's something.
Truly. What? Chef's kiss.
Gross.
It's pretty great. It's a jar, Eric. It's a jar that you're hugging very passionately, I must say. Like it really, you're reaching around a mayo jar. What do you want from me? Kind of inappropriate, to be honest with you. Does your family know about this? No wonder the wife goes to see him. I said the name of the label. I know. It really is. I hope you all enjoyed. Another wonderful evening. The Leafs won, and they're going around 2. Not these ones. These are the baseball ones. But nonetheless. Eric, do you have any last words or final thoughts on this wonderful evening of the longest running episodic, whatever this is?
I hate everybody.
Only everybody? Wow.
Yeah.
Eric, everybody?
Everybody.
Wow, you hate Gordie Howe? You hate Mick Foley? Mick Foley's not dead.
No, he's not.
Even hate Mick Foley. Man, it's atrocious. It's terrible. I'm appreciating right now that
if I get a chance to see him again soon, I got to think of what I can have him do. See if I can have him cut another promo for something.
Nicely done. All right. So that'll be it for us. We're going to kind of enjoy. It'll be a work in progress to figure it out. Yes, no, Amanda, we're not. Hold on. I
want to go to bed.
No, you don't. Shut up.
I know.
This is important. Be quiet. Because, Amanda, we're not quitters.
Here we are.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
No, the Stockholm Syndrome clearly states, and also your lifetime contract, and I mean lifetime.
I want to go to bed.
Nope. Sleep, Eric, is for the weak.
I know I'm weak.
You are always weak. You've always been weak. But yes, Amanda, we are still going.
I got to ride bikes at 9 a.m.
Yeah, because you're an idiot. That's the problem. That's a different issue entirely. Oh. See, I would have ended it a couple of minutes sooner because I have a cookie that I'm gonna eat. It's gonna be wonderful. And then tomorrow I'm gonna go check out the Jays game from the suite. It's gonna be fun. Good time. If only they realize that Eric's suffering only makes me want to keep the live going a little longer. Not gonna lie. Indeed. But yes. Real quick before we finish up, Amanda, I don't know what the cycle is. Is there a podcast tonight or is that next week? Because I know with the expo, I don't know how the scheduling on that worked out. Eric's going to stay up for it. He's playing us thing up all night. So you sure? So I don't know. You let me know. Other than that, oh, here you go.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
The best part is you combine it with the Since Day One, which is valid, by the way.
Oh.
Hold on, Eric. Come on. You got to you enjoy this. Ian is unavailable tonight. What is make all the jokes about consistency? It's like the Englishman is not available tonight. What the hell? What are we doing? You know, man, I hear Eric's available.
No, Eric's not available. Eric's going to bed. I gotta get up.
I bet if there was a bicycle on one of those non-sport carts, he'd do it.
I gotta go to bed so I can go get up and ride my bicycle.
Rock Lake thinks is right. You can sleep when you're dead, Eric. True. It's facts.
Probably be tomorrow morning when I hit a tree with my face.
That could be. There you go. Go solo, man. Share your expo stories. That's true. You could share the expo stories. Fact. And if you want, I could send you an entire showcase full of Eric Mayo pictures. A lot in development, let me tell you. We're getting there. Anyway, all right. That's it. So hopefully you enjoyed. We're all done. This is the last that we're going to discuss anything related to the Spring Expo. So that was the end of that. I probably there were a couple of other stories. Honestly, I had a couple that I thought I was going to hit on, but I completely forgot exactly which direction I want to go on those. But nonetheless, we managed. But yeah, we'll look forward to the next one. We'll run through it. It'll be in the fall. That'll be November. I don't think there's going to be another major shows here. Maybe there'll be a couple of CSC shows. I might attend one of those. But otherwise, yeah, we'll be back with the regular video episodes and then also the next podcast episode. And we'll figure out what happens from there. And then I'll do a video for the pickup on this thing. Maybe next week. I might push it back to next week unless I have something that I want to combine with it. We'll figure it out. Anyway, that's it. Eric's going to stay here basically all night. So make sure you hit the like button so you can appreciate Eric camping out here because he's basically going to stay here until next week's live. He's just never going to leave.
Oh, I go to bed.
Name says, Expo was great, guys. Enjoyed hanging out with Carlos, Bob, and Yannick. Have a good night. Have a good night. All right, folks, enjoy the rest of your weekend. It is now Saturday on the East Coast for Name and all the West Coasters. Still May the 2nd. That's it. Enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend. Have a good one. Catch you next time.